The sacred merged spirit Synosure ZN. The spiritual cosmic parent consciousness, the third eye ZN cosmic spiritual realization pathway through cultivation and meditation. By Zach Nadutra. 9. Acknowledgement. This book is based on in-depth years of spiritual cultivation, teachings of my experience, and cosmic spiritual realization. I would also like to acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of my first disciple, Lek, who encouraged me to start the work, persevere with it, and finally publish it. About the author, I started a trip to India and Nepal for the Buddha's sacred places, which led to the activation of my spiritual realization journey. This comprised 2 parts of intense study, research, and wild meditation for days and nights over years until I attained spiritual realization and enlightenment on my own. Once, I had a similar epiphany at the age of 36 years of age. 9. About the book. Whenever one tries to gain spiritual knowledge, it's always beneficial to probe questions because that may help you to expand your current knowledge. Your destiny can be changed. It can be rewritten either actively by a cultivator's power or passively by a worldly person in the cosmos. Spiritual realization is the only way a person can attain spiritual third eye enlightenment. It isn't a physical eye like the other ordinary 2 eyes we have that can capture physical visions. The sacred spiritual third eye not only enables the person able to access the spiritual wisdom and the spiritual, sacred world, but also enlightens the person's ability to see colors and flowing patterns of the sacred spiritual electricity current flow, the energy flow within it, which is the center point of the spiritual energy body and physical body. The merging flowing center is at the center forehead. The flow starts from the center and spreads and enlarges out the whole head and drains down the body, which phenomenon is called body crystallization. 9. Purpose. As a part of spiritual cosmic nature, the spiritual urge will just push you to find your inner self again in time. Once you have already attained it in your past lifetime, you will just do it again, no matter. Moreover, it's easier for you to walk that path, even without any direction. You will just research, need some relevant teaching, information, some training, anything that is related to the spiritual practices that you think it's reasonable and rational to you, and you will take it and test it, you will prove it right or wrong, and you will find your own spiritual realization on your own pathway. 9. Zach Nadutra. The sacred birth. Born in the south of Vietnam, in a family where Tibetan Buddhism, a form of Mahayana, strongly prevailed in the form of religion, I named Zach Nadutra. Since my family was a firm believer in a dominant religion, they believed in old customs and traditions. My mother, out of all my family members, practiced all kinds of rituals, making sure others followed accordingly. I have always seen my mother imparting most of the religious knowledge to me and others. It was absurd to have liberal women be this superstitious, given she had 2 bachelor's degrees, which earned her a reputable job. She worked as a tax inspector for the IRS. And her father, a former high-ranking colonel of the collapsed South Vietnam, was not considered superstitious at all in our family. By the time my mother reached her last months of pregnancy with me, she had shown no signs of giving birth. As her pregnancy progressed into the 10 months, her worries slowly turned into fear. She thought she might lose me forever, and she couldn't let that happen. During that time, Vietnam was facing a horrifying economic crisis, due to which the medical health care facilities suffered enormously. There was minimal medical aid and doctors available on duty to help my mother deliver her baby quickly. Her father, in distress, started looking for solutions, and he was advised to follow a local traditional belief that could speed up the process. My mother was advised to ask for some rice from her neighbors to cook. It was a popular ritual back in the day, but unfortunately, it didn't work. My mother felt no birth pangs after she cooked a pot of rice. Then her attention diverted towards another ritual involving asking for old clothes from a poor family, but sadly that didn't work in her favor either. After waiting desperately for the arrival of her baby and trying out these rituals, my mother's 12 months of pregnancy started. Extremely anguished and saddened, my mother was finally relieved from the burden by the divinity, and I came in her lap on April 30th, 1978. It was a quick birth, and I was a healthy baby boy. This is the only thing that mattered. Also, years later, I have a memory back about the time before birth. I went to reincarnation, which I will discuss later in this chapter. I have spent my entire childhood in a state of wonder and exploration. I had never run from an opportunity to learn new things. I can recall when I was about 7 years old. I started to develop many intuitions about the impermanence and the fragility of life, as well as the suffering of human life that just came out from nowhere but inside my mind. After moving to Bangkok, Thailand, and finishing high school, I wanted to pursue higher education. I was passionate about learning about multicultural understanding, religions, businesses, and other schools of thought being practiced worldwide. Another school. During my postgraduate study in Thailand, I got a chance to be ordained as a Buddhist monk following the Thai Hinayana tradition for a summer, enriching my spiritual interest even deeper into the future. I was honored to achieve a Gold Medal of Honor recipient from the University Honor Award after I completed my 4 years of bachelor's in an international college and 2 years of master's degree in business administration, MBA. I took a job as a university instructor for a global business program. Years later, I moved and worked for a corporation and took care of the exportation and distribution of the product in Vietnam, which brought me back to Vietnam and opened up my own import-export company in later years. Few years later, my mother and I started a trip to India and Nepal for the Buddha's sacred places, which led to the activation of my spiritual realization journey. This comprised 2 parts of intense study, research, and wild meditation for days and nights over a year until I attained spiritual realization and enlightenment on my own. Once, I had a similar epiphany at the age of 36 years of age. Introduction: the third eye refers to the eyes of consciousness, the center of sacred energy flowing on the forehead, as the third spiritual eye of the merged spirit Synosure, a spiritual cosmic parent, which is to see the spiritual world beyond physical eyes. When I call the realized spirit Cynosure, or in short spiritual Cynosure, I mean here is the person who truly has attained spiritual awakening, realized his inner spirit, energy body, and merged in his own physical body actively. He knows the cosmic sacred active flow secret essence of his own inner energy body and lives together in his very own physical body. This symbol of third eye enlightenment also inscribes the spiritual view of the action and the world from within the mind. As per modern spirituality, this third eye is referred to as the eye of knowledge. In Buddhism, the eye of wisdom or the Rina is denoted by a dot or a mark on the forehead of the deities of Shiva or Buddha. In most Eastern and Western traditions, it is a gate that leads the followers to a space of higher consciousness. They are able to recognize their inner realms better this way. In short, it's associated with perception, intuitive and spiritual abilities. The concept of the third eye of the Western world is explained by the primary function of the pineal gland, which is a pea-sized structure of the brain. This structure plays a vital role in responding to light and darkness. Many also believe that it serves as a link between the physical and spiritual worlds. However, the connection between the gland itself and paranormal experience has not been scientifically proven. Hence, the third cosmic spiritual eye here is much higher in its physical explanation. It's the eye that one has attained and realized the energy body that enables the continuous energy flow in the circle at his own forehead, that he can truly understand the permanent nature of his own spirit merging to the temporary physical body that he lives in. He lives in the spiritual world within his own physical world body. He sees and watches the spiritual beauty of the physical world in its true manner of creation, function, growth, and termination. The eye in the middle of the triangle represents the third spiritual eye of wisdom. If you look closely, there are small dots on the upper eyelid as well as on the border of the triangle. They aren't there merely for showcase purposes but also have a deep meaning to them. These dots represent a sacred atomic vision flowing present in the human body. In other words, you can assume this energy is a supernatural power of inner rain of electric energy within the crystallized ability of the whole body. It denotes courage of practice, progression, and the impermanent nature, the repeating circle of all things, while the clouds, like symbols, represent the flower pattern of sacred inner energy flowing from the third eye. The lotus patterns have their own spiritual energy colors of light blue and dark blue. Depending on the power of attainment, that color may change. The triangle overall represents the spiritual core concept for success, the right time, place, and thing. The center of the wisdom core stills the third eye in the middle of the spiritual purpose of action. Also, there are 4 circles around the triangle, delineating the entire sacred electric energy flow of the spiritual cosmic parent flowing in the galactic flow manner, repeating itself of the impermanent nature in 4 directions. They come together in the shape of a meditation lotus posture, which is an essential of the practice path. These 4 directions are east, west, north, and south, and represent the 4 noble truths of life, the impermanence, and the 4 dimensions, especially the fourth dimension, the spiritual dimension. Chapter 1: The Third Eye. Whenever one tries to gain spiritual knowledge, it's always beneficial to probe questions because that will help you expand your current knowledge. Though it's better to absorb all this knowledge gradually because, at times, it may become difficult for you to digest. Therefore, it's always beneficial for you to practice each specific subject by considering it at this point in your spiritual cultivation level. If you think about it, spirituality and science go in hand with each other. They are deeply integrated into one another. Spirituality has always led people to question the scientific facts behind every similar notion. While science may remain within the human grasp, spirituality, on the other hand, is far more advanced to the unknown and out of science's capacity to answer. It will always remain prevalent whenever two are used in the comparison. Spirituality is a broad concept with room for many perspectives. It generally involves a sense of connectedness to something larger than ourselves and generally involves a search for meaning in life. As such, it is a universal human experience, something that touches us all. People may describe a spiritual experience as sacred or transcendent or simply as a deep sense of vitality and connection. Some may find their spiritual connection to a church, temple, or mosque or synagogue. Others may pray or find comfort in a personal relationship with God or a higher power. Still, others seek meaning through their connections to nature or art. Like your sense of purpose, your definition of spirituality may change throughout your life and adapt to your own experiences and relationships. Education is a starting point for people because education provides adequate information based on a compiled record of experiences. You must always keep in mind that worldly knowledge is different from spiritual knowledge. Though many people with higher education will simply hold on to the knowledge, and then they will continue to advance with the material knowledge and die with it. They will then be stuck in a dilemma of physical world desires and a spiritual world of judgment where they will suffer spiritually by death. Merely focusing on expanding your knowledge by growing your mind isn't enough to build yourself spiritually. For instance, one can easily become a doctor, but as long as they don't practice compassion or kindness with their patients, there will be no spiritual growth. For people who only care about the world, it's normal for them to give up on things that might not be good for them. However, in spiritual wisdom, being able to give up things only to gain peace matters. Living a spiritually enriching life doesn't mean you need to accumulate lots of wealth and fame. It doesn't mean you have to live a grandiose life. People who are rich in spirituality lead a life that's free of ostentation. You may not be as rich as your brothers or sisters, but at least you will gain foreverness, eternity, and permanent wisdom. People who chase merely the world fall victim to permanence, whereas those who seek spirituality gain everlasting peace. The materialistic part of this world will remain here forever, but your virtue and good deeds are going to benefit you in the hereafter. Now, let me enlighten you a little on what cosmic energy truly means. Have you ever felt stuck in life, both mentally and spiritually? Did you ever try to seek answers to various questions about your life from divine power? Have you ever felt a great form of energy trying to convey something to you? Well, if you believe in signs being sent out by the universe, then let me tell you, it's cosmic energy. Here, you must be wondering what cosmic energy is, so let me explain it to you in great detail. Cosmic energy is the highest form of energy. It's the energy present in our consciousness. It's present beyond galaxies, among the stars, and on our planets. Everything is filled with cosmic energy atoms, macrocosms, and microcosms. All human beings are in a constant state of availing of this energy. Most people lack awareness about this subject, and this is why I aim to teach my readers all there is about cosmic energy. Not only but do I wish to teach the world about cosmic energy, I also want to shed some light on its different concepts so that readers are also better able to grasp the complexities of it. Our mind is more powerful than we think it is. By attracting more cosmic energy into our lives through our minds, we can drive more positivity. Cosmic energy is the life force that is existent far and wide. It is present in the macrocosm, between the worlds, the modes, and in space. It's essential to maintain order in life and expand our knowledge. Cosmic energy is entered by being at peace with one's tone and living in the present moment. Happiness is the introductory specific of cosmic energy. It's a state of mind that combines peace, love, and joy. Benefits of cosmic energy. Cosmic energy will benefit you both spiritually and physically. Once a person is attuned, the flow of these cosmic energies flows at different levels. People who receive positive effects from cosmic energy tend to feel less stressed and more energized. All their worries tend to fade away. Their chi gets balanced, and they can find more tranquility in life. Their life purpose gets clearer for them, and they're better able to focus on their goals. Cosmic energy embarks people on a spiritual journey that transforms their life and gives them enlightenment. It's the ultimate gift of happiness and joy. Why cosmic energy works? Our entire universe was created by this energy. This energy existed when our universe didn't. All the powerful energies present in our universe make up cosmic energy. Not only this, but the energies present around us are also inside us. It's present in every living and non-living thing on this planet. The only difference between a non-living thing such as a rock and a living thing like us could be the makeup of atoms. We are all interconnected being studied, and this has been explained by quantum physics. All matter originates and exists only by force. We must assume. Behind this force is the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the metric of all matter. Max Planck, 1944. How does cosmic energy work? There is no rocket science involved in becoming a cosmic energy practitioner. Only your desire, creativity, and practice can turn you into an expert. The only reason we stay alive is that life flows through pathways named chakras, meridians, and naders, nerves. You might be familiar with the word aura. Aura is exactly what makes up our energy. Certain energies flow throughout our bodies, and when these are disrupted, they diminish the function of our vital functions, causing illness or other mental health issues. Vitality reacts to thoughts and feelings. It is interrupted when we consciously or unconsciously accept negative thoughts or feelings about ourselves. These negative thoughts and feelings attach to the energy field and cause a disruptor of the life force. This decreases the vital function of the organs and cells of the physical body, causing disease. Cosmic energy can help by flowing through the affected parts of the energy field and charging them with positive energy. It can raise the vibrational level of the energy field and around the physical body, where negative thoughts and feelings cling. As a result, the negative energy dissolves and disappears. Cosmic energy can clarify, strengthen and support energy pathways, allowing the life force to flow healthily and naturally. Why is it important to become knowledgeable about it? Gaining sufficient knowledge of spiritual wisdom has proven to help people understand themselves better. Being aware of your thoughts and feelings also gives a jump start to your spiritual knowledge. It helps to stay in sync with your emotions and resolve conflicts in a better way. However, having an open mind when absorbing different spiritual concepts is crucial too. Hold on to one piece of information. Thinking of it as the ultimate truth can keep you from viewing it from different angles. You need to give yourself a chance and develop a broad-minded approach when you train your mind to accumulate more knowledge. Did you know when a person dies, that just puts an end to their physicality only? Your energy body or what you know as soul will go on into reincarnation of next life. It doesn't matter if they are medical doctors, a scientist, or a politician. Without true spiritual cultivation, you won't go anywhere in spiritual realization, though you will be an expert in this field but with the spiritually blind. Nonetheless, you will learn gradually and passively in the spiritual collective. How deep should we go in learning something? It is never too deep. I don't know exactly how deep it is deep enough. While you haven't attained spiritual realization yet, so it's better not to talk about it. I believe it's never truly deep to think extremely deep in learning, especially if you haven't attained anything of significance. If you are busting yourself for wanting to dig a little deeper into your spiritual self and haven't been able to find anything, then I suggest you stop for a moment. Instead of wasting time too much on gaining human knowledge, which is mostly borrowed, try to look for something beyond humans' control. How about learning general knowledge as a foundation for spirituality? Just learn everything you can, but remember, the more you learn about human knowledge only, the more time you waste because human knowledge is vast. It's enormous in all aspects of life in the cosmos, and you never can finish learning those. On the other hand, by learning just for knowledge, you just borrow all kinds of knowledge that are not your experience. It is still borrowing. But at my level, I should still learn as much as I can. Yes, you should learn because you are still young. You need to learn and improve your competency through knowledge by practicing them. Not many young people will look for spiritual realization like you nowadays if I tell you, you are the only one in this world who pursues spiritual realization. Nobody else than you are doing the thing you are doing. Thus, you can just start and learn about the world around you right here. I'm sure some monks do this. They do different things, like praying, worshipping, and conducting ceremonies. They learn to keep calming their mind, but they are not going deep in spiritual realization because they don't have a teacher who is a realized spirit Synosure. Their teachers are not yet spiritually realized themselves, so how do their students get there? If you start the spiritual realization journey, you will be the only one at the present. That is why I am teaching you. Even though I don't look for disciples, I don't look for students yet. You find me. You find this path. People also learn a lot of things but their learning is different. Their learning is simply a systematic universal truth. It is different from realizing your inner spirit, the enlightenment in which you will know your true self, and you're surrounded by seeing through your own spiritually awakened mind. You don't have to go to the temple to be a monk. You can practice right here and right now. To be a monk would be too easy, and I know that life would be a great respectable, but you won't go far in spirituality. Though you will have to conform to some different norms, it is normal. It's about karma. No matter if you are God, you are taking something you have to pay back. It's normal, no exception. Nobody is an exception. God is giving, and God is taking. Say, God created the earth, humans, and civilization, and when humans kill each other, that is his karma. He has to take responsibility for it. However, it's also a process of evolution. Sometimes God has to create earthquakes, storms, and viruses to kill his subjects. It's a normal nature. The hidden power behind humanity. People don't want to lose their physical and mental control in life. But over time, I see there is something I don't know, but I can feel some forces, some organization is controlling the world's mind because the world is so volatile lately. The whole world is affected, not only America. It's happening in the whole world, Asia, the UK, Europe, South America, and Africa. They are controlling people's minds, and people are becoming like worshipping dictators and negativities, so probably there is a force, I don't know which force is that, but not everybody is affected. Probably some low frequencies of the brain are affected. Nonetheless, those with higher frequencies, like knowledge and education, get affected but at lower levels. I already have a feeling that it has already happened and that it will continue with full momentum. It's affecting America and the entire world. This is not a prediction, but I see that I probably think it's insufficient. Nonetheless, if the situation proceeds, the world will be destroyed sometime, we would have a big shock, and then it would reset. Just like a chart that is going up and down, but it will eventually always go up this time. A shock like this will help America and the world in the long run. However, no matter what happens, everyone needs to utilize their own remaining time to cultivate spirituality and to realize their spirit, so regardless of the consequence of humanity and its karma to come, we all can be ready to live our true life in the wisdom of our spiritual enlightenment. Materialism. If I were to give one piece of spiritual advice, I would say giving up on materialistic things will always result in more happiness. People who have taken a spiritual path lead a more peaceful life. Chasing success, a degree, or working tirelessly to build your bankroll will always give you temporary happiness. For those of you seeking lifelong happiness, follow the spiritual path which will lead to eternal happiness. Worldly people will gain impermanence, while a spiritual cultivator will always gain permanence. If you wish to have something eternal in life, then that is spirituality. Religion. A lot of religious scholars and even monks don't realize that their way of practicing or conducting ceremonies isn't always the right direction to spiritual realization. You would see them carrying out rituals that normally their teachers have taught them. Without amending these practices or digging a little deeper to modify them, these religious scholars keep carrying them out. Although these practices can lead to a calm mind, they don't stir up spiritual realization. A lot of monks and clergies these days only pray, worship, and conduct ceremonies, as their initial path is to follow their teachers who are doing the same thing as their teachers teach them. The teachers haven't achieved spiritualization and meditation, so how could the students themselves go deeper without true guidance? A serious spiritual seeker should go out and seek an authentic spiritual master. A sincere master would only see the passion of a person in seeking spiritual enlightenment before taking the student in as a disciple. The cosmic spiritual master never focuses on teaching about religion. You will only attain knowledge of spiritual guidance from him. Cosmic spirituality is the final stage. but it gets to the final stage. You must pass through many things. Also, you should learn about many religions as you can. Karma. Karma is not a system of moral justice. Karma is the Sanskrit word for action, and action determines our lives. The word karma has its roots in Hinduism, but its understanding comes from Buddhism, a branch of Hindu theology. In Hinduism, it is generally believed that the soul, Purusha, survives death and is reborn in a new body, inheriting the karma of a past life. Buddhism is different. Buddha taught a doctrine called Enlightenment, the idea that there is no soul, no self. Instead, Buddhism focuses on the five skandhas, or aggregates, that explain the shared experiences of sentient beings: form, sensation, perception, thought, and consciousness. These things are not the real I, they form the way a personality is formed through interaction with the material world. The I is impermanent, meaning karma is impermanent. Karma is a process of evolution. Sometimes, God creates a bad situation in your life, so you are ablaze with your mistake and learn from it. But only you can decide your karma. If you are humble and kind to others, then only good will come back your way. When you face your karma with ignorance, you will suffer a lot more than if you face karma with wisdom. How do we build discipline? Discipline is an extremely important behavior value for a person to keep their life going and growth in check. Discipline is a rule which you can't cheat. It's a rule which you must follow strictly to maintain your routine, up-to-date mentality, behavior, work of plan, social behavior, success, and spiritual awareness. Disciplinary is some set of specific rules that a spiritual practitioner will uphold and follow in the process of mental faculties to strengthen mind training through exercise. Otherwise, he may be penalized for a violation of the rules or be punished for the sake of enforcing obedience and perfecting spiritual and moral character. Discipline in spirituality can be set by oneself or followed according to the spiritual guidance of spiritual practices with a strong will to improve oneself own attainment success. Self-discipline allows you to stay focused on your goals. It enables you to stay in control of yourself and your reaction to any situation. Self-discipline is like a muscle. The more you train it, the stronger you become. A lack of self-discipline can cause low self-esteem. You have to follow your discipline on your spiritual journey and build it becomes a way of life and practice. You must build discipline in your awareness and truthfulness to yourself. Mental discipline and physical discipline. Discipline can be practiced and penalized in many ways. Mental discipline can cause mental awareness of your actions. In spiritual realization practice, meditation is an important tool that must be practiced strictly on routine and extensively to lead to realization. You may set a time and schedule to meditate on a routine daily basis to develop your spiritual power and progress while maintaining your work and life in routine order. Thus, you must set up your time and schedule scientifically, sustainably, smartly, and workably to your conditions. Provided your schedule is acceptable to maintain your healthy lifestyle because life is uncertain as well as your biorobotic mechanism sometimes causes you to become tired, lazy, sick, and stressed. However, with discipline order, you may be flexible on your health, like tiredness and sick, to allow you to rest or skip 1 or 2 sessions. Other controllable circumstances, like laziness and sleepiness, are not acceptable to let you, or you may not allow yourself not to practice meditation in your routine. For another example, like when you do something wrong, your teacher gets angry and demands a change. You feel sad and regretful. You may say, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I promised to change." Even if the teacher didn't do anything to you but you already got the signal. He disciplined you through his own emotion towards you, and with your self-awareness, you must recognize that mistake and correct it successfully. That's self-discipline. There is physical discipline of the body. If you commit something wrong and you are about to get hurt by somebody hitting you, your parent spanks you, or something beats you up physically, that is the physical discipline punishment. You see that in our lives, a lot of physical discipline. For example, the police beating people in private is a physical discipline, but it's too violent. The problem with discipline is the discipliner. Who is the one to discipline you? That is important. Does it have to be done with wisdom? The importance is who is willing to be disciplined and who can discipline. It is very difficult to say. That is why in life people aren't disciplined. People who discipline others out of anger will cause more damage, especially for the person who is being more disciplined. If you get disciplined through anger, then you will fall into fear, but the ones who discipline you with rage will also suffer. Consequently, it is rather bad. That is why in this world, you don't see many disciplined people. They are wild. Thus, sometimes self-discipline is essential, which is Christians have a tradition of self-confession. Confession is a disciplinary action because when they know their wrongs, they go to confess the sin to a trusted spiritual person. Discipline in religion. However, the ability to see karma is difficult, and willing to be disciplined is even more difficult. So, to make it easier, that was why Jesus made people willing to admit their mistakes. He created a system of confession, and under his trust, he would clean up their sins, but in reality, Jesus can't clean up anyone's sin. Only the person whose sins should seek forgiveness to clean up their sins. But by allowing confession, Jesus could help to facilitate the will to see wrongfulness and admit sins, helping people see their mistakes. Then by analyzing their mistakes, they can release guilt the moment they admit them. In another way, karma will be lighter because if you see your karma, it will be lightened as you will have the will to mend, change and improve your behavior or the consequences. It's a very great point in Christianity. Though it doesn't bring people into a saint or spiritual attainment, it will help them to live in peace. When Christians confess to a clergy father, they see the problem, they see that they are wrong, and they need to share the burden of their mental guilt. By the same secrecy system set up, the clergy fathers never expose that confession to anyone. Even the police will not be able to question it. Even if those confessors kill somebody and they confess, the clergy will keep it secret, not tell it to the police. That is the rule of the Christian unless there is something very serious involving devils. It's just like in Buddhism. When you accept things as karma, you will be willing to pay for them. You will still take responsibility for the consequence, but then, when you see it through, you will feel it's lighter because, now, you have the will to pay for it than blaming others. It just makes you suffer more, losing your discipline and ability to see things through. For instance, someone came and did something bad to a friend of mine. They stole his phone while he was drinking in a bar. He was drunk, so he didn't pay much attention to where his things were. Soon, when he realized that he had lost the phone, he started fuming. He began to curse people, and instead of admitting his negligence or being mindful of where his things were, he blamed others for stealing his phone. This was his karma, it was his own mistake, but instead of realizing it, he went on to blame others. So how should we respond if someone did something to us and we feel that they wrong us? Accept the consequence as karma, and start to understand the situation you encounter. Clear the cause and effect of this situation, then it is already settled. Let's say you lend somebody money, but you know that this person is really in need of help, and you don't expect his repayment, and you say, for now, you don't have to pay me. I am happy to help you over this mess for the time being. That means you already settle and you no longer care if that person owes you any more. You instead feel of making good karma by creating merit through compassion. Then, you settle, and you leave it. But if you don't, then you will always think about it. If you expect a return, at least with profit, then you will never settle it peacefully if it doesn't turn to your expectation because you expect something in return for the help you give. You are not paying karma, but you are creating a karma circle. Then, your desire and greed will come into your mind, crave the expectation, and you will be suffered. In meditation, that unsettlement will come to enrage your mind even sharper. You are not controlling yourself as you think. The nature reality is that everybody is a bi-robot nature. Nature only gives us 12 to 15% control. The remaining 85% is your body controls itself. You are not controlling your body totally as you think. You are not controlling your breath. You can breathe, you can follow it, and you are aware of your breath. You can breathe in and breathe out, but you are not in control of it. If you don't breathe, you will die. You can control your breath to some certain limit of time which is not comparable to your whole life. It is a small fraction of your lifetime. You can stop breathing for a few minutes, but your life is counting on years. Thus, you can stop breathing for a while, or you can breathe faster for a while, then everything will be back to normal again for a short while, a few minutes. It's auto-programming. It's similar to your computer program and your smartphone. The programs are designed to work within their limit. It will be working as its function scope, and you can change or expand it through the function it allows. The phone will not be able to change itself either, but meditation can help us to gain more control. By practicing meditation, in time when you become advanced, you will be able to gain back some control of your mind. Though many firewalls in your physical mind will stop you from advancing because they stop you from accessing to go over your consciousness nature, beyond the allowed consciousness nature. It's the subconsciousness and the nature of cosmic spirituality. That's the border of your physical world and supernatural nature, supernatural abilities. On the pathway to realization, you must practice intensified meditation. But before you do that, you need to practice spiritual nature to get a deep understanding of yourself and your surroundings. Also, to understand the cosmic spiritual nature to gain spiritual wisdom so you can defend yourself from your mind's natural resistance. Everyone can try or challenge themselves to realize their spirit, but if you don't cultivate enough spiritual wisdom, you may fall into delusions, or your mind will kill you as a last resort. For many, they may go crazy and live in delusion. But then they just create more karma from their delusion, not truly reflecting true spirituality. Is reading a good way to gain spiritual wisdom? If you don't read, you won't understand anything. If you don't analyze it, you won't know what I am telling you. Perhaps, when you go to school or get a bachelor, there is not only one teacher that teaches you. But in higher education, like when you are pursuing a master's degree, you will have one principal teacher who will guide your study. The same happens in a PhD. You will have a principal professor to guide you. You will follow that person to the end, but that doesn't mean he will teach everything to you. He will only teach you one subject, and others will teach you different subjects. But in spiritual cultivation, as a spiritual master, I will guide you through everything spiritually. I will instruct you to do and walk every spiritual path. The knowledge is so expansive that I can't tell you everything. We have no time to do that. Because many things in life are just worldly knowledge, you can read it. I can only tell you up to the core of spirituality, but the most important thing is you must practice the teaching and realize it. Then you can remove your worldly ignorance. Besides spirituality and everything else, you have to educate yourself, which is important. For example, if you want to learn about medicine and study, you must go to medical school, where other teachers will teach you. They are experts in that field. In practicing cosmic spirituality, you can just live the way you are in society, experience the reality of life, and see spirituality in the life that you encounter every day. That is the way you learn cosmic spirituality, which comes from human knowledge. You have to learn for yourself. That is your experience. I encourage you to go out and explore the world, but that doesn't mean I want you to get stuck there. As you learn from your experiences, you will begin to encounter many more obstacles and hardships in your life, and through them, you will learn about their problems and yours. Many people can't even recognize their obstacles. The point is you have to recognize them. That's when you see the cosmic reality, spirituality. God knows a lot of things. Buddha knows a lot of things from spiritual enlightenment, which is the way to learn and help to lessen the karma of others out of understanding, love, and compassion. In a video I saw a while ago, in Indonesian nature, a Komodo dragon was biting a calf. The parents of the calf couldn't do anything to help but just stand there and watch painfully. They didn't leave their baby either, knowing their limitation of help and their cognitive. The cow's parents had so much love for the calf. They were standing and screaming loud. The cow's parents do not have enough intelligence to intervene like a human. We would intervene. You see, even the parent cows had a great love for their baby. Thus, they didn't go away. They stayed there but watched painfully as their baby was killed by others helplessly. It's the karma of the cow family. Therefore, you can see that practicing compassion and love is one way, but you need intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence brings you to wisdom through lesson learning. Without intelligence, you won't go far. You have to use your intelligence to educate yourself and practice spirituality, and later on in life, you can use that as a base to judge things. Judging here means you judge what is right and what is wrong and what is in the middle, and the action appropriately to be taken. How intelligent do you have to be? No, you don't have to be a genius. Being a genius person doesn't mean that it would be spiritual. People would think a point IQ is how intelligent a person is. I would tell you that computer AI is even more intelligent. It can count trillion calculations per second, but it has no spirituality, and it's stupid until it's to be used by others. AI is intelligence, but it is stupid in nature. It is intelligent and smart because it is made and programmed to hold a lot of information, but it doesn't know what it is for or to decide what to it. It has no EQ and no live consciousness. It doesn't have so whatever purpose as you learn through life, though you can never surpass your computer memory and its functions. Nevertheless, whatever information is on your computer, no computer can ever compare your human brain and mind. The information is full out there in the cosmos. It's just about how much you can access it, but through spiritual realization, you will be able to access, see, witness, and live in the sacredness of cosmic consciousness nature. The human brain contains trillions of nerves and billion years of cosmic experience information within itself. Our brain controls our whole body system of trillion and trillion cells in perfect coordination and supports one another for the whole survival, development, and evolution of physical and spiritual purpose. It's not that simple as an individual self-mind control that you experience as a whole, and it's the whole within your biophysical working mechanism that sustains your living and continuous evolution. You can experience your sacred energy built by billions of years of information through your energy body living through time and changing of physical bodies right in your very existing body once you truly realize your own energy body. Meditation can help you to attain such ability. Meditation is the active way to spiritual realization. Meditation practicing can develop many super abilities. First, you need to settle with the pain in meditation. If you don't settle with the pains and bodily discomfort, you won't experience further than just mind relaxation. Then you can develop the ability to listen to your heart actively and use it as a concentration point for the next step to follow both your breath and your heart together. You will hear the heartbeats, and you breathe clearly to a subtle level of emptiness, blank, cosmic space you are living in, but the beautiful sound of the heartbeat like the beats of the entire cosmic body's heart. You will live together with that truly sacred music of life. The entire cosmos will just be in you, you listen to those beats, and cosmic nature listens to your music within. Your heart beats alone. It's beautiful that you will truly become the beauty of the cosmos. The most basic meditation is quite a meditation where you can concentrate on your heartbeats, then you can even merge your mind to your blood flow and visit other parts of your body. You will be able to listen to your blood flowing through your body and going in and out of your heart like listening and watching a beautiful pure stream flowing in your heaven when your internal organs are just like flowers, trees, mountains, and civilization within that you can witness and enjoy its sacredness just within yourself, your kidney, liver, your lung. You can see them as an integration of the Earth's nature, the cosmic nature within the spiritual sacredness that is moving. That's just only the basic level that you can experience. You must never allow yourself to waste time in the delusional world alone, not come back to this spiritual sacredness nature within this lifetime. It's what you are made for as a human. The cosmic consciousness nature where the cosmic parent is waiting for your merging to a further journey to realize yourself, your own spiritual energy body, your own sacred spiritual energy flow within. Especially when your body is still young and your body is still possessed much more potential to go through the body and training. The older you get, the more difficult your journey. Discipline. Discipline is extremely important. You must simply do everything in your power from a young age to embed discipline in your system. Instead of breaking all the rules, you need to discipline yourself. It helps us keep control when we are fuming with rage and anger. It saves us from causing physical harm to others or damaging our relationships. Confession, on the other hand, helps us wash away our sins. Of course, Jesus can't come here to wash them for us, but we must do it ourselves. Confession or seeking forgiveness lets go of our rage and makes our karma go away. Everyone will always have to pay off their karma, but if we accept it willingly, there is less suffering a person will experience. Opening up your heart. If you don't clear up the past and if you are on the realization path and intend to go deeper into meditation, the past will kill you. If your mind fails, this deception will enter the subconscious to gain your spiritual power. It might not kill you because you might not have gotten deep enough in meditation, or you may just give up on your midway. Your physical mind will be an obstacle to reaching your further goal. These obstacles will eventually cause a person to give up on their spiritual journey. In case a person does you wrong, then accept the fact that their karma will mess them up. For instance, if someone borrows money from you and is unwilling to pay them back, then accept that their karma will hit them in a hurtful way and move on. Never let hate and anger get the best of you because, remember, it would consume not only you but your spirit too, so be very careful. Compassion. Compassion is important because it fosters meaningful connections, facilitates problem solving, and improves health and well-being. At its core, compassion is about putting judgment aside and refusing to avoid challenging situations. It's about understanding other people's problems and wanting to help. People thrive in communities. We're meant to be social. And compassion is a fundamental tool to create strong connections and build relationships. By truly understanding and caring about what others are experiencing, you will be better able to respond in helpful ways. Compassion can help you approach situations with kindness and compassion, an approach that builds trust. With this solid foundation, lasting relationships can be built, and potential problems can be tackled together. Compassion has been shown to improve health and well-being due to its ability to create meaningful interactions. It urges us to address inequality, cruelty, and the struggles of others. It encourages us to be kind. It allows us to see others and how we can help them or reserve a space for them. And because we are social creatures, we may not be able to be happy all the time when others are suffering. Intelligence will lead a person to wisdom. Without intelligence, a person can't be wise. Then a person can use that intelligence to judge a situation with wisdom to guide them to make the correct judgment. Meditation. Meditation can bring you a sense of calm, peace, and balance that can benefit both your emotional well-being and your overall health. You can also use it to relax and manage stress by focusing your attention on something calming. Meditation can help you learn to stay centered and maintain inner peace. These benefits don't end when your meditation session ends. Meditation can help you get through the day more calmly. Meditation can help you control the symptoms of certain medical conditions. At the beginning of meditation, a person will experience a lot of pain because their body is just getting used to it. When the pain settles, then the person can move on to the next step, which is to follow their breath and heartbeat. There are many ways to get the body to settle with the pain of meditation after a long sit. Anywhere you go, just fold your leg half lotus and endure the pain until it goes away. Typically, it is a lot better when you are young since the body is more flexible. It doesn't matter, but a full lotus does look more beautiful. However, it's more painful. The full lotus is in a much more stable position than the half lotus. The full lotus will take a lot longer to get used to. However, as a master, I prefer the half lotus. You will lose concentration when you move around during quiet meditation for beginners. The more advanced can check their phone and still be meditating. When you can feel the heartbeat, then you will next move to feel the blood flowing throughout your body and going in and out of your heart. Then a person can next try to see their organ, lung, kidney. Do I have to learn the anatomy of the body? Learn the true control of your physical mind, the first step to spiritual realization. There is no need to learn about the anatomy of the body in spirituality. The only thing you must be mindful of is your breathing has been with you ever since you were born. Controlling your mind can help you become more focused on your goal. As your cognitive mind allows you to see and think, it has full control over your thoughts and emotions. Once you get the power to control your thoughts, you get the power to remove painful memories from your mind as well. Some people might think this might be impossible, but it's truly not. With a little practice in controlling your thoughts, you can be in full control of your emotions. In your daily life, you will encounter some situations in which some negative thoughts might come pouring in, and they might not leave you alone for a long time. They might exhaust you and may cause you to question your reality. There was a teacher of mine who once hosted a singing competition. A kid whose voice was terrible, his singing got stuck into my teacher's mind, and he wasn't able to get over it. He even lost his sleep due to it. It can happen to you or everyone, and you can recall a lot of such experiences because you can't control your mind actively as you think you can. That's the hard fact. It can cause trauma and mental suffering. Meditation practices can help overcome many more mental disorders. You will be able to take back your control and think what you want to think. You will stop thinking as per your will, change topics and conversations without any previous thought disruption. Your emotions will become stable, and you can fall asleep at night easily like a baby. You can enjoy the true happiness of your very own physical life and so much more benefits from meditation. This way, you will be able to develop many more supernatural abilities. Those abilities are just a few basic benefits that you can experience. Similarly, some more experiences can bring more fruitful experiences, like the most sacred cosmic flower on the spiritual cosmic nature land. You will be truly walking back to the cosmic parent path that's your very sacred destination. In meditation, is the full lotus more beneficial than the half lotus? Neither the full lotus is more beneficial nor the half lotus. However, the half lotus does look stable to some point. People who have been meditating their entire lives should opt for the full lotus as their bodies may be more flexible. Regardless of the time, It can take a significant amount of time for someone to get used to it. Everyone must endure pain in the beginning, and with consistent practice for long hours, your body will eventually get used to it. Some people who live far in the Himalayan mountains sit in meditation postures for days and nights. Starting off by doing the half lotus works best. When you have sat half lotus for a long period of time, you can easily change your feet position. It's better to perform this in a less distractive environment to avoid losing concentration. Once you have excelled at it, you can move all you want without losing focus. So, is everything destiny? Is everything in everyone's future planned by God? Do a person's choices play any role in shaping their destiny? Should a person be careful while making a decision, or should they leave everything to God? Making life choices can be something as simple as picking out a movie on a streaming app. You are going to be investing a considerable amount of time watching that movie, so you need to make sure the one you pick is worthy of your time. This doesn't mean the movie you have chosen was destined to be watched by you. It's simply a product of your decision. God has given us free will to choose, select, and work on it. If someone has advocated a movie, there is a slight chance you may never see it unless you watch it by chance. This is what the selective destiny of karma looks like. It doesn't change you, but it does amend your views and experiences in different ways. Cosmos also has the power to change your every moment. Everything in this universe holds the power to change itself from time to time, otherwise, our lives would be meaningless. Your destiny can be changed. It can be rewritten either actively by a cultivator's power or passively by a worldly person in the cosmos. However, if you choose to follow your destiny passively, then you will have to live in whatever comes your way. It can always be the consequence of your ignorant actions, your greed, or temptation that can rip you out of your mental and spiritual peace. On the opposite, when you wish to follow an active path of your destiny, which will show you the reality of life, the cosmic nature of things, and the sacredness of the cosmic spiritual nature, you can see your direction. Whatever obstacle life throws at you, your mind will be in more control, and things will brighten up for you. One can always work on cutting karma by working on improving themselves through the lessons learned. You would always remain cautious from that significant moment. The spiritual energy flow. In cosmic spirituality, everything is dependent on energy which is present inside the human body in the form of a flow. Since the flow lies within a person, they are the spiritual master of it. They possess a right to control whatever goes on with their life. On Earth, only humans can evolve and improve spiritually. When we exit this physical body and enter into our energy form, we remain in a static position or gradually evolve. This electricity of the flow can be termed sacred energy. It's present in every individual, continuously changing its shape and direction. It might become a whirlpool or transform into a tornado depending on the strength and power of the energy flow. The flow can move out of the head from the forehead and move in all kinds of directions from there. Similarly, when the body generates heat, it feels like a burning sensation in the body, but it is always a case of a fever spiking. Sometimes, it's these cosmic energies present in our bodies generating this kind of heat. The heat will eventually subside after some time of resting and practicing meditation. Cosmic energy contemplation helps you transfigure your life by enabling you to make peace with your inner tone and stay in the present. It helps expand your knowledge to lead a fulfilling life. Also, this practice aids in healing the internal, spiritual, and physical tone, fending off negativity, perfecting blood inflow, reducing stress, treating cardiovascular conditions, and perfecting memory. So, meditate every day to spark the 7 chakras and channel the cosmic energy into your body. To pierce cosmic knowledge, you must understand your true tone. After that, motivate yourself to achieve intuitive guidance and gradationally make your mind still. Look for mindfulness and sync with your passions in your body. However, you will witness a sensation in your body if done rightly. Whatever the communication that you can infer from this sensation, trust it. The capability to form, shape, and manipulate the macrocosm is called cosmic energy manipulation. It allows one to control everything present in the macrocosm on a cosmic level. The third eye, the sacred spiritual energy body enlightenment, the sacred realized spirit Synosure, cosmic parent Zien. When you talk about the third eye, you hear about the third eye, and people talk about the third eye. It's all about things recorded in books and other unknown sources. They are all over the internet, in books, as a manifestation of the religious crowd. They describe the third eye in many different ways. sometimes through imagination, delusion, theory, and abstraction, which are borrowed ideas from one another. They paint them over and over with different colors in their delusional mind, not direct from their true attained realized spirit. They often prevail in beliefs and rationalize those delusions shaped by the opinions of others all too often that influence their misconception while presenting their credence to others. Hence, if one hasn't truly attained spiritual realization, it's still delusional to envision the sacred spiritual third eye. One who truly attains spiritual realization will attain the sacred spiritual third eye. Spiritual realization is the only way a person can attain spiritual third eye enlightenment. It isn't a physical eye like the other ordinary two eyes we have that can capture physical visions. The sacred spiritual third eye not only enables the person able to access the spiritual wisdom and the spiritual, sacred world but also enlightens the person's ability to see colors and flowing patterns of the sacred spiritual electricity current flow, the energy flow within it, which is the center point of the spiritual energy body and physical body. The merging flowing center is at the center forehead. The flow starts from the center and spreads and enlarges out the whole head and drains down the body, which phenomenon is called body crystallization. The third eye merges with the ordinary eyes, enlightening oneself into light and enabling a supernatural ability to see inner light in the dark. It sometimes also comes from a bright place into a dark place. The ability to see the inner light of the soul, the energy flow within through in the blue color, or different colors from black, gray, red, orange, a supernatural ability to see the red and orange flow of atom current in the bright place, depending on the power of attainment. The latest color will be light blue to navy blue. The third eye is a reality of enlightenment, and it can be realized only after the time of successful spiritual cultivation together with the meditation practice to open an energy portal located at the belly navel and able to move the energy to the head, where it will be developed into a flow of energy as an electric current. And through time and effort of meditation practice, the energy flow current will be purifying from black, dark colors into brighter colors and attain final enlightenment. The enlightenment final stage can be seen from the within at the third eye in navy blue color by physical eyes every time one gets from the outside door into darker places. It has a pattern like a lotus flower, cloud petals flying together into a circle. Locating at the center of the forehead of the physical body, the third eye is one's realization of spiritual energy body active flowing within, is the control center point, where its energy flow actively in the circle direction and generating the sacred electricity energy flow within the head. And it is also the border, the gate accessing between the spiritual world of the energy body and the physical body. It's also the purifying process of energy generation and enlarging the whole energy flow within the head with the body supporting itself. In the third eye, its energy flows in a controllable manner at the center. The energy flow is flowing as a whirlpool shape at the center, and it spreads to the entire head as a generator. It's also generating the sacred conscious electricity flow current level through a time of practice. By the time of practice, it will rain down on the entire body as an inner rain phenomenon. The longer the inner rain within from the head down to the body will be able to experience the crystallizing phenomenon. And one will experience living the energy body as light and crystallizing the body. This electricity energy flow generates itself through meditation practice at the third eye core. It circles a flowing pattern like a galaxy flowing within the cosmos. Its current can be different from time to time, from slow speed and light smoothing to heavy, hard, and strong that may remain in a normal state, creating pleasure and happiness within to headaches and tiredness. It's also depending on health conditions which may affect the current of the energy flow. Meditation of the third eye flow. It's the way to regenerate energy current and enlarge the flow through time of practicing. The current of the flow can have different shapes of whirlwind patterns that generate a halo energy flow that is similar to a crown the person is truly wearing of his power. In the middle of the head is another energy portal in the shape of another whirlwind or a black hole that is linking and exchanging with external cosmic energy from above. I will talk about this deeper at another time. The sacred realized, merged spirit Synosure, cosmic parent. By envisioning the third eye, I call to the sacred realized, merged spirit, which happens to be a cosmic parent. It's the realization and merger of the spirit within the physical body actively, a person who has truly understood his own spiritual energy within his physical body. Once a person has achieved this, it allows the person to transform his worldly desire, giving them a spiritual meaning in a physical body. Religions with different names would consider that spiritual attainment as God's state, a living God, an angel, a bodhisattva, an arahant, or a Buddha. Cosmic spirituality is a sacred reality, therefore, there are many more sacred realities in cosmic spirituality than those in sacred designations. The spiritual attainment of realization is sacred, and the person who realizes his spirit while living physically is considered a sacred, realized spirit Synosure. A sacred spiritual Cynosure is aware of his consciousness between the two worlds, namely the spiritual world of the fourth dimension and the physical world of the third dimension. As a cosmic parent, a realized, emergent spirit Cynosure is not to be mistaken by other spiritual entities in the current religious system beliefs. It's a spiritual Cynosure of the sacred attainment. That spiritually attained person becomes a realized spirit Cynosure, the parent of the cosmic spiritual reality regardless of the physical world orders of the physical body, genderism, physiologic, philosophy, and religious system designations. As so, a sacred realized spirit Synosure is naturally a sacred spiritual cosmic parent who can parent another spiritual child and spiritual children on their cosmic spiritual cultivation journeys to become and transform into their spiritual sacredness and enlightenment. The realized, emergent spirit Synosure on meditation and life. Since I have fully realized my spirit, I can now announce that I have become a cosmic parent. I have gotten the experience of merging my spiritual energy body with my physical body. While meditating, my third eye is the concentration point of meditation. The spiritual emergence I live in is a conjoined consciousness living off my energy, the sentient being as all of the worldly sentient is yours new of yourself. On my daily meditation, the first thing that matters is to maintain my energy levels so I can perform at my best throughout the day. Secondly, it helps to generate more energy throughout my body so I can grow stronger. On life. It's the third spiritual eye, a sacred spiritual cosmic point where I can access the sacred world from and when needed to answer spiritual inquiries, connections, and explorations. I am speaking of the consciousness of the sacred energy flow in my attainment of spiritual realization. It's similar to the flow of water, a steady stream running down a hill. I can feel the intensity of the flow and its direction as well. It's like it's running within my body, every drop so steady that I can feel it run through. It's just within, as I have merged with the electrical energy flow, the spiritual energy body with the physical body. I live as a whole in the most sacred state, the state of sacred spiritual cosmic nature. The spiritual emergence. Continuous practice of meditation and spiritual cultivation practice over the successive spiritual emergence. You will be able to realize your spirits which will help you live a fulfilled life. Once the electric energy starts to flow from your forehead, just like your bloodstream, you will begin to carry the flow within your body, and it will become a part of your life soon. You would always be in control of your thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Don't worry about losing restraint on the whirlpool of energy generated from the third eye contact point. It will always lie in an integral part of your forehead. You will be able to live a life according to your needs and wishes once you become a cosmic parent. There will be no limits to what you can and cannot achieve. The world will be your oasis, and only you can decide how you wish to live your life. Moreover, you can impart deep knowledge of spiritual cosmic to your children on their spiritual journeys to spiritual wisdom, love, and compassion. In its final stage, the third spiritual eye will empower you to achieve the great good in life. You would understand yourself better and be in full control of your emotions regardless of the life you choose to reincarnate. You will be able to live an active spiritual life and observe life in its true spiritual cosmic nature from within. This way, you would be on your journey to spiritual evolution fast. Chapter 2. Worship, Faith, Prostration and Spiritual Cosmic Nature. Faith. Faith is a mind of belief and trust. When you trust someone blindly, you can say you have faith in them. For instance, you have faith in God or like some of your friends whom you love dearly. Now faith not only stems from trust, but your sincerity, loyalty, and depth of character also cause others to have faith in you. While faith has various definitions in different realms and religion, it's a completely different thing. Faith in religion is something that's taken for granted the most. You can have conditional faith not only in someone close to your heart but also in someone who may be in power. For instance, many people have faith in Trump. They expect him to be fair and just in running the United States of America. However, this faith is contingent on how well he performs or how responsible he is towards taking care of his people. Also, this power of his is conditional. It will cease someday when some other president gets elected. It's sometimes outside the human capacity to understand faith completely. It has a profound power that takes years to develop. Sometimes this kind of trust goes beyond your ability to recognize because you just don't know what the outcome is going to be. But somehow, faith in religion is different because it was created thousands of years. That's the religion's faith, the strongest and oldest faith we have in the world now. For instance, the longest and oldest religion now is Hinduism, back over 10,000 years. The second longest is Muslim, and the third longest is Buddhism, which dates back over 2,500 years. Then there has been Christianism for over 2,000 years, as you know. For Christians, it has many branches like Catholic, Protestant. Similarly, Buddhism also has many different branches, like Hinayana, the original branch of Buddhism, then the newer branch called Mahayana. Hinayana, the original Buddhism branch, can be found nowadays in Cambodia, Laos, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, as well as India. Others like China, Vietnam, Japan, and Taiwan belong to Mahayana Buddhism, and we also have Tibetan as another branch of Buddhism. Tibet Buddhism is still Mahayana Buddhism. However, Tibetan Buddhism has a higher structure compared to Hinayana than other Mahayana Buddhism. Hinayana Buddhism normally has an extremely complex management structure. For example, Thailand's Hinayana Buddhism has a highly competent structure. They have a monk king who will manage everything throughout the structure. Coming back to discussing faith and religion, we, as children, adopt religion that our family follows. It's something that has been embedded in their minds for a long time. Although their mind wanting to switch to another religion, after growing up, they would always stay close to the religion taught by their family. Therefore, it gets difficult for them to adopt another religion later in life. If your parents follow Hinduism, you are going to be Hindu for the rest of your life. If the parents are Christians, they are going to stay Christians for the rest of their life. Also, it's completely normal to have families follow different traditions. For instance, my uncle follows Buddhism, is quite different from his wife's family, which follows Christianity. When they decided to get married, they were aware of the fact that their faiths would become a hurdle in their way. However, after fighting for many years, they were able to tie the knot. Both of them didn't want to change their religion, so they decided not to let their faiths get into their marriage life, and it didn't. As parents, they decided that if the wife bears a son, he would be a Buddhist, while if she bears a daughter, she would be a Christian. The kind of religion a child inherits solely depends on their parents. They can make informed decisions about what religious path they would follow, or maybe they can also leave this decision up to themselves. Trust. What about trust? Normally you would say trust must be built. It's not given. But did you know in reality, trust in religion is deep-rooted, and it was built a long time ago before now? For many religions, it has been built for thousands of years. Well, of course, there are some good, and there are some bad experiences in the past that you can see clearly in books nowadays. However, the essential point here is about faith. I would say something about religious faith. Most people don't ever change their religion or faith in their religions, especially Christian Catholicism. It's tough to change their mind, no matter what. Even though some don't often go to church, they always present themselves as Catholic. Even though they are supposed to go to church every weekend. But they don't go that often. Maybe they would attend it once or twice a year. Also, some Buddhists behave likewise. They don't even go to the temple for years, but they always present themselves as Buddhists when asked. It's just because their parents are Buddhists, and they are told they are also Buddhists like their parents. So, what kind of faith are they truly practicing here? It's difficult to say. It's kind of like a tradition that your children may follow. Faith comes from the heart and true belief. Afterward, faith in a religion, I would say, is significant because if you don't have faith in a religion, then you don't have any religion, and you are not a member of any of them. For instance, if you don't have faith in Christianity, you would never present yourself as a Christian. However, it isn't always the case, as I often go to churches when not mass time to meditate. I encourage people if they are spiritual practitioners and practice meditation. When you would try to go to church when you meditate in church, you will progress faster. You can go into deeper meditation than you go to temples to meditate. Because the sounding churches, when there are no people, it's extremely quiet and full of intense spiritual energy connection, while temples are often filled with people who love to talk and chit-chat, sometimes with too many statues that can distract your concentration. That fact is very interesting. Prostration, worshipping, and respect. Prostration, worshipping, and respect are intertwined. When we pay our respects to the divine power in a specific position, we are in a state of prostration. This whole act is an act of worship. Prostration can have different meanings in Buddhism and other religions. In Thailand, Buddhist prostration postures involved going down on your knees with your forehead touching the floor. This position is repeated 3 times. This is an act of worship for the Buddha and the monks. In Vietnam, China, or Mahayana Buddhism, while standing, people may just put 2 hands together in a lotus posture low by the chest, moving up and down 3 times, which is much faster and simpler. For Tibetan, they have the most serious prostration postures. Prostration is performed by dropping the body forward and stretching its full length on the floor with arms outstretched. Then you are supposed to bring the hands together and place them on the crown of the head, the mouth, and lastly, the heart. I had a chance to go to India and Nepal years ago. When I was in Bodh, India, I saw a Tibetan woman with a prayer bean chain. She was just praying Om Mani Padme Hum repeatedly and prostrating by lying down completely on the floor. It was an amazing experience to witness such a strong faith. It was just like you totally do the aerobics and work hard on your abs. It's mind-blowing. That's why I could see that many Tibetans have good body shapes. Probably you all should do that, and it's good for your health. I had another chance to talk to one of my aunts. She is a Mahayana Buddhist, and she told me that one time she paid a visit to a Hinayana temple in Vietnam, and she saw many Buddhists there prostrate to a monk, just like Thai people's prostration. It's only one way Buddhists would prostrate to a monk, but normally monks do not prostrate back. She just rejected it right away, and she said, "Oh no, I'm not going to do that." Because her faith and belief system are so different. Mahayana believes and practices its tradition of worshipping monks and lay people is much more conventional, like the greeting of lay people. It's also more of a two-way technique. They would greet each other. Monks and nuns would prostrate back to lay people. While Thai people have a deeper Buddhist greeting culture, Thai people, of course, do not do deeper prostration to one another, but they do put 2 hands together as a lotus posture, moving it up and down by the chest to greet one another just like the Mahayana Buddhists and monk nun greets each other. It's also called way. People do prostrate during greeting and saying goodbye to each other, and even older people would greet back to younger people in the same way with all respect. It can show us the difference in faith. Buddhism practice in Thai is much deeper than those of Vietnamese Mahayana Buddhists. And that integrates deeply into Thai culture. That strong faith of Thai people in Buddhism, the trust in Thai Buddhists is given as faith, and they take it for granted through the religion. Though that's just the surface, nonetheless, we go to the core of faith and why it is. Worshipping and respect in faith. Faith is crucial, but worship can never be left behind. They both need to run parallel with each other. As discussed before, prostration is a form of worship. It's how one shows respect to their teacher or master, their sacred spiritual leaders, and their God. Whenever you visit a temple, you prostrate in front of the statue. In this position, you are kneeling in front of a higher power. When you touch the ground, you are submitting yourself to divine power. When you go to a Buddhist temple, you prostrate to the Buddha statue. You go to church to prostrate to the Jesus statue. That means you lower yourself. You know that there is somebody higher than you, then you put yourself down in prostrating, and that is why your forehead has to touch the ground. Your forehead is the self here, and you are offering yourself to the Buddha. Your body touches the ground. You merge with Mother Earth. Then you are at the selfless state at that point. 2 meanings can be derived when prostrating in front of somebody. Firstly, let's see. In Mahayana Buddhism, in Christian churches, when you prostrate to a monk, a nun, or clergy, they will prostrate back to you. That shows friendliness and respect for one another with selflessness practice. This prostration posture doesn't involve kneeling. On the contrary, in Hinayana original Buddhism, a lay person would be under their knees, prostrating to a monk to show his respect to Buddhahood. This is where he puts away his pride and kneels in front of his master. Monks in Hinayana won't respond to the kind of prostration to lay people because they assume they represent the enlightenment of Buddhahood. There was a time when my mom and I were staying in a hotel in Bangkok, Thailand. My mom had a picture of me taken during my monkhood. She got it framed and put it near her bed. While we were out one morning running some errands, our maid came to clean the room. She had put the frame on a higher shelf to show her respect. We found this ad and put the frame back in its original position. The next day, our maid placed it on the top shelf. This shows how much respect she had for monks in her heart. When you worship and prostrate to somebody, it shows that you are giving respect to those important people. You are willing to give yourself away and are losing or putting your ego self lower to them at that moment. Though not everyone would see and do that, they may say, "I don't do that. It looks ridiculous to the spiritual leaders, spiritual founders, Buddha, or God." That's because their ego selves and spiritual ignorance are too high and thick, so it prevents them from doing that. However, truly faithful spiritual followers and practitioners would take it as an honor to show their respect, trust, and a strong will to follow the wisdom of their spiritual beliefs. To make them a better person or in some way better for their life, their faith in their religion is high. In some movies, there are some scenes you see people often yell, like on your knees. It's normal to humiliate others. You would feel if you were about to be treated such, you would lose yourself, and you would feel humiliated. However, you won't feel the same when your ego isn't fragile. If the person had to be on his knees in front of an oppressor, the action is just feeding the greed and ego self of the oppressor. It makes the oppressor even worse as he coerces another to worship him so that he doesn't deserve to be respected as such. It would just feed his ego. Even though in religion's world, the religious followers, and in their good faith, would worship and prostrate deeply to their spiritual leaders as monks, nuns, or clergies. As I said before, by such worshipping, the followers take their chances to practice selfless lessons. However, it's different for the spiritual leaders themselves. Monks and clergies often have high respect for their gods, which means they have a higher ego and a greater sense of entitlement. By taking part in being worshipped and prostrated, they understand the activities they encounter with their followers are to be benefited from their spiritual practice of themselves. This provides an opportunity for the followers to swallow their pride and understand the teachings on a deeper level. Otherwise, such acts of worship of the followers would just paint a colorful picture the leaders can use to feed off their egos. This goes against the spiritual fundamentals that include keeping their ego in control. Thus, if those spiritual leaders, monks, nuns, and clergies are ignorant by accepting those worshipping gestures without spiritual wisdom, they create karma and delusional, building their walls thicker. Understanding and practicing spirituality. Back to the spiritual practice. When you want to practice spirituality, that's the pathway to liberation, the spiritual liberation journey without any religion involved. I am talking about the journey a seed takes to grow into a fruit blissfully. A journey an infant takes into becoming an adult. It helps us to remove arrogance and egos through practice. Through spirituality, we remove hatred in ourselves. We learn to let go of the things that have been holding us for a long time. When we open our minds, spirit, and heart to new perspectives, we learn to forgive others. We become more calm, empathetic, and driven toward our goals. We learn to depend on no one but sacred spiritual cosmic nature and under sacred cosmic parents' guidance, who are mighty. As we are aware, Mother Earth gives us life, water, air, fire, fruit, food, and everything else. We all come from the earth, and when we die, we will be back on Earth. So, we become closer to nature. Then we learn to live like our Earth's mother. The parents loved us unconditionally because it was the way to help us create and generate compassion. As we know, without understanding, we can't live the right way, and if we can't love rightly, we can't have compassion. Practicing spirituality is looking after your cultivation, and what you realize spiritually for your attainment is selfless. However, if you practice with the self, that is the blind, the greed, the temptations, and the ego. Why does this happen? Because you want to achieve the God mind state, you want to live in a heaven state. However, heaven state doesn't know you because it doesn't have the I. There is no such I or you. We are quite similar to this notion, aren't we? Therefore, when you practice spirituality, remove the I from it, and when you will do that, your pride, ego, and selfishness will remove on their own. Chapter 3. Cosmic Spiritual Nature, Mother Earth. The biorobotic body. We are born in this world just to die one day. Our bodies are like vessels carrying life in them. A bottle that is responsible for keeping a life intact for years. A system that acts as a protective outer shield that keeps you away from harm. We use this vessel to enhance our spirituality. This vessel is sacred. It requires love, attention, and value. Our bodies have been considered a collective product of wisdom for billions of years. Our Earth is 4.5 billion years old. and our culture is around 20,000 or 30,000 years old, but we have just reached a level of civilization. It means that this is the highest level of development. We happen to be a part of our Earth spirituality, and it has just become a part of cosmic spirituality. Earth spirituality and evolution. We keep consuming all life resources the Earth has selflessly given to us. Is this what we were put on Earth to do? We keep eating away every precious this planet has to offer without any remorse. Has it ever occurred to us what kind of damage we are causing? Have we stepped back for a second and wondered what will be the end of this? Even though we are in the midst of a global crisis, we still fail to show our concern for this planet. Climate change continues to increase, causing chaos and natural disasters in this world. We need to step up and accept reality so we can face the cans. If we don't take control of it anytime soon, we are going to regret getting hit by karma. We need to learn our lesson. It's the only way to build faith in our Mother Earth. By being completely aware of our consequences, we must remain ethical and exhibit behavior on moral conduct. We must always be conscious in whatever we do. Causing more harm to our planet will always create chaos. If you view the stats regarding the emission of harmful gases being released in the air, then you will realize the intensity of the damage. No wonder there have been an increasing number of droughts, floods, and wildfires occurring all over the world. This number keeps blowing the charts everywhere, showing no signs of stopping. We can at least become wary of plastic waste. Instead of dumping it in the ocean, we can utilize intriguing ways to recycle it so our marine life no longer suffers from agony. If we only had stopped littering or could have thought of a better way to dispose of trash, especially plastic, our world would be free from the damage plastic has been causing. Our marine life is on the verge of losing its value. There are millions of sea turtles and marine animals dying. I believe the violation and abuse of innocent animals play a significant role in the suffering. Through the use of modern technology, we need to come up with ingenious ways that can help us make this world a better living place. Finally, we will evolve. No matter what happens, we will evolve, and that is how evolution will work. Due to our current technology, we are in the process of seeing, learning, and developing our new vision, as we call it, God's Eye. The sacred God, a spiritual cosmic parent eye. I had a chance to visit the town called Thanh in southern Vietnam many years ago. There was a local religion there called Cao Dai. When I visited their temple, I was gobsmacked by what I was witnessing. People there believed in every spiritual entity. They had statues of Buddhas, Jesus, Hanuman, and even figures that the Chinese believed in. As I made my way toward the center, I saw a large eye which, upon asking, I was told was God's eye. I understood they are wary of God's eye, which is always watching. The eye of the seeing everything, it knows all our secrets, and nothing is hidden from it. We must always remain cautious of our actions. We must always strive for the greater good, no matter how much effort we need to put in. When we fight for goodness and seek courage, then God never lets us down. This is exactly what is expected from us. We shouldn't let fear, anger, and negativity ruin us from doing what's good. We should work on creating peace for our environment rather than fighting wars. Our Mother Earth has had enough of our violence. Other new civilizations are preparing themselves to replace us in no time. I believe there have been many other civilizations that have come in the past before us, but they did not have the magnitude of damage that we have. These civilizations were also responsible for creating one of the avant-garde technologies in the entire world. For instance, in the ancient pyramids in Egypt, the Khmer Cambodia, and the Mayan in South America, the tools and supplies that were used to create these structures were way ahead of their time. They were built with such intricacies that they remain intact even today. Even all these years, nothing has been able to take them down. So why aren't the buildings of the new age destructible? When did we stop striving for greatness? I believe we should all compare the old times with the modern age and draw an analysis to shape a brighter future. Individual spiritual liberation. Religion is a social-cultural system of designated morals, beliefs, practices, ethics, and prophecies followed by a large group of people. It's nearly impossible to make thousands of people practice spiritual ritual liberation regardless of their will. If one wishes to seek spiritual cultivation, then only that person deserves to learn it. An individual who wishes to bring change need to concentrate on themselves to liberate themselves from everyday habitual routine and break the pattern. Only then can they practice mindfulness and uphold some kind of morals. Our society's morals are not enough. They are too lax. We have to adopt more religious morals, ethics, and standard from religions. Before attaining spiritual liberation, one ought to attain religious liberation. It means every action should be religious. You can say, I'm a very religious person. Being a religious person doesn't mean you have to associate yourself with any group. A religious person adopts and upholds some religious standards, as I mentioned above. For instance, a Buddhist would believe in some standards of Buddhism, for instance Four Noble Truths, Eightfold Path, 5 Precepts, and so on. For monks, there are strict rules that they need to follow. I'm not sure if they all follow those rules strictly as they are supposed to. But as a spiritual practitioner and a cultivator, one shouldn't care about that. On the spiritual journey, a spiritual cultivator just has to follow his master's teaching and guidance with all heart, mind, and determination, and then he can reach a higher position in his spiritual journey. Humans, an intelligent biorobot species. Once we start practicing meditation, it will help us dive deeper into ourselves. All our doubts and delusions will begin to sway away. We will be in complete control of our thinking and emotions. How much science has learned about the human body and cures for sickness is still a mystery. Let's look at the current COVID-19 situation, heart diseases, diabetes, and even cancer. Those common sicknesses are taking millions of lives every year, and our science hasn't been able to find a cure yet. Though we have medications that can lessen the effect of our illnesses, they fail to cure many chronic diseases. By diving deep into cosmic meditation, our body follows an autobiotic response that takes control of our body away from us. For instance, you may think you can hold and control your breath, but for how long is a question? 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes of practicing? If you stop breathing for 5 minutes, you will probably end up in a coma. But if someone tries to choke you, then you might lose the fight and die. However, if that's not the case, then your body will try to regain consciousness again after receiving trauma. Another example could do when somebody drowns and CPR is performed on them. Their body works automatically to gain consciousness. This is how naturally our bodies are made. We are all auto-biorobots. The automatic biorobot and its selfless nature. As discussed earlier, human beings have 12 to 14% control by themselves, and the rest 86% is given to nature. However, in the case of an auto-biorobotic system, its building is based on a perfect integration working mechanism of understanding and harmony according to the cosmic spiritual sacredness. Let's talk about the vaccine. Even though we create a lot of vaccines, every vaccine we inject into our body, we are activating our body's immune system. We codify the virus and the vaccines, and once injected, the immunity system recognizes the potential virus to pose a threat to the body. The immunity system creates antibodies to attack and kill the virus. The immune system learns about the nature of the virus after defeating it. This information is later used to protect the body from a similar virus. This is a long process, but somehow our body adapts to it. Let's talk about self-love and compassion. There are many out there who have died because of a virus getting inside their body and destroying their healthy body cells. For instance, when a person comes out to be COVID positive, the virus attacks the respiratory system by causing cells to multiply. When this happens, the immune system detects the virus and sends a signal to the system to self-destruct to protect the other healthy cells. In such cases, the infected people keep dying because of the disruption caused by body functions. Now just imagine how much love and compassion our body has for each other. The cells aren't selfish. If they are damaging to the body, they ought to self-destruct. It can always develop through mutation by multiplying itself as much as it can. Sometimes, our bodies can do self-harm in the form of cancer at the first stage of infection. As we all know, there is no cure for cancer to this day. Have you ever wondered how our cell knows when to self-destruct? How can excessive mutation of it affect other healthy cells? It's a defensive system of sacrifice with great compassion in its cosmic mechanism of evolution. Pure compassion is already inside of us. We are a part of cosmic love and compassion. Everything in us is a part of our cosmic nature. All those capabilities have been given to us to survive. This is why we should not use our bodies or mind to harm others. We have to use our potential to develop benevolence and spiritual wisdom to live in harmony with others. From the point of civilization, of course, without any defensive mechanism, we wouldn't have a country today. Why have we divided ourselves into separate countries? Why do we have to live separately from each other? Have you ever pondered upon that? Since we all have distinctive philosophies, ideologies, religions, and cultural values, we have to live in separate countries. Each country's military acts as a defensive mechanism to ensure law enforcement, protect from enemies and fight against opposing power. These defense mechanisms have been built out of fear of greed from other parties so that we are able to survive and evolve in the future. So, is greed a good thing, Master? If greed is manipulated in a way that everyone can benefit from, it is a good thing. However, if it's used to bring harm to others, it can be an extremely harmful thing. For instance, people like Putin never wish to step down. I read this morning that he just passed a law that would allow him to remain president all his life. How long is his life? What will happen when he dies? That is greed. He only thinks about himself, and he doesn't think about the country. Just like in China, they would give the power to Xi Jinping to pass the law that he would be the chairman all his life. What about the next few years if someone tries to take him down and someone rises to his position? What will happen to the rest of his citizens? Will these countries still stay in power? When we achieve everything that's fair in God's eye, then our lives become beautiful, empowering us toward a more secure and safe future. Chapter 4: Spiritual Cosmic Compassion Nature. Faith, Wealth. Spiritual compassion nature. When you are a religious follower, your master, teacher, or preacher will teach you about faith, as well as the ways of religious practices. They are going to ask you to follow it. You practice as their guidance, and you pray to the founders for help when needed, as it has always been important since the creation of each religion. Religions nowadays are reaching far the largest number ever in human history. There are billions of people, including lay people, monks, and nuns belonging to different religions, such as Buddhists, Christians, Muslims, and Hindus. However, all of the enlightened spirits were their founders, whose number remains the same to this day. In practice to spiritualization, I would teach you to understand your body naturally and dig deeper into the inner self and mind. We are going into the robotic nature body. Our body is biorobot in nature because it has a great responsibility to control and maintain the entire physical body functions properly for our own healthy living being's sake. However, since humans have been blessed with more intellect, this makes us possess more control than animals. At the same cosmic time, the human mind also has the capacity to self-destruct. Normally, a person commits suicide because of various emotional reasons. People stop being compassionate to themselves. It's not that spiritual wisdom. People commit suicide because they become heartbroken. They kill themselves to end their lives and to escape the negative emotion of sorrow. Sometimes, people kill others because others are ignorant, causing negative emotions of hatred, disgust, and anger. They think that we can't escape their own problems, so they blame others for their own ignorant behavior driven by anger and anger. Like the Japanese in World War II, when the Japanese fought with the Americans, they thought that they couldn't survive long more infighting, and what they did was collide their planes into the American ship, and they died together with the Americans. That was suicidal, and that is not compassion. It's a war machine in the underdeveloped human world. Sticking to the main topic, when you go deep into our robotic body-mind nature, it will prevent you from doing that because it doesn't trust your capability to take control of your own mind and how much you can actually control your own consciousness part. The cosmic mother nature creates you as you know through billions of years of experience. Now, they will not let you die easily by yourself, except external factors. External factors or things can kill you, but you can't kill yourself without using external factors. Aside from humans, you can never see a dog, a cat, or any other animal jumping into the pool to kill itself intentionally because of a broken heart. You don't see that. You don't see a dog die because his partner went away. You never see a cat kill itself because it lost its babies. However, in humans, we do see them committing suicide, sometimes caused by some trauma or abuse. They would usually do it by jumping from a bridge, hanging from the ceiling, shooting themselves, self-inflicting pain with a knife, but all the actions are borrowed from external factors to commit suicide. This is not done by our cosmic physical mechanism of survival, as your body won't allow itself to kill itself by nature. For example, you can't kill yourself by stopping your breathing. If you try to stop breathing, you can't do it until you die. You can do it to some certain level. Then your biorobot will take back control without your knowledge and bypass your consciousness. Let's say you can try to stop breathing to a level that you fall into a coma. You will lose consciousness. But then your body will work itself and recover to your normal function, and by then that you will awake again and see that you can't die yet by that action. You can't die of malnutrition, as in a time of falling into a coma. If someone helps to feed you, your body will just recover without your permission. But now you are trying to gain control spiritually, not talking about taking control of physical biomechanism. That is still the level of physical control. Now we are talking about taking self-control to integrate our body with the spiritual energy body. First, to gain that, you must be able to go deep enough to meet the wall between consciousness and subconsciousness. There is a wall, but the question remains whether you can break the wall or not. There are many layers in the wall itself that lie by each other. Once you can break the wall, you will start to get back some supernatural abilities like being able to control, develop and integrate yourself through your own energy flow with your physical body. That's when getting back your spiritual body control, you will truly understand and know how your own sacred permanent body is, and it's your true self-realization. If you are into books, I recommend Journey to the East. Then you can see a lot of monks in the Himalayas. They could do a lot of crazy things, and they must have broken many deep walls in their minds, and with body practices, they gained greater control of their minds and body. But before that, you need to have enough spiritual wisdom to prove to Mother Earth who created us with billions of years of experience. And so if you want to get back control, you must have the capability to handle it. Not going there and not knowing what you are doing, then you could become crazy. Spiritual wisdom cultivation is extremely important in spiritual realization practice. You need to remove your worldly ignorance, understand your emotions, and develop strong, compassionate nature. Though ignorance can never be completely removed, every end of ignorance is enlightenment. So, you are encouraged to practice and cultivate spiritual wisdom at your best. You need to gain enough wisdom so that later you can be prepared to deal with your own tricky mind attacks, your own subconsciousness tortures and interrogation, and its judgment. Religion and its traditions. I tell you a story about Tibet. It's very difficult for a disciple to be accepted to be received by Master. The Master will technically have 1 or 2 trusted students or disciples, at most 3 to 4 students. They believe that if the students succeed and behave well, that is exceptional, but if the students commit an act of misconduct, karma will hit them in the face. That is the point that makes them not receive many students. Those Tibetan masters would teach their disciples to cultivate Buddhism inclusive of philosophy and meditation and practice some special techniques to go deep inside their minds to learn about their true inner selves. As they still have a lot of ignorance and greed, they need to root out those negativities and overcome them. If the students achieve spiritual ability, they use that supernatural ability wisely to benefit all sentient beings refraining from abusing the sacredness. They can use it for their personal interest of enriching their wisdom and advancing their cultivation path as well as helping others, that is to use the attainment for good personal interest of developing their own compassion. But they should not use it for bad purposes, not for cosmic parent purpose, not to gain and manipulate in any harmful ways. Wealth accumulation in spirituality. Accumulation of wealth is not something to look down upon, but if you accumulate wealth and lose yourself in it, that is something you need to worry about. You accumulate wealth to advance your spirituality more and learn that emptiness is fine. If you are a poor person, and you probably have never owned millions, then talking about being empty is meaningless. On the contrary, if you are a billionaire, losing 10 grand will teach you what a void truly is. On the other hand, many religious people nowadays use their prestigious image to try to accumulate wealth by asking for donations and collecting easy money without understanding how to make hard-earned money. If they have utilized their religious image to ask for donations to provide for themselves and not to enrich their own spiritual cultivation, it's to fulfill their ego. They hardly ever learn or train their mind spiritually. Rather they think about their own comfort. They want to be recognized through their ostentation without caring about fulfilling themselves from the inside. Becoming a billionaire isn't a crime. However, utilizing your money to build yourself spiritually is what truly matters. Falling victim to ignorance, greed, negativity, or spiritual blindness is something that can destroy you as a person. No money can buy your inner spiritual wisdom or individual spiritual realization. For example, the owner of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, makes so much money every year, but his money is of no use because it's not helping him build himself spiritually. However, most people who possess large wealth also tend to possess higher taste and not commit petty things. They aim for bigger objectives and goals. Back to Buddhism. Gautama, the latter who achieved Buddhahood in his spirituality, gave up the enormous and luxurious life he was entitled to hold and possess. He had everything materially from his father king's enormous wealth, who was willing to offer him the throne and the entire kingdom, yet Gautama turned it away. Thus, if Gautama was asked to do a petty thing, he wouldn't do it. Doubts versus faith. Self-doubting kicks in when you lack touch with your spiritual self. When you are unable to fully understand yourself, your mind starts creating doubts out of nowhere. You can think of it like a fence, a boundary that becomes a hurdle in your path to achieving something great. If you listen, trust and stop, then you can't go any further. You are unable to achieve whatever you plan in life. All your dreams, hopes, and goals are put on hold because of it. But have you ever wondered what lies behind this spiritual world? What is truly trying to get to you behind this wall? Is it your faith? Your persistence and practice? Your resilience? Well, it's a mixture of everything. How amazing would it be to have access to all these wonderful things without having any second doubts in your mind? Once you move past this wall and break it down with your power and truth, then you will be closer to achieving everything you have dreamed of. For example, in some of the shows I saw, there was a guy who was digging for treasure underground. All he had was a map with some instructions written on it. He burned the midnight oil digging deep into different parts of the earth to find the treasure. After working relentlessly, when he couldn't find anything, he told himself, "There is nothing there. It's just fake treasure and a fairy tale." So, he finally gave up and left. But he had no clue the treasure was. He tried to dig days and nights into the earth. He kept digging from one room to another down there, until the last wall. There was a little wall that remained before the hidden treasure room, but he was so tired, discouraged from endless digging for too long, and exhausted of resources too. He told himself there is nothing there, it's just fake treasure and a fairy tale, so he gave up and left. Though he did come very close, and if he just broke the last wall, the treasure would just be right there in the last room. But he gave up and returned empty hands. You see, he lost his faith before he found the treasure. Thus, you must and have to learn and practice to prepare for that day arrives, and I will teach you how to prepare yourself to deal with it. If you don't have faith in my teachings only because you haven't fully understood them, then you are not ready. Things will become hard for you as you start doubting each and everything. Having doubts about the sacredness will only see things that you experience are true. Continuous doubting will pollute your mind, causing a growing suspicion in your master's teachings. This way, you will either give up early or stay in a delusional state of spiritual attainment which may trap you in the middle of reality as well as the spiritual world. You might even end up committing suicide, which is the worst. Then to prepare for this journey, you must develop strong faith in your spiritual path, practice and apply the spiritual teachings with discipline and determination to gain spiritual wisdom, love, compassion, and respect for the teachings. You know, even the highest level of faith has doubt. It takes courage to cling to the faith and restore it. As your doubts storm, no matter whether the Buddha or Jesus, you will doubt their attainment. You start distrusting everything because your own ignorant mind tells you to see falsification as your own truth. You will be talking to yourself alone as you were talking to some spiritual entities. These confusing thoughts will keep polluting your mind, even at the peak of your energy. While you try to break, it will stop you, and it's dangerous, too dangerous for you to go to take control when you are not capable of doing that. If you even doubt Buddha or Jesus, you doubt everybody. Your teacher, your master is nothing compared to in your own delusional world. If you can't get rid of this issue, you will end up living in it forever. So, that is why faith is important in the practice of spirituality. It's not stupid or blind to develop strong faith in spiritual practice. It will help you to practice the teaching by heart. You will be able to open up your mind and receive new teaching. You need to keep reminding yourself that you are a spiritually ignorant born in a spiritual world. You can only see and experience the third-dimensional world right now, but the world you want to live in and become a part of it is the fourth dimension. This includes the spiritual world that you know only as God, angels, and other sacred entities. That is where, why, and what you are seeking. You ought to develop your strong faith and prepare yourself by practicing the teaching at heart and mind. Chapter 5 Understand Desire's Reality of Spiritual Practices. Desire and Indulgence. In the basics of spiritual practices, the less expectation you have, the less suffering you will have to go through. Though on this spiritual journey, you are going to learn to remove all worldly desires. For instance, the desire to advance or get enlightened is the good one that you should be looking forward to achieving. This desire acts as a transport to bring your objective closer to you. Every lesson learned has to be experienced, and by that, I'm not teaching you Buddhism, I'm not teaching Christianity, I'm not preaching any kind of religion that brings you to be a member of it. I'm teaching you spirituality that is different. Cosmic spirituality is the final stage, but to reach this stage, you have to go through certain experiences. For this purpose, you will need to enrich your understanding. This is why I'm asking you to learn about Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam. Learn about other religions as much as you can. It doesn't mean you have to take them in or become a member or a follower. Let me say it like this: Buddhism teaches you to remove the desire, so you don't have to desire. Then you don't have to suffer, because when you don't desire anything, you don't expect anything, and of course, whatever the outcome is, you wouldn't suffer. But when you have a strong indulgence for something, a desire in you for that thing automatically emerges. For instance, if you want to indulge yourself with some ice cream, indulging in things like that is also a desire. But the kind of indulgence you want, meaning what flavor, that's totally dependent on you. If eating a specific type of ice cream doesn't fulfill your need, then you might get another one. If you mention ice cream in front of me, then I know which one I want. I would like to have a Häagen-Dazs at all times. But if I have been given an ice cream of a different brand, I won't like it. I don't think he will be happy having it. You see, because it has not met my expectation, then I'm suffering for it, and I'm suffering because my expectation for my desire is not satisfied. In spirituality, you would indulge your master's attainment, which you wish to achieve, and live in such a way. Before this, you only followed what you had been told instead of mastering what has been attained and how to be living only for God rather than this worldly life. Then you are going to follow his teaching, which you have never heard of before. That way is a very subtle way of indulgence. It's still a desire. I recommend you to read the book Journey to the East for the reason of giving you some kind of spiritual, sacred vision. There are God's minds, there are successfully attained enlightenment people in spirituality, and some individuals achieved supernatural spiritual ability. I chose it because it was written by several scholars from the UK. Therefore, it sounds more reasonable to you as a scholar too. If you have a bachelor's degree, I would consider you as a scholar. I am not into superstitions, but spreading Journey to the East is to let you know the world around you are sacred, so that is why you will have the desire to learn. Considering you know yourself is very raw, wild, and your spirituality is still wild, raw. You may know much about science, but science is not everything, though science is a part of leading you to correct views, a direct and faster way to understand your desires and indulgence at this level. Is the cause of suffering not desire itself but a discriminating mind? Desire is still the cause of suffering. Without the desire, how possible you want something, then when you want something specific, your mind is discriminating, and your experience will tell you what you want accordingly because you have some kind of expectations, and then the expectation will cause you to suffer if not met, or if met, it will bring you to the satisfaction. Since you are not a monk, a priest, or a clergy member, you are not required to uphold some kind of strict precepts or religious rules. In the beginning, while practicing spirituality and living your worldly life, I would encourage you to do everything you desire to want to do with a spiritual purpose because you need to experience satisfaction. Just as in life, if people don't feel satisfied enough, they will not stop seeking. However, if you are already or about to become a monk, a priest, or a clergy, it would be a fast way to train ethical standards for your mind. You will uphold a lot of good ethics, but as someone who only strives for worldly things, an ethical standard may be too lax. Compared to religious, ethical standards, which are higher, they are filled with more compassion without any concrete rules. In fact, it's not a rule because the religious act itself is already ethically right. Again, desire is the cause of suffering, so yes, you will suffer, but you will have to go through it. But that doesn't mean you keep expecting from people and places that have only caused you disappointment. If your desire for unreasonable things grows, you won't find comfort and happiness in anything. Depending on your level of wisdom, you may desire reasonability. Let's say knowledge is a good thing even though it's a never-ending process. You will never achieve the highest of cosmic knowledge. You see, our world's civilization has only been over 1,000 years compared to the cosmos, though this knowledge we know has been experienced and gathered by not only millions of people but billions of people in this world. You are the only one of those. You can't get all the knowledge, but you can desire more, which will help you get through. In Western education, we have bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees. These educational levels will help you to have a better view of the world. But in spirituality, if you are going to stick to those achievements, you are going to be a knowledge worm, and your spirituality will bring no benefit. So just use it as a vessel to go on your spiritual journey and let it take you to another side more effectively. Indulge in something and experience it. If the expectations are not met, you will face suffering. You need to learn a lesson from these sufferings, only that is how you will become wise. It doesn't mean to desire more. Though you have to suffer, that is the experience. It doesn't mean that everything you should do. There are some things you shouldn't do. For instance, in school, you learn about a lot of things that you won't experience in life. This is why you need to go to school. If you don't go to school, how are you going to get the exposure which is required to face this world? If you won't be wise yourself, how will you pass this knowledge to others? So, crave exposure and wisdom to achieve greater things in life. If we no longer desire something, then how will we learn? This is what's absolutely wrong with spirituality. Since, in this world, we only care about materialism, we get deeply influenced by it. We start to measure everything through certain physical standards, which are still ignorance, emotions, greed, lust, and egoism. If someone calls out on your spirituality and says demeaning things about it, if you react harshly, it simply means that the person has bruised your ego and your spirit is insignificant. People who are rich spiritually don't need to justify it to other people. They don't need to explain themselves. For novices who have started out exploring this divine realm, their mind might get contaminated by materialism. Its concept might hold a blurry spot in your mind and heart. This is the reason I am teaching you skills that will help you have better control of your worldly desires. I wish for you to eliminate worldly ignorance, selfishness, and ego from yourself and work towards being compassionate. When you start developing a desire for spirituality, you will ask for something more beneficial for yourself. But I believe there is no desire-free life. As humans, we are wired to wish for great things. Once your basic needs are met, your need for more starts to exist, and it's a never-ending story from there. Hence, we have many different ways to satisfy them spiritually. When we practice and attain a higher state of spirituality, then we will be able to enjoy our physical desires naturally. God will bless us in His own way. I have an example for you. When you desire to drink something, there will be a specific tea that you would like. You would know exactly who makes it the best or from what band it comes. Once you start consuming it, you will become a part of it. Now you may be drinking it because you need caffeine in your body, but sometimes you would drink it because you love it. I wouldn't say much about my own favorite tea. Nonetheless, I love drinking Japanese rice green tea, and I normally don't drink any other kind of tea. That is discrimination, isn't it? Though that preference, it's still somehow discrimination against other teas. From the indulgence of the specific tea, I know many kinds of tea, and it is wisdom in drinking tea. Everything we do, we know what we are doing with a good purpose, a spiritual purpose. That's such a beautiful thing. Everything seems like a hand on two sides. We think it's different, but it's still our hand. The only thing we need to know is to be awake. Relatively, Buddhism, which talks about awakening, means we know what we are doing. Then we have a different view of the world. We think everything is beautiful in itself, just like the desire for food and water that is the normal thing in life. It's beautiful. We have to eat no matter what. If we still exist in the form of physical human beings, then we have to consume in our own awareness. When I asked you to read more about the 8 Noble Truths in Buddhism, I wanted you to educate yourself on a lot of ethical standards. They talk about not killing, but we have not talked about that, like eating meat or vegetarian. Later on, I will tell you we have to be mindful of what we consume. Consuming the product is different from killing for food. That is the deeper part I would like to tell you about at a different time. There is much other basic knowledge you need to understand first. So, what is the difference between understanding a truth and just memorizing it? In spirituality, later on, we will be talking about the spiritual energy flow. This flow is the sacred flow inside yourself, and it is able to encode your knowledge and experience. It records bad and good deeds. Whenever you commit a sin or help someone, it will encode every single deed of yours. This is how you will develop and evolve completely. Now, let's talk about karma. When we experience karma, who is the one to blame? Is it us? Sometimes, yes. We know exactly what we have done to another person and the reason why we face such karma. The spiritual cosmic nature has given us an absolutely perfect ability to judge our actions fairly. However, to fully create memories in our life, we must live to experience them. It's good to understand different situations and their problems. This understanding works as a guideline for our future path. For instance, nowadays, when we visit Facebook or other websites, we will observe a lot of misunderstanding, hatred, and anger. Even the love and support you receive there is impartial. It only reflects one side or another accordingly to their own belief and experiences because the information they receive and respond to is limited in understanding. Think and relate to one of your true past experiences, or when you went out, and some people were trying to help you with something, but you didn't understand that. Instead of being thankful, you suspect their motive. You think they are harming you, so you react harshly to them. You excuse them for doing wrong to you, but in reality, they were caring for you. This way, you won't ever love someone because you will never understand. You are the one who must judge them. This is why karma is hitting you in the face. This is why it's necessary to understand every situation that you encounter because it leads to love. Love and compassion without understanding are incomplete. Only when we understand our love will it be bright, and our compassion is righteous. If spirituality is ultimate, is there any need for science? Spirituality and science go hand in hand with each other. If you don't have scientific knowledge, not being able to give logic to spirituality is similar to thinking of it as supernatural superstition. Therefore, whenever you experience some supernatural activity, you would be able to give reasoning to it. For instance, if lights begin to flicker in your room, then you may think it's happening due to a fault in the electricity network or in the insulation of the cable. Your mind won't jump to the conclusion thinking a ghost is causing the light to flicker. However, if you lack scientific knowledge, then you might think of this activity in a superstitious way. Science is a fact and follows logic and rational thinking. It has an entire world of its own. It aims to provide reasoning for every natural phenomenon that exists in this world. Spiritual cosmic nature is sacred and somewhat, which science hasn't been able to prove in its physical form yet. Science fails to give and provide humans with spiritual enlightenment, something you practice and feel. Spiritual phenomena can be explained with more practice and research. Thus, spiritual attainment is all about individual practices and accomplishment. Without science, you won't be able to get by in this world. Without understanding how the world works, how will you live in it exactly? How will you learn to drive? How can you provide a living for yourself? How can you become a pilot or a doctor? How can you develop reasoning and critical thinking? These are something that you need to think about. However, spiritual seeking is endless, and it's a road that will never end. The only thing that you need at the end is the spiritual realization of your true self, the spiritual realization of your own spirit within. Living in the city for a long period of time can make humans dependent on it. Once you become a part of it, there is no escaping the hustle and bustle of it. Finding peace while living in a house packed with people can be nerve-wracking. The buzzing sound of the lawnmower in the background, the voice of the news reporter on the TV, or the sound or roaring engines of the plane flying above can give you crippling anxiety. Finding a peaceful room to spend some time within yourself can be difficult, but that doesn't mean you need to go to a jungle to look for some peace to cultivate spirituality. Create a distraction-free place for yourself to practice meditation. If you don't have a spare room in your home, then find a corner in your home and make it a comfy place to relax. You always have ways to manage at your very own home. Spiritual happiness is a different perspective. It's unconditional happiness. Once you start meditating, you will be able to self-reflect and build a beautiful life for yourself. You will be able to build inner quality. You will look at people differently. You will witness your emotions untangling and finding purpose. Your stress or trauma will no longer fuel your mind with anger, fear, and humiliation. With conviction, it would be the best thing that could ever happen to you. When we merge with the spiritual energy body flow, we can see the beauty in everything. Once you are in sync with your body flow, you are able to see the beauty in people as well as in the world around you. When you begin to attract positivity in your life, you will be able to match with the energies around you. For instance, when you take a walk with nature, you can witness how flowers bloom and what part the sunlight, water, and wind play in it. Everything in this universe plays a part in helping the other bloom. It's like they are assigned their own role in the spiritual cosmic nature. Once you start seeing humans being as one and equal, there will be no racism, no hatred, and no inequality. Everyone would be treated with respect and integrity. Everyone's differences would be seen as one, and they won't be judged by it. At times, you might even begin to wonder why you didn't think about this before. You will live a life with a new mindset, a paradigm that's broad and advanced in tremendous ways. But you will still have different preferences regarding your relationships. I mean, we are still humans with different needs and wants. There will be times our emotions may get mixed up, just like a bartender whipping up a margarita or an exotic cocktail. Raising up levels of our spirituality will allow us to understand our emotions better and find solutions to our problems which would later resolve our conflicts, liberating our souls. Getting controlled by our emotions is the worst thing that could happen to us. They are misguiding, confusing, and lead us nowhere. Once we get a hold of them, we become the pilot of our own lives. We can steer it in any direction that fulfills our needs. Then we can see the beauty and nature of emotion, which the cosmic nature passes down to us as an intelligent species to not only survive but also to explore, develop our supernatural abilities and evolve into more sacred living beings. It helps us to come back to our sacred spiritual cosmic nature and become a sacred realized spirit Synosure, a cosmic parent. For instance, by living in a simple way, you will be able to keep your emotion and egoism in check, and this is why a cosmic spiritual cultivator may lead an enriching life. But that doesn't mean you have to give up on everything you love. While you are on this journey, it would be kind of a burden to put a hold on your luxury. Though, you should never let go of your passion with the spiritual purpose of advancing experience in life. You need profound experiences in your life to keep yourself thriving and full of energy. Without these experiences, you will hardly advance and enrich your life spiritually. While driving your life forward with the spiritual purpose, you will still experience sorrows and get frowned on for many things, but there is always a silver lining. Don't let even these negative experiences stop you from living your life to the fullest. Then, in the end, you will experience emptiness and impermanence after all. And from that, you will stop, or they will stop you. But if you don't go through those experiences, you wouldn't be able to learn and experience true life, or else you would just keep repeating and repeating desires, dreaming, and craving. In order to move ahead, you need passion in your heart and dreams to keep yourself satisfied fully. This is why I said that life could be amazing but perilous at the same time. You know, if you keep giving in to temptation, you must learn how to move from a terrible experience to detach when necessary. It's pertinent for you to adopt or uphold some religious standards. I have found it to be very beneficial in a spiritual journey to develop compassion and wisdom through standard religious practices. If you lack these moral values, then I suggest you adopt some of them without leaving your current religious practice. In every religion, there are some highly reputable godly figures which their follower practice. Always have immense respect for every religion, even if you don't believe in their faith. As a sacred realized spirit Synosure, I want to inform you that besides cosmic parents, there are gods and other sacred entities in our spiritual cosmic nature. Moreover, rather than those entities, they're genders that may not be necessarily identified as women or men. They are just sacred entities. Do not conflict with yourself while walking on this path. The goal of spirituality is not to eliminate desire yet. In human beings, desire will always be there, hence I'm not asking you to eliminate it, as you still have to follow the flow of life. If karma hits you in the face, accept it and learn from it. Once you succeed in realizing your own spirit, merge it with the spiritual inner energy flow. This way, you can progress better. It will take you on a new journey that's out to advance your physical and spiritual enlightenment. During this stage, you still have to go with the flow of life by upholding your spiritual standards and paying off the consequence caused by your karma. You may become aware of your own problems while you assess your situation and comprehend your emotions. By doing so, you will learn that solving your problems is difficult and that transforming into a whole new person while doing this requires more wisdom. In spiritual cultivation, cleansing your body of arrogance and fighting for wisdom is the first thing anyone should ever be working towards. You need to reflect on your suffering and your sorrow. If you wish to free yourself from your abrogating self, then take a leap of faith and start working on yourself. You will then find a solution. For instance, if you were an attractive person in the past but you have put on a lot of weight and have become obese, which lowers your self-esteem, then it's just your karma. If you do not wish to change yourself, then you must live through this suffering willingly and don't blame others if you are in the process. The only way you can turn this around is by working out a fitness routine that you will follow and removing fattening foods from your diet. With resilience and time, you will see how fast you recover from this unhealthy lifestyle and invest in a fitness routine that's life-changing. In life, there are people who chase the greater good, while some choose the easy way out of everything. Those who don't come out of their comfort zone never stay stuck in their life and fail immensely. They never learn how to learn from their behavior because they don't learn how to grow. Everything that has a beginning will always have an end, but it's important to be able to see the impermanent through the uncertainty. In the business world, many people have fulfilled their life to a level called self-actualization. To reach self-actualization, there are many levels that a person needs to climb. They must start from a lower level and then slowly make their way up to the higher one. For instance, your basic needs include food, shelter, and sex. With these unmet, your survival becomes intolerable. Next, come your security needs, which bring a sense of safety to you. These can be met through your family, loved ones, and your occupation. The next list of needs you need to satisfy are your social needs, your self-esteem needs, and lastly, your self-actualization needs. For some people, owning a luxury car matter. They might upgrade to higher-end models with the passage of time. Their social and self-esteem needs are met through owning luxurious cars. After these needs are met, they might think about self-actualization. At this stage, you may not only want to be a CEO, director, or chairman of a billion-dollar corporation, like Trump years ago. He actually has everything, but he wants to be the president of the United States. He was the most powerful person in the world, and for him, this was him meeting his self-actualization need. However, running after one thing tends to take a toll on you. Before he was president, he used to sleep on his golden bed like a kind and flew in private jets next to the most beautiful woman in this world, who was his wife. But after he became president, he got involved in some legal issues which impacted his personal and professional life. No longer satisfied with his life, he got lost, fighting for power blindly. He is still suffering to this day, as he got too attached to his past experience instead of letting go of it for his own mental peace. If he had a spiritual purpose in life, he would have never gotten through so much suffering. He will eventually realize one day that there is nothing more valuable in real life than peace. His winning the election to become president is impermanent. It was only for 4 years, not a lifetime. When he dies, he will be remembered as an ex-president, not as a running president. So, doesn't this bring you back to square one? What's actualization when you are feeling empty inside? Where no matter what you do, you haven't been able to fill that giant hole in yourself. Therefore, it's pertinent to have a spiritual purpose. Once you reach self-actualization, you will be satisfied with the highest expectation of desire, regardless of the outcome. You will view your emptiness as something invaluable. Nonetheless, without a spiritual purpose, with exceeding desires, when you are not satisfied by not meeting the expectation, then you will keep going back to repeat it. The spiritual purpose helps you to transform the experience into wisdom regardless of the outcome of your experience, because even if you go back to that same thing, you can only see that there is nothing worth following. But with your wisdom, you don't have the desire to achieve more. You will want to remain a simple person, and that is enough for you. It's because your spiritual level has truly grown. You've become wiser, and you know now how to satisfy yourself and still be happy. You will begin to understand life, will see through the dark times and recognize its beauty, embrace the different seasons, and enjoy all its colors in full glory. How can we feel fully satisfied with being wise only? When you begin to practice spirituality, you will begin to notice the success of other spiritual leaders who have come before us. You would be able to witness their paths in great detail. However, to be able to experience something truly extraordinary from a different angle, you need to view things from a broader perspective. While practicing, you may also achieve some success and benefits from the spiritual journey. You would feel happy and satisfied with your progress and understand how the leaders went through similar stages. Although you will not yet be able to experience the true enlightenment that the Masters felt, it is important you are happy with yourself, you realize what you need and advance further. So, it depends on your progressive ability because you don't have the ability to reach that level. There is a glass ceiling. It means that you can see the attainment, but you aren't able to attain it yet. It is still a glass ceiling for you. You can only see the final enlightenment stage. In worldly desire, Let's just say very simply, when our needs and wants, which one do you think is superior? In life, we want everything, but do we need all that we want? However, people always desire something, but they may not need it, and that can cause suffering. For example, you want a Rolls-Royce, and if you ask me if I want a Rolls-Royce, I will say yes. But in reality, I don't really need it because, considering my financial status, I don't have money to buy it either. I would consider it if I won the lottery or ran a successful business. Talk about rich people like Trump when he was in his 20s, or 40 to 50 years ago. He didn't have a Rolls-Royce, even though he wanted, but he couldn't afford one because he was still a young guy. All the wealth belonged to his father, or he hadn't been successful in his business yet. But decades later, after success in business, he not only had a Rolls-Royce, but he also owned a private jet. So, not only does your finance matters, but your hard work and experience also counts. So, thinking about spirituality is much further than just possession. It's spiritual realization attainment, depending on how far your cultivation progresses at each stage, that allows you to see the reality of the physical world and experience the spiritual world altogether as a whole and differently. Master, talk in the past about how superstition is beneficial for beginners and going on the spiritual path because it helps with faith. So, once we get enriched in spirituality, we are no longer superstitious. Is that correct? Faith is an important aspect that binds all spiritual practices together. Without it, your spirituality is incomplete. Once you develop a strong faith, your belief in supernatural ability rises because you see your master exercising it, following it, living in it, and will bring you spiritual enlightenment as his. However, when you start progressing, you need to see the different sides of superstition, although it only matters at some level of spirituality. The case is similar to karma. Before, people didn't understand their karma, and they would hardly see their bad behaviors. They may not be able to recognize their bad behavior or judge it, but they may only care about their own benefit. Especially in our society, our human society, not everybody has the same education. People would view things differently. When we speak of knowledge, it's relevant to education, but no matter how much knowledge you attain, if you aren't able to delve into its spirituality, then nothing works. You need to develop and give a deeper meaning to life. Superstition fosters faith. In Christianity, most people believe that Jesus could walk on water without drowning, but in reality, this is seldom true. Knowing Jesus was a human, there was no way he could walk on water. Back in the day, since there was a lack of scientific knowledge, people would develop superstitious opinions and would believe anything their masters would say. This encouraged people to take their master's teaching by heart, mind, and spirit. Jesus' teaching was actually beneficial to people. It reminded people to do good things, to love one another, to make peace, and to take his teaching or help poor people as himself to develop love, kindness, and compassion and forgive one another's mistakes. He also taught people to advance in spirituality by confessing their sins so they don't have to suffer through karma. Even in modern times, there is less knowledge in terms of understanding the spiritual cosmic nature. This is because science doesn't favor spiritual cosmic nature, and in spirituality, it's even more limited. Next comes religion, which is pertinent to humanity. Therefore, to foster faith, we create a lot of superstitious stories. However, it's not for everyone. It's mainly for people who aren't that much educated. Same for Buddhism. Buddha used to encourage his brother to forget about his lover and concentrate on cultivation by telling him once he got enlightened, he would be rewarded with meeting his lover and many other beautiful angels. This happened especially in the Mahayana sect. In many Buddhist teaching books, there are tons of stories explaining the teachings by associating people with flying birds through clouds or flying solos like in kung fu movies. They would do this to inspire people so they would develop internally in a spiritual way. But in reality, sometimes, if you tell them directly, without superstition, they won't do it. Thus, religion needs to motivate them through spiritual stories. I have seen many people go to Buddhist temples to worship. It isn't because they go there to conduct their religious practices. They would often burn some kind of incense blindly, filling the temple with thick smoke. This practice is harmful to monks and nuns. They might get cancer in their old age. Also, back in the day, to commemorate the death, many Southeast and East Asian people would create a ceremony and burn some kind of fake paper money, paper cars, paper clothes, and paper houses for those who were dead. This is the most prominent example of superstition. to understand impermanence, to practice compassion, and remind them about their parents and loved ones who passed away, used to contribute good deeds to a family when alive, and from the acts, it's also to help people to learn kindness. But later on in spiritual practice, when you progress higher and higher, you will see that superstition isn't that bad, and it's used just differently in teaching techniques. It's just like having faith in a spiritual journey. You must have faith. Faith is a belief. When you believe in something, and then later, when it starts to weaken, it won't still change your belief. Only after you realize the spiritual teaching, and attain spiritual realization yourself, then your faith doesn't disappear, but it transforms into a different higher spiritual experience, the known state, the attainment. After some time, the relationship you have with you and your master revolutionaries into something of respect and sacredness. A lot of meditators talk about how they have to push their body to the extreme, like sitting on a bed of nails or walking on hot charcoal. Is that really spiritual practice? In spiritual practice, you can go to extreme practices if you want. Towards the end, you will learn something, and you will experience it for yourself. Though, if you wish to test yourself spiritually, you don't have to go to extreme rituals like going on a hunger strike or freezing yourself to death. In spiritual cultivation practice, meditation is a must. You can practice sitting in a lotus or half-lotus position for a long period of time. Then you will experience a slight pain not only from your feet but through your entire body. You will begin losing control, falling into a paralyzed state. However, the pain you experience is just external. You practice the ability to select and monitor thoughts actively, and you can choose any thought you want to think about and remove any thought you don't want to stay in your head. This will liberate you in an amazing way. The Buddha's extreme practices are for attaining spiritual realization, enlightenment. Perhaps, this morning during meditation, I found the Buddha to be weak. He had become skinny over time. After achieving the highest stabilized state of mind in meditation and attaining all teachings of previous masters, he couldn't find his own answer, but he was still not satisfied with it. He went on to join others in extreme practices, refraining from drinking at that time. Certainly, he still missed attainment, being able to merge with his spiritual energy body flow. Then he experienced emptiness for a long time from starving and exhausting the body. At that point, he realized his pointless practices were destroying his body, and suddenly, at last, he found the impermanence. His answer to enlighten was just right there. He started to go back to normal life, drinking milk, eating food, and enjoying a healthy life to continue practicing his spiritual path. He realized his body was a vessel that brought him to the spiritual realization shortly later on, and he experienced everything in life with having a healthy body. But without those long years of extreme practices, he wouldn't be able to truly experience and discover the emptiness and impermanence in life that caused suffering and sorrow. The enlightenment and spiritual realization are somehow, in fact, a relative product of the extreme spiritual practices to allow a cultivator to experience true emptiness and the impermanent cosmic nature oneself of spiritual enlightenment and realization. Chapter 6: Spirituality Reflection on Four Noble Truths. In Buddhism, there are four noble truths in Buddhism. It's the process of suffering cessation. I will make it short and easier to understand. The Four Noble Truths are traditionally identified as the first and most important teachings given by the Buddha. The Four Noble Truths provide a thorough explanation of human suffering, as well as a method, a path that leads to happiness, inner peace, and compassion. They are the truth of suffering, the cause of suffering, the end of suffering, and the path that leads to the end of suffering. The Four Noble Truths are a contingency plan for dealing with the suffering humanity faces. The Four Noble Truths reflect four stages. The Buddha is often compared to a physician. In the first truth, he was diagnosed suffering and illness. In the second truth, he recognized attachment as a cause. The third truth is the understanding that there is a remedy, a cure to that suffering. In the fourth noble truth, the Buddha gives us the prescription, the antidote to achieve relief from suffering. That remedy is the Eightfold Path. 1. The first noble truth is about understanding the suffering to be investigated. Suffering, incapable of being satisfied, painful, or discontent. The first noble truth is a plain and obvious realization that life contains suffering at various levels. This includes physical suffering like pain, injury, illness, emotional, mental uneasiness, and discomfort. This is where you feel frustrated, depressed, and uneasy all the time. Some mental health issues such as stress, Anxiety, restlessness, and depression are also a part of this. 2. The second noble truth recognizes the sufferings in our life, the origin of suffering to be abandoned. Craving, clinging, desire, or attachment. In the second noble truth, the Buddha tells us that the root of all suffering is attachment to the desire to have or craving, sensual desires, craving for becoming, craving for non-becoming, the attachment to the desire not to have or aversion, fear of getting, or to be in contact with what we don't want or what we don't like, and the attachment to ignorant views, one's incapacity to see the true nature of the self in the world, to see things as they really are, without the filter of the discriminating mind. 3. The third noble truth is how to end the suffering there and the suffering to be realized. Cessation/ending/eliminating all craving and attachment. The third noble truth reveals to us that there is a way to end suffering, and we can realize this in our life. It also invites us to transform, to finally get free from our suffering and dissatisfaction. This is the most important of the Four Noble Truths because it gives us hope that inner peace, freedom, and liberation are possible. The Buddha stated that to put an end to suffering, we need to let go of our attachment to our desires. Please notice that he didn't say letting go of your desires, since getting rid of desires altogether is impractical and impossible. The important is not becoming a slave to our desires. 4. The fourth is practicing the path to renounce the suffering, the way to the end of suffering to be developed. The path to ending dukkha, Noble Eightfold Path. The final noble truth is the Buddha's prescription for the end of suffering. This is a set of principles called the Eightfold Path. Buddhism never requests blind faith from its followers, so apply the Eightfold Path to your life. You'll be amazed to see where the self-discovery and serenity resulting from it will take you. The first stage, the first noble truth, is about understanding the suffering. If you don't recognize the suffering, how do you know you are suffering? You need to become aware of the pain so you can do something about eradicating it. We often talk about birth, aging, sickness, and death as natural sufferings. We have to know the suffering nature that affects us first of all. If we think, oh, I am not suffering, then we don't see the suffering, so how can we work on getting rid of something when we aren't even aware of it? Then we just assume our life is perfect till we fall off our track. We will feel the cut deep inside our body, heart, and mind. We would suffer horrifically from ignorance. A while ago, when I used to chat on Facebook, I used to listen to Dan Nguyen, a Vietnamese country song singer living in California. One time I commented if he wanted to start meditation. I felt Dan Nguyen had been at the top of his career. He had the ability to sing and had achieved a lot in life by then. I wondered what he would do after 10 or 20 years. Rich and famous people have everything, but the one thing that they miss and can't be bought is spiritual attainment. When you realize yourself spiritually, you are able to merge with the spirit flow. By then, you will look into those sufferings of life, age, sickness, and death, and you will actually enjoy their nature. It's impermanent. You truly see it will bring new life and better future improvement through wisdom. It's just the beauty of nature. For other aspects of life, you can start to enjoy them all in your own spiritual world, even sexuality or relationship. You enjoy them with their cosmic nature. You can enjoy everything since it's all different in its own beauty. Primitive life forms, such as a maggot, it sees feces as its home, and it doesn't know anything but the feces. You see, a maggot never knows anything else. It just enjoys living in the feces, and that is the happiness for the maggot. From this point, we have to recognize our suffering nature first, and that we suffer every day. We can't stop breathing, but we suffer from our breath. Every time we breathe, it affects our life expectancy. Every breath that we breathe in, we get older, and we are oxidized with every breath. That is nature. Being reborn is suffering because everything repeats itself in an unknown and uncontrollable manner. In Buddhism, that is the suffering of being born, because once you get into this world, there is no going back. Old age is normal nature, but it's not easy for people and all living beings, though if now you are young, you seem don't to feel it. Even so, let's look back at your previous pictures on your Facebook posts or your album from 5 to 6 years ago. You will see you were younger than now when you are reading this. Then you will truly see that you are experiencing old age without your permission. Your body shape changes and your mind continuously changes, but you are much better in your own wisdom as you grow. If you are reading this, you are much better in terms of spirituality than years ago when you were more ignorant and childish. You have gone through a lot of suffering and sorrow in life, and now you are also better in terms of education, experience, and wisdom than past. That's why you are looking to learn, research, and practice spirituality, the sole truth of the spiritual cosmos. Let's look at the time of your past when you were a little baby. That's your birthday, the day you were born. You wouldn't know or be sure that you would live on after your mother gave birth to you. You were a little born baby, naked and weighing a few pounds or a few kgs. And you don't know if you are born with a perfect body or not, with 2 hands and 2 legs and everything else perfectly. Some people are born without ears, people are born without arms or legs, and some people are born with some disability. That's just the very biological perfection. Then about social life, you wouldn't know if you are born into a good or bad family or if you will be abandoned on the streets soon later. You would never know by then. Then when you grew up, you went through the process of standard education training, learning until you were 18 years old in school, but when you were in school, you were bullied, you were scared, giving up. Back then, when you were a little baby until growing up into an adult, a lot of things happened to you, from being beaten or even bullied to fighting in school. Don't forget, a lot of children got bullied in school and dropped out of school because of it. You see, through those times, you have to go to school, you have to learn, but not everybody would be able to do so, or the same as you. Nonetheless, by the time you reach 18 years old, it's beautiful for you. There are so many uncertainties in life. There are a lot of sufferings during the life that you live after you go to school, a lot of stress in studying, exams, competition, and finances. Not everybody can go to school. Even if they go to school, they can't finish school. Let's say you could go to school to study, however, it becomes too much for you to handle, then you can't finish school. In your different scenario, you are a good student, excellent in your study, and you achieve honorary on graduation. Everybody has to go through differently. Though it's beautiful when you reach those stages, it's not easy. Talking about the disease, you don't want to get sick, but it still comes to you. Years ago, I watched on YouTube about a boy in Vietnam who was born physically and mentally normal, but until the age of 8, he got some serious sickness. When he recovered physically, his mind changed, and he became a different person, a mental person of 4 years old. He can't grow his mentality. He lives into adulthood with the 4-year-old boy mentality. He is suffering, and he is only a 19-year-old boy by that time. He refuses to wear clothes, not able to recognize anything as a boy of his age. His mom is getting older too. She is over 50 years, and how many years can she take care of him? He is also getting older with his mom. They will both age, get sick, and die, but he isn't able to take care of himself. That is the suffering of him and his family. Let's look at the pandemic we have been through, COVID-19. Many people are living into their old age, and during the pandemic, they never go out or leave home for their safety, but their younger children and grandchildren, who are ignorant, defying medical advice to protect their own health in public places, refusing vaccination, not wearing masks. They go out to crowded parties, they get infected, they go back and give the virus to their elders, their parents, their grandparents who are more susceptible to infection, and they get sick together, some die from it. That is a kind of collective suffer from ignorance. There are different suffers that are not by choice or ignorant. It's the collective karma of a community or a country. For instance, many children who are born in many poor communities in Africa continent, they don't even have food to eat, and they grow up malnutrition and they die young age. It's sad, but that is suffering in life. We have to understand life and karma. Back to your own lifetime, during your beautiful youth time growing up to young adulthood, you are full of energy. You look so handsome and beautiful, and you are so full of energy. You feel like a superhuman. You party days and nights without tiredness, but you are no longer a teenager. Your body is a collagen factory producing to its full capacity but reducing each year you get older. When you are going to be 25, 26, or 27, you are reaching middle age. It's a fact of the human body that your body has already lost a huge quantity of collagen required to maintain your youthfulness. Your face is changing fast, your eyes have their bags under, your skin has become less smooth, and your eyes have wrinkles, especially when you laugh or even smile. Your hair is falling off slowly, and you reach the age 29. And 30, the collagen factory in your body is rebelling you. It is shutting down and produces only 10 to 30% capacity of your 18 years old age. The collagen is at maximum 99% or even 100%. Now at the age of a 30-year-old man or woman, when your body needs collagen as much as before, but the body only produces 10 to 15%, so your body takes collagen from external food supplements instead, but it's never enough to replace your own body's demand. Your wrinkles are now strongly visible not only by the tails of your eyes but the two sides of your nose, your forehead wrinkling out, so many deep lines appearing. At 32, the body produces only 5 to 10% of the age of 19. So, when you hit the age of 33, you notice clearly your whole body shape is changing fast. Your super six-packs are pulled together into one big one-pack. Your chest and your breasts are withering. You can no longer party all night long like before. You get tired easily, you can work out for hours non-stop, and you are slowing down, slowly. Your doctor will advise you to reduce your sugar intake. Now when you get to 40, you truly experience aging. As you get older, your body starts to slow down clearly, and you start to experience sickness, high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, and a lot of other illnesses or even HIV or lung cancer. Some even already die of this age over 40s. And if you get to age 50, it's getting worse. And when you get to 60-year-old that you are truly living in old age, and when you get to 70, you are not expecting anything anymore. You can never dream of living as Queen Elizabeth. At 96-year-old, she was still riding a horse. To be able to take care of yourself when you get up to those old ages, you have to cultivate wisdom when you are young. Just like when you drive a car, if you keep good maintenance, the car will last longer, so as you're the body, it is just the same. You get to maintain your health thoughtfully. If you don't keep your health in good shape, you don't eat good and healthy food, but you eat all junk food, bad food, you will contaminate your body, and that is when you get sickness and cancer later on in your old age. I read an article about the former Apple chairman. He died when he was over 50 years old in his luxury life. He said, "Eat your food as medicine when you are young. When you get old, you won't have to eat medicine as your food." That's the true wisdom of people who live in the sickness of old age. Nowadays, a lot of people get cancer from food, so you need to eat good, healthy food. You get to take it seriously in your cultivation. Your health is everything you need in your cultivation journey. Old age, sickness, and death. In the old age, we all started to get sick and died. My grandmother was a very religious person with a kind heart and spent most of her time helping unfortunate communities and mental centers through her private charity. Though most people who knew her said she had very high merit, she was a very conscious saving person as she was living through a horrible war in Vietnam, which caused her to have an unhealthy diet. Though she worked out daily in the early morning, she had a good and healthy lifestyle until the last 8 years before her death. Her health deteriorated from Parkinson's disease. She was sickened and became bedridden. Then she became almost paralyzed in her last 2 years. As having Parkinson's for many years priorly, she took medicine to control her movement. Then a doctor suggested to her son to abandon her medication as her old age advanced. The medication would damage her internal organs. When she stopped to take her medication, her body stopped moving but became hardened. She couldn't move or speak anymore, and because she long time laying on a bed, she developed some kind of skin infection, though it healed after many long months of cure. She died a year later at her own home, surrounded by most family members at age 82. Though her last few years were not healthy and she suffered, she did have a long and religious life while living a life of kindness. My grandfather died of lung cancer because of smoking all his life. If you get addicted to the cigarette, it's extremely difficult to stop, or eventually, you can't stop it. I remember one day when I came back to visit him, he was in the hospital for lung cancer, and he would still keep some cigarettes in his pocket. He hid from the doctor to smoke later. He couldn't stop smoking even though he was on chemotherapy treatment for cancer. He complained his back was very painful, and cancer was eating out his body and slowly taking his life. Every day he got a message from his son-in-law, who tried to give him the massage, as the pain was craving his body. He didn't feel very much with normal massage pressure. He asked for such a strong massage to relieve the pain, and the son-in-law was afraid if he was giving too strong pressure, it might kill my grandfather. His pain was so great that he just begged for extreme pressure massages. His physical body and mentality were reaching extreme suffering. Over a year later, he died of lung cancer at home. Living a lifestyle at younger ages can define conditions of later years when we advance to old ages. The bad habits, unhealthy lifestyle when younger, the worst suffering of our old age. As humans, we are more advanced in all ways. We get to learn and cultivate wisdom not only in how to live physically healthy, eat healthily, living healthy at our young ages, as our body is a vessel that needs to be in good shape physically and mentally for us to cultivate spiritual success. The second noble truth recognizes the sufferings in our life. Living in our society, no matter how you live, you get to work and do something to make your living. Then you need to find a job, a good job during and before you age. That's the nature of a civilized world, but also the suffering that you experience and live in life. Sickness and old age are parts of life aside, but to live, you get to support your life and others depending on you. When you drive to buy things for your house at Home Depot, a large store chain selling raw materials and tools for construction in the USA, you can see a lot of people standing around the store in the sun, the rain, and the snow looking for temporary jobs. Others have to go far from their home country to find better jobs. Though full of willingness to work, it's not always easy to find a job either, and people may find it very stressful and dangerous jobs. As if you have a family, you have to feed your kid. You have to feed your partner and parents at home. Not much of a choice, but it's the way of life. It's suffering that we are in, but we get to make it worthwhile for our spiritual cultivation. We get to use them as our lessons to learn, grow, and cultivate wisdom. Back to sickness. When you are at a young age, you feel strong, like a superhuman. You will never get sick. Then you may think if you don't get sick when your parents ask you to buy health insurance, you will ask them why you need the insurance. Your parents and grandparents understand why that's the reason they push you to buy insurance. Sickness is the nature of life. It's also an unfortunate event in life because sickness is unpredictable. It can happen to you no matter your age and your feelings. We get to find a way to take care of ourselves if we fall sick. That's why people have to buy insurance, as hospital bills can be extremely stressful that can ruin your life. Just like old age, and now you start to feel suffering, and you feel discouraged, and you don't want to take photos anymore because you look so old in the photo. I also have so many wrinkles, and my face is beginning to deform. I no longer look fresh and youthful like when I was in my 20s, though I took care of myself utmost with everything I know and am able to obtain. However, meditation and spirituality have strongly kept my stress and emotion at bay. I do look much better than others who are the same age. Another day at breakfast, I was startled to see a tooth missing from my mom's lower front teeth. I asked her what happened to her missing tooth. She said she touched it, and it was moving. Then she pulled it off herself. She is in her late 60s and approaching her 70s. Her teeth are already starting to fall off. I also know many others who are younger than her. Some of them lost entire teeth or most of the teeth. So, you see, that is old age. But taking care of your teeth at a young age, not smoking too much, flossing your teeth every night before brushing, and seeing a dentist routinely surely can help to maintain not only hygiene but the health of your teeth for the long term. In old age, falling is extremely dangerous and even called death. In 60s, the 70s, or 80s, if you fall, surely you are going to stay in the hospital for a longer period of time or even die. You will experience pain as imminent. You even end up in surgery beds. Then you will experience body pain to the extreme. One of my friends in his 70s, as usual, indulged in his private hot jacuzzi at home. He fell off the stair up to the pool. He broke his hip and ended up in the hospital for 3 months and another 3 months of physical therapy at home. He had all health insurance to cover the cost, but his walking is no longer stable and straight up like before the fall. If you don't see the sickness in you, then you think you don't need to get a cure. Many years ago, in the early 1970s, a lot of people died of unknown causes, and body immunity went down, and it couldn't defend the body, even a simple sickness like a cold or small infection. They didn't know why until 1978. They just found out that it was caused by HIV. HIV is a virus that infects people, and it weakens the immunity system, so it gives the opportunity for other diseases to attack the hoster and kill that person. So many people died before from that unknown cause. At that time, they were trying to identify the cause of death and why people died mysteriously. They didn't know yet. but they recognized that something was going on wrongfully. That was the reason they went deeper researching to understand the cause and next finding its cure. Relatively, we have to recognize our suffering first. If we don't recognize our suffering, we can never understand and overcome it. Overcome is succeeding in dealing with it. That's the cessation of the problem. But before that, we need to recognize the problem, then know the cause and understand its nature. Then, with more research, practice, and experiment follow, we may find a cure. The jealousy in possession. Falling in love is a natural and the most beautiful thing that can happen to anyone. Most people are lucky to get the love of their life and have children with their loved ones, while some unfortunate ones might end up breaking up with their partners. A few years ago, one of my friends shared a story about his Filipino friend who was in his mid-20s living in California. He took his own life because his girlfriend broke up with him. However, I was curious about what had happened between them. I mean, it had to be jealousy, possessiveness, or something negative of such sort that led to their breakup. Anyone having such feelings in their heart suffers in relation to some extent. Romantically falling in love with someone is an extremely strong emotion. It's even stronger than the love of your parents. It is intense and thought-provoking. However, too much of it can ruin a person. People start to take it as a universal truth and surround their life with this person. The pain of being cheated, rejected, or abandoned turns into jealousy and anger. Being possessive of someone suffers entirely, not to mention how insecure it makes a person. When you are in love with someone, and that person cheats, it crushes your soul. You develop trust issues and start to feel sorrowful and depressed. Many people even kill themselves, committing suicide. They end their lives unwisely, suffering from ignorance. The pain of losing a family member, the pain of losing a loved one through emotional attachment. Life is beautiful when you think you have children with someone you love very much, or sometimes you have only one son or a daughter, and you love your child more than anything in the world. When your children are young, you carry and take care of your babies until they are growing up. Your child looks beautiful every day in your eyes. Your finance and life are also a success. You give them everything. Sounds like such a happy ending. Then suddenly, your kid gets into an accident, and then he or she dies. Seemed everything collapsed. Nothing could replace your loved child, and you couldn't even have any more kids. You are already old, and you can't give birth to a new one because you didn't plan and see that suffer. You fall into sorrow and pain. The more you love your child, the more you will suffer emotionally. They came into your life and gave you a beautiful time. You enjoyed them fully. However, you took that happiness for granted, and things took a dark turn for you. Your delusion of taking uncertainty as permanent is showing its harsh reality. It's broken, and it breaks everything you believe in and lives with. However, if you cultivate spirituality, there are many emotional cures, though they are different realities than you know, where you have to look at different aspects of life. First, we have to recognize that your attachment is uncertain and suffering. Life is uncertain, and so are you and your children. They are also impermanent as you, and by realizing this, spirituality will cure everything in time. If you don't recognize the suffering, it will swallow you as a whole, and you can never remove it. The nature of teenage children will rebel against parents, family, and their guardians. Even parents' love is considered unconditional, but sometimes they think of their kids as their property. They would assume they gave birth to their children, then children belong to them, and they must listen and follow their orders. In reality, if your children listen to you, that is a good thing, but imposing your opinions on them is toxic. You would be so happy and proud. The nature of growing up children, especially in their teenage years, is often rough. They rebel against parents, family, and their guardians. But when they don't listen to you, then you start to suffer, you become angry, worried, or even abuse them. Kids, when they are growing up in their teenage years, are different from when they are young. They used to be obedient when they were young little, but they aren't going to listen to you now. When your kid doesn't come back home on time, you might complain about it. You might think he or she may be in danger or perhaps having too much fun. At this age, they do their things without seeking permission. You become extremely worried and anxious. If you don't love them, then you wouldn't suffer much. This is the outcome of too much love. Sometimes it gets suffocating. Love of compassion. Losing a loved one allows you to suffer uncontrollably. When we love in the way of attachment and possession, we think the person we love has to belong to us only. They must be the way we want them to be. That's a possession that's driven by our own attachment. If you love somebody without developing an emotional attachment, you love them for their own good, betterment, and for their own spiritual path to success. You love to guide them and let them walk on their own path to experience and learn that love is more like compassion. Love doesn't have an attachment. You love them because they deserve love. That is compassion. You love them because they are human, living beings, animals, and they deserve a good life in their own way, and you love them that way. By loving in such a way, even if they die, you may just feel sorrowful to see them go as the sun sets in the evening. You understand it is nature, their own karma, and you won't suffer from attachment to your own. That love is greater because the love of compassion is the love of understanding and wisdom. Though it's hard to put the love of family and children the same way, it's different nature as it comes from the source of attachments and karma. It's deeper of attachment, blood connection, and conjoint of compassion nature, but it's still the source of suffering. However, by seeing spirituality and its impermanent nature, karma through compassion practice, one can reduce suffering. Understand karma effect by actions in life. In life, not all families and society are perfect, as karma has ingrained deeply in the family, community, and social connection. If you have children, the children are good to you. You won't face any karma. However, when you get old, when your children grow up, for some reason, they get angry at you, some of them even beat you up, and you can't fight them back because you are too old, too weak to fight. It means you have been bad to them, and now karma has hit you in the face. You may have done something not wise to them when they were small. That's when you may be suffering from your own family where you are living. Even if you live in a community that's safe, there is still a chance you might get hit by a truck. A while ago, there was an old Chinese man who collected trash cans in California. He couldn't pay his bills, as he had lost his security job. But there was a bunch of thieves who came and stole his bag and even assaulted him. He suffered a severe beating. Due to his old age and weakness, he was unable to fight back. This was his karma. If you are young, I suggest you don't harm others if you wish not to be harmed by others in your old age. In the USA, we often hear about racism. People who are racist from a bruised self-ego and discrimination. Consequently, discrimination and racism are a cause of not only an individual but also a collective bad karma. That is the reason we see people fighting back. Black Lives Matter is a result of a karma struggle. Society suffers from chaos as an advancing society will not tolerate unfairness, inequality, and violence in any form. Materialism, possession, attachment. In materialism, possession is a strong desire and attachment of all humans in general. The more possession, the better security and happiness that one perceives from a delusionality. Once you possess many things, you will start to become paranoid about losing them. You fear others will rob you, become envious of you and even kill you to steal. In America, most people here have guns to protect themselves for various reasons, but the main thing is to protect their property and possession from being attacked. Because of the continuation of fear and anxiety of being robbed, attacked, and losing, they start possessing guns, but sometimes people just use guns to commit mass killings as mental problems, and because of the means of protecting possession through gun possession. That's the suffering that our society is seriously taking as our collective karma. It returns to our individual decision to own a gun. It may give people a secure feeling, but while the ability to control emotion is limited, it may, in fact, will bring greater danger and anxiety about owning and using it. Living in cities, there are even more uncertainties to care about. By working for others to make a living, you are always worried about keeping your job, or if you get fired and then how you have money to spend, to pay bills. You may be evicted from your own home. Money becomes everything about me. It's the sense of possession, attachment, and craving, and everything you want becomes your craving for money. And thus, you get to work and work regardless just to make your living at the cost of time scarification for spiritual cultivation. You fall into delusion, and seeing practices of spirituality and meditation is a luxury to you. Instead, it's a true life which is a path to your happiness and spiritual liberation. There we see all kinds of suffering in life through delusion. Life is truly suffering if we don't see it another way, the spiritual way, or we will suffer. Buddhism teaches people not to be discriminating and not to have a lot of selective preferences, which are attachments. If you have a selective preference, you demand specific things that you attach to, and without a compromise. Then what happens if you don't get it? You will be greatly suffering from dissatisfaction. If your preference is not met, you will suffer in the term of unhappiness from being unsatisfied with your expectation. If you have too many expectations, it becomes greater suffering as you attach to your own expectations and demands. You want to be satisfied only with your own discretion, your own preference. It's more of a priority to your demands than reality can give you. For instance, eating vegetarian food is good for your health if you think in this term, then you stop eating meat. In the long term, being vegetarian becomes your only choice of food without a compromise. However, on occasion, when you stay in a community that is not vegetarian, you will deny other people who eat meat, or you will force others to find vegetarian food for you alone, causing problems for others and your attachment to eat vegetarian becoming troublesome, as you demand others to satisfy your preference instead joining others for easier and friendly interaction. You become the source of suffering, unhappiness, and ignorance. In Mahayana Buddhism, monks and nuns always insist on eating vegetarian food, then they become always busy preparing their own food no matter where they come from. They become their own victims of eating culture, their own attachment. Many years ago, my mom and I went to India. For the first few days, she liked to eat Indian food, but after that, she got sick of eating Indian food, and she didn't want to eat Indian food anymore. She wanted to eat her usual food, noodle soup, Chinese noodle soup, or Vietnamese pho noodle. How possible can we find those there in India? We found out that Indians don't even use spoons and forks, not to mention chopsticks. They use their hands to eat food. As such, Indians don't have the culture of eating noodle soup. You can see that it is already suffering. Then when we went to a restaurant, I had to go to the kitchen and ask them to let me cook for her. The chef had to show me their kitchen material and equipment to cook. I had to cook fried vegetables and stuff in Vietnamese style for her to eat. If she could just enjoy the food of whatever was available to her on the trip, we wouldn't be in any trouble looking for her food. And we could have enjoyed the local food on our trip together, as I love to eat Indian food. But it's difficult to change someone's food eating habit, which she has been living with all her life. In spirituality, a cultivator must be able to adapt to whatever environment he or she encounters, and be able to enjoy the newness, culture, and beauty. Your own way, sufferings from attachment. Because you have your own preference, and if the reference is not met, you become unsatisfied and unhappy. Your emotions will run dry on anger and madness. You expect that person to come that day and that time. You wait, and he doesn't show up. You get mad because you waited the whole time expecting that person to show up to that schedule, but he or she didn't. It's because of the expectation of you to have him, or comply with your demand. It's you, the one demanding, cause trouble to yourself, not because that person causes your madness. Some other times you want that person to be like this and that. You want your boyfriend or girlfriend to behave this way or that way, and if they don't do as you wish, then you get mad, beat them up, or you even kill them. That is a kind of suffering you create for yourself. You must learn to control your ego, which is controlling you and giving you orders to fulfill, which is your delusion, thinking it's your own order to be fulfilled by others. Thus, we have to identify the cause of suffering, and after identifying the cause of suffering, then we know that it is the cause of its attachment that brings suffering. The greed of a mortal. We know that birth and death are parts of spiritual cosmic nature. With our development of technology, humans always dream of creating their own immortal future through cloning, so we can change one body to another. However, is cloning life man-made? No, it's not man-made, as we think. Because we don't make the cells grow, no matter how we engineer cells, they grow themselves. The cell is life and has its own roles and functions in certain conditions provided. Every living thing is nature. Though we can assist and engineer biologically, that doesn't mean we can clone nature. We are just catalyzing and interacting with nature to our own desires. Humans can create robots with humanoid looks, but the mechanism for creating life is not, even if we succeed in cloning some living beings. They are still living natural creations. Nevertheless, nowadays, scientists and biocorporations are not allowed to clone humans for various ethical reasons. Humans believe that children should be born by parents. What if a human is born in the lab whose scientists used the pigment from you? That would be your clone human, a clone of yourself, another you. But even that clone of another you don't mean to be you. Let's assume that you look just like your twin physically, but life's experiences are different for each one of you and the cloned person. However, by cloning, the cloned one would just be a baby, not an adult-sized human when born. That person is your child, your sibling. Never can be another you to be replaced and continue to live as you. The human clones would just be valued and respected as our children regardless of being born in a lab or not in a lab. Thus, you can never be immortal as your greed and desire. The third noble truth is how to end the suffering. The third noble truth is the stage of suffering cessation. Since we already know the cause of suffering, thus we have to end it. It's like you know you are sick, and you go to the doctor to check up. Then you know what sickness you are having, the doctor prescribes you medicine, then you need to take medicine. Now you know how to cure and stop the sickness. The sickness of ignorant life is unknowingly emotional attachments. Just as Buddhism teaches the cause of suffering and to stop it, you have to learn to detach from suffering and stay away from worldly desires and greed. We have to learn to detach desires and greed when necessary. By spiritual cultivation through living, you will learn and understand the world and expand your wisdom. Then you can truly love and transform your love into compassion that will lead you all to long-lasting happiness. With an understanding of love, you will love with compassion, which you love equally regardless of your children, friends, family, or anyone who comes to your help. Equality in our society is very important, and Buddhism, Christian often teach people to love everyone regardless of their parents. My parents, your parents, their parents, family, and friends are the same as sentient beings. That sounds more like a theory, and its fact is very difficult to truly do it than easier saying. It's normal when you love your parents more than others. Of course, you love them more because they gave birth to you and raised you up, lived and protected you since you started to know the world, and because they are the root of the family. It's the continuous story of how you love your children. It isn't difficult to explain that. However, you have to practice opening your heart more to look inside your deep connection and with all the other people around you, too, so that you can understand them better. You see everything in the bond, as well as the age, the sickness, and the death, which is affected by karma and the spiritual cosmic nature. We love them, our parents, children, and family, very much. It is an attachment. But if they have to die, then we have to accept that. Now it becomes detachment. Because we accept it as their karma, everybody has their own karma and their own path to manage on their own when alive. Though we know birth is the karma of past life yield result, age and sickness are living karma influences, and death is the final of living karma transformation. In cosmic nature, we are destined to age, to get sick, and our physical bodies to die. That is nature, and nobody can be exempted. It's also the transformation and evolution of life. However, in living our life through cultivation, we will be able to develop our love to compassion when we can truly love everybody in the way of understanding the spiritual cosmic nature, karma, and kindness that will lead us to happier and long-lasting happiness in our own wisdom. In spiritual cosmic nature, impermanence is a strong force to lead devolution. Everything that has a beginning will have an end, but through creation, cultivation, and ending, lesions are learned, recorded, and moved up to higher sophistication. That is the evolution of spiritual cosmic nature. I watched a documentary about Tibet a while ago. There was a very old woman. She got sick and went to see a doctor. After checking her up, the doctor told her that she was very sick and her remaining time was very short. He advised her to go back home to prepare for the end time about to come. Then, the doctor just gave her some kind of medicine to help her suffer until her time. She went back home and prepared for her death just like nothing happened to her. Since they understand the nature of death, it isn't that frightening to them. You can also see on YouTube in Tibet there are some kinds of funerals that are very scary compared to the ones we know here. It's called sky funeral, in which dead bodies will be brought to the wilderness and dismembered, cut off into small pieces, and fed to vulture birds. If birds can't finish all, the remaining body, including bones, will be broken into smaller by hammers and brought to the river to feed fish. All possessions and belongings of the dead in the house will be given away or burned. The family will not keep anything, even pictures of the person when alive. The family will throw away everything. They don't keep anything, which means the finish is finished. There are certain conditions and factors that rationalize such traditions, as their country is on the highest top of the Himalayas mountains, where the weather is extremely cold all year around. The air is thin, and the ground is rocky, so it's hard to move the earth to make a burial underground. Thus, it has limited resources, even wood, for cremating the body. As a strong Buddhist culture is ingrained in their society, they see death as an impermanent nature, and knowing that it's nothing more once death comes, there is no reason why they should be worried about the dead body. Hence, they believe that the last thing a human can make merit and benefit to sentient beings is to become a last meal for other living beings. They don't attach to the bodies, dead bodies, or anything of their deceased loved one, and so to support the dead person's soul to easily abandon their previous life, not to attach anything to the remaining living family, but to concentrate on the need of rebirth into a new life somewhere else instead. Death is the end of all things, and so their past relationship, they know each other no more. That is also a good point for a dead person's soul because the dead person would know how they died, and with their dead body destroyed, they finished their physical karma. The living family also terminated the relationship for good, thus, they will have to go with the karma flow of judgment and reborn in their next life. That is the only way. They have to be reborn and evolve somewhere else, following their own remaining karma and judgment of past life. Back to the attachment that brings suffering, the higher the expectation, the more suffering you will be, and vice versa if you don't expect too much. Though I'm not talking about the business world, the higher the expectation in the production standard, the better quality. In business and manufacturing, if you have high and strict quality expectations and are on for improvement, your production is likely to yield better results. In the Western world, they develop and emphasize production quality from micro to macro scale of their society, economies, and infrastructure based on past judgment. They achieve much better results than other parts of the world. That's the reason we know a lot of Asian cities are learning and have become westernized. People seek more work and opportunities to improve their jobs, work, and life. So, they are moving to cities. Cities become larger to support the huge number of people living in them. Though, at the same time, infrastructure and services become scarce and not able to cope with demands. I had a chance to go to Japan years ago. I and my family were sitting in the train station in the Tokyo Center to have our morning coffee and watch people walking in the station. I would say I got dizzy just by looking at the huge number of people moving around. When trains arrived, I had the feeling of thousands and thousands of people getting off and waiting to get in all directions. And so, Bangkok, it is not so different at all. It's even worse in India. If you come slowly onto a train, there will be no seat for you. You must stand, and you don't even have space to move your body. People are just packing into a small space on the train. In some other developed westernized cities like Singapore, the population there are all living in a city, and many people get stressed, depressed, and have other mental troubles because of various reasons for living in a big and crowded city. Singapore is famous for having very high death and suicide rates because people become so stressed in life living in crowded and expensive city. They can't handle the stresses, so they suicide, and they kill themselves by jumping down high-raised buildings. So, in Seoul, the capital of South Korea, many people jump down high-raised buildings and die. You see that when a city comes to the point of stress in all aspects of life, it can be dangerous or even a disaster. As people seek material comfort, they move to big cities, and they fall into the harsh life that the cities have to offer. That is why we are talking about craving, desire, and attachment. Everything suffers in terms of mentality. In Buddhism's Four Noble Truths, we already know what suffering is and its causes. However, our biomechanism and physical life is robotic. For instance, sexuality. It's the imminent desire of biological living beings, especially humans and animals. People often get such high desires either passively or actively from their inner urges, causing sexual cravings. Sexual craving can also cause serious consequences if the person is not able to control himself, herself emotionally when they are not satisfied with basic need. They could commit criminal acts of raping others. Some other times, when committing sex crimes, they would also kill their victims to hide their crimes. That is very destructive of both their and the victim's life. In the US, most college students would take loans to pay for their tuition, as is their desire for advancement in education. They will decide to study this and that, and if they finish school, they can find work and start to pay for their debts many decades later. Others don't even finish school, then what happens to them is having a lot of debt with the government or private lenders while receiving no credibility from failed schooling. That's the debt price for the desire for education. Desires come with a condition. Every desire comes with a condition. In spirituality, we always talk about compassion. It's often implied as love without condition. However, to love with compassion, one must be able to have an understanding of the conditions they encounter and the impermanence forced by spiritual cosmic nature. When you say love, compassion, it's when you must be able to say, I love you, I respect you, I don't force you anything, and I love you. Thus, you can go anywhere you like. I don't manage your life, I don't force you to have sex with me. I don't force you to only eat the food I cook. I don't force you to go where I want to go. You have your life. I love you. I love you the way that I respect your freedom, I respect your choices, you have the right to say what you want. That's the love of respect and non-attachment, with kindness and a good mind for one to be loved for their own good and evolution. This love will bring happiness to all sides. The Constitution of Compassion. In America, our country's constitution is written clearly to guarantee freedom. Our constitution is a compassionate constitution. They guarantee all freedoms, but why? Because our society is so discriminated against one another. Based on emotion and ignorance, we need the Constitution to guarantee for everyone. That's compassion. Those laws have been instilled in our everyday life. It is compassion. It's called the Bill of Rights to the U.S. Constitution. It comprises 19 amendments. First Amendment: Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, prohibiting the free exercise thereof, abridging the freedom of speech, of the press, the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Second Amendment: the well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. Third Amendment: no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Fourth Amendment: the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects, against unreasonable searches and seizures, shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Fifth Amendment: no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Sixth Amendment: in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Seventh Amendment: in suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States, than according to the rules of common law. Eighth Amendment: excessive bail shall not to be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Ninth Amendment: the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. 10th Amendment: the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. 13th Amendment: slavery shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. 14th Amendment: no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. 15th Amendment: the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. 19th Amendment: the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. The 5 basic important social freedoms it protects: speech, religion, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government. Together, these 5 guaranteed freedoms make the people of the United States of America the freest in the world. According to the Constitution guarantee, you can express anything you want, and everybody can believe in whatever religion. As I have discussed before, religion is important for our humanity. People are all at different levels of spirituality, and each religion may suit them at each stage of spiritual evolution. That is compassion, that is the spiritual love in the Constitution guaranteed, and everybody has the right to access free information that benefits them. People can assemble for whatever purposes, to go to a temple, to go to churches, to come to class to study spirituality, practice meditation. People have the right to live on whatever path they choose on their spiritual journey, to be entitled to work freely, indiscriminate, no racism. Everybody has the right to earn equal income. Everybody has the right to attain their position, not because you are women, and you can't become president. It's not because you are black. You earn less money. It would be unfair. A while ago, people took to the street to protest for days after the death of George Floyd. They were fighting for their rights to be equal, to be treated as better, equally human. We know every action yields karma. If we allow somebody to commit wrong things to somebody else, it means we allow them to commit against us. So fighting for equality is very important under the Constitution, though difficult. That is the compassionate nature of society in its evolution. The last is the Noble Eightfold Paths. The Eightfold Path is at the heart of the middle way, which turns from extremes, and encourages us to seek the simple approach. From this brief account of the Noble Eightfold Path, one may see that it is a way of life to be followed, practiced, and developed by each individual. It is self-discipline in body, word, and mind, self-development, and self-purification. It has nothing to do with belief, prayer, worship, or ceremony. In that sense, it has nothing which may popularly be called religious. It is a path leading to the realization of ultimate reality, to complete freedom, happiness, and peace through moral, spiritual, and intellectual perfection. Christianity, the Jews, Muslims, and other religious groups also have their own moral codes. While there is a degree of correspondence across these groups, the interpretation of the code in each philosophy is different. In the example of the Ten Commandments, there is an authoritarian feeling of a decree, of a direct order that these be fulfilled. In Buddhism, the Eightfold Path is meant as a guideline to be considered, to be contemplated, and to be taken on when and only when each step is fully accepted as part of the life you seek. The Eightfold Path, although referred to as steps on a path, is not meant as a sequential learning process but as 8 aspects of life, all of which are to be integrated with everyday life. Buddhism never asks for blind faith. It seeks to promote learning and the process of self-discovery. You should practice the paths to attain balance in life, wisdom. In this context, path does not mean an external path that leads from one place to another but an inner path, a spiritual path that leads to the pure happiness of liberation and enlightenment. The practice of the stages of the path to liberation can be condensed within the 3 pieces of training of higher moral discipline, higher concentration, and higher wisdom. These training sessions are called higher because they are motivated by renunciation, a sincere wish to attain permanent liberation from the sufferings of this life and future lives. They are, therefore, the actual path to liberation that we need to practice. The Noble Eightfold Path 1. Right Understanding 2. Right Thought 3. Right Speech 4. Right Action 5. Right Livelihood 6. Right Effort 7. Right Mindfulness 8. Right Concentration. Practically the whole teaching of the Buddha, to which he devoted himself for 45 years, deals in some way or other with this path. He explained it in different ways and in different words to different people, according to the stage of their development and their capacity to understand and follow him. But the essence of those many thousand discourses scattered in the Buddhist scriptures is found in the Noble Eightfold Path. It should not be thought that the 8 categories or divisions of the path should be followed and practiced one after the other in the numerical order as given in the usual list above. But they are to be developed more or less simultaneously, as far as possible, according to the capacity of each individual. They are all linked together, and each helps the cultivation of the others. These 8 factors aim at promoting and perfecting the 3 essentials of Buddhist training and discipline, namely, ethical conduct sila, mental discipline, samadhi, wisdom, panna. It will therefore be more helpful from a coherent and better understanding of the 8 divisions of the path if we group them and explain them according to these 3 heads. Ethical conduct. Ethical conduct, sila, is built on the vast conception of universal love and compassion for all living beings, on which the Buddha's teaching is based. It is regrettable that many scholars forget this great ideal of the Buddha's teaching and indulge in only dry philosophical and metaphysical divagations when they talk and write about Buddhism. The Buddha gave his teaching for the good of the many, for the happiness of the many, out of compassion for the world. According to Buddhism, for a man to be perfect, there are two qualities that he should develop equally: compassion on one side and wisdom on the other. Here compassion represents love, charity, kindness, tolerance, and such noble qualities on the emotional side, or qualities of the heart, while wisdom would stand for the intellectual side or the qualities of the mind. If one develops only the emotional, neglecting the intellectual, one may become a good-hearted fool, while developing only the intellectual side, neglecting the emotional may turn one into a hard-hearted intellect without feeling for others. Therefore, to be perfect, one has to develop both equally. That is, the aim of the Buddhist way of life and its wisdom and compassion are inseparably linked together, as we shall see later. Right speech. Right speech means abstention from telling lies, from backbiting and slander and talk that may bring about hatred, enmity, disunity, and disharmony among individuals or groups of people, from harsh, rude, impolite, malicious, and abusive language, and from idle, useless, and foolish babble and gossip. When one abstains from these forms of wrong and harmful speech, one naturally has to speak the truth and has to use words that are friendly and benevolent, pleasant and gentle, meaningful and useful. One should not speak carelessly. Speech should be at the right time and place. If one cannot say something useful, one should keep noble silence. We tend to underestimate the power of the spoken word and often regret words said in haste. Each of us has experienced the disappointment associated with harsh criticism, whether justified or not, and we also are likely to have felt good when kind words encouraged us. Right speech involves recognition of the truth and also an awareness of the impact of idle gossip and of repeating rumors. Communicating thoughtfully helps to unite others and can heal dissension. By resolving never to speak unkindly or in anger, a spirit of consideration evolves, which moves us closer to everyday compassionate living. Right action. Right action aims at promoting moral, honorable, and peaceful conduct. It admonishes us that we should abstain from destroying life, stealing, dishonest dealings, and illegitimate sexual intercourse, and that we should also help others to lead a peaceful and honorable life in the right way. Right action recognizes the need to take an ethical approach in life, to consider others and the world we live in. This includes not taking what is not given to us and having respect for the agreements we make both in our private and business lives. Right action also encompasses the 5 precepts which were given by the Buddha: not to kill, steal, lie, avoid sexual misconduct, and not take drugs or other intoxicants. This step on the path also includes a whole approach to the environment, with right action being taken whenever possible to safeguard the world for future generations. Right livelihood. Right livelihood means that one should abstain from making one's living through a profession that brings harm to others, such as trading in arms and lethal weapons, intoxicating drinks or poisons, killing animals or being a butcher, owning a gun shop, cheating, etc. In his time, he also discouraged the slave trade, which dealt with human workers. And he was also against the practice of fortune-telling, as this made assumptions about a fixed future, where his teaching stresses that the future is created by what we do today. One should live in a profession that is honorable, blameless, and innocent of harm to others. One can clearly see here that Buddhism is strongly opposed to any kind of war when it lays down that trade in arms and lethal weapons is an evil and unjust means of livelihood. Right livelihood also implies that a Buddhist who is able will undertake some work, either as part of a Buddhist community, or in the workplace, or, alternatively, do home-based or community service. Many communities of monks ensure that each member has daily chores, which remind him of the step on the Eightfold Path. These 3 factors, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, of the Eightfold Path constitute ethical conduct. It should be realized that Buddhist ethical and moral conduct aims at promoting a happy and harmonious life both for the individual and for society. This moral conduct is considered the indispensable foundation for all higher spiritual attainments. No spiritual development is possible without this moral basis. If your work has a lack of respect for life, then it will be a barrier to progress on the spiritual path. Buddhism promotes the principle of equality of all living beings and respect for all life. Mental discipline. Next comes mental discipline, which is included 3 other factors of the Eightfold Path, namely, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Right effort. Right effort is the energetic will to prevent evil and unwholesome states of mind from arising, and to get rid of such evil and unwholesome states that have already arisen within men, and also to produce, to cause to arise, good and wholesome states of mind not yet arisen, and to develop and bring to perfection the good and wholesome states of mind already present in men. This is the step where we become committed to the path. Right understanding shows us what life really is and what life's problems are composed of. Right intent urges us to decide what our heart wants. Right intent must come from the heart and involves recognizing the equality of all life and compassion for all that life, beginning with yourself. Right intent means persistence and a passion for the journey. Setting out to climb a high mountain means you must understand the lay of the land and the pitfalls, the other team members, and the equipment you need. This is similar to right understanding. But you will only climb the mountain if you really want to and have a passion for the climb. This is right intent. The mountain we climb here is our journey through life. Right understanding will eliminate ignorance. With right intent and correct understanding, we then remove desire, which in turn causes the suffering defined in the Four Noble Truths. Right effort also means cultivating enthusiasm and a positive attitude in a balanced way. Like the strings of a musical instrument, the amount of effort should not be too tense or too impatient, as well as not too slack or too laid back. Right effort should produce an attitude of steady and cheerful determination. In order to produce the right effort, clear and honest thoughts should be welcomed, and feelings of jealousy and anger should be left behind. Right effort equates to positive thinking, followed by focused action. Right mindfulness is to be diligently aware, mindful, and attentive with regard to the activities of the body, sensations or feelings, the activities of the mind, and ideas, thoughts, conceptions, and things. The practice of concentration on breathing is connected with the body for mental development. There are several other ways of developing attentiveness in relation to the body as modes of meditation. With regard to sensations and feelings, one should be clearly aware of all forms of feelings and sensations, pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, of how they appear and disappear within oneself. Concerning the activities of the mind, one should be aware of whether one's mind is lustful or not, given to hatred or not, deluded or not, distracted or concentrated, etc. In this way, one should be aware of all movements of the mind and how they arise and disappear. As regards ideas, thoughts, conceptions, and things, one should know their nature, how they appear and disappear, how they are developed, how they are suppressed, destroyed, and so on. While right effort is a very easy concept for most of us, right mindfulness is somewhat trickier to grasp and may involve quite a change of thinking. Right mindfulness means being aware of the moment and being focused on that moment. When we travel somewhere, we hear noises, see buildings and trees, see advertising, feel the movement, think of those we left behind, thinking of our destination. So, it is with most moments of our lives. Right mindfulness asks us to be aware of the journey at that moment and to be clear and undistracted at that moment. Right mindfulness is closely linked with meditation and forms the basis of meditation. It is also not an attempt to exclude the world. In fact, the opposite. Right mindfulness asks us to be aware of the moment and of our actions at that moment. By being aware, we are able to see how old patterns and habits control us. In this awareness, we may see how fears of possible futures limit our present actions. Sometimes you may be absorbed in what you are doing. Music, art, and sports can trigger these moments. At that moment, you are mindful, and the Buddha showed us how to integrate that awareness into our everyday lives. Right concentration. The third and last factor of mental discipline is the right concentration, leading to the 4 stages. In the first stage, passionate desires and certain unwholesome thoughts like sensuous lust, ill will, languor, worry, restlessness, and skeptical doubt are discarded, and feelings of joy and happiness are maintained, along with certain mental activities. Then, in the second stage, all intellectual activities are suppressed, tranquility and one-pointedness of the mind are developed, and the feelings of joy and happiness are still retained. In the third stage, the feeling of joy, which is an active sensation, also disappears, while the disposition of happiness still remains in addition to mindful equanimity. Finally, in the fourth stage of dhyana, all sensations, even of happiness and unhappiness, of joy and sorrow, disappear, only pure equanimity and awareness remaining. Thus, the mind is trained and disciplined and developed through the right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Once the mind is uncluttered, it may then be concentrated to achieve whatever is desired. Right concentration is turning the mind to focus on an object, such as a flower or a lit candle, or a concept, such as loving compassion. This forms the next part of the meditation process. Right concentration implies that we select worthy directions for the concentration of the mind, although everything in nature, beautiful and ugly, may be useful for concentration. At deeper levels, no object or concept may be necessary for further development. The benefits of right mindfulness and right concentration are significant as they teach the mind to see things, not as we are conditioned to see them, but as they really are. At the same time, they also lead to a feeling of calm and peace in the world. By being in the moment or in being able to concentrate effectively, a sense of joy at the moment is felt. Release from the control of past pains and future mind games takes us closer to freedom from suffering. Wisdom. The remaining two factors, namely right thought and right understanding, constitute wisdom in the Noble Eightfold Path. Right thought. Right thought denotes the thoughts of selfless renunciation or detachment, thoughts of love, and thoughts of non-violence, which are extended to all beings. It is very interesting and important to note here that thoughts of selfless detachment, love, and non-violence are grouped on the side of wisdom. This clearly shows that true wisdom is endowed with these noble qualities and that all thoughts of selfish desire, ill will, hatred, and violence are the result of a lack of wisdom in all spheres of life, whether individual, social, or political. Right understanding. The first step of the Eightfold Path is the right understanding or right view. Right understanding is the understanding of things as they are, and it is the Four Noble Truths that explain things as they really are. Right understanding, therefore, is ultimately reduced to the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. This understanding is the highest wisdom that sees the ultimate reality. According to Buddhism, there are two sorts of understanding. We generally call understanding knowledge and accumulated memory, an intellectual grasping of a subject according to certain given data. This is called knowing accordingly. It is not very deep. Real deep understanding or penetration is seeing a thing in its true nature without name and label. This penetration is possible only when the mind is free from all impurities and is fully developed through meditation. This is a significant step on the path as it relates to seeing the world and everything in it as it really is, not as we believe it to be or want it to be. Just as you may read the directions on a map and then make the journey, studying, reading, and examining the information is important, but only the preparation for the journey. At a deeper level, direct personal experience will then lead us to right understanding. In his book Old Path, White Clouds, Thich Nhat Hanh tells the story of the Buddha. The Buddha says, "My teaching is not a dogma or a doctrine, but no doubt some people will take it as such." The Buddha goes on to say, "I must state clearly that my teaching is a method to experience reality and not reality itself, just as a finger pointing at the moon is not the moon itself. A thinking person makes use of the finger to see the moon. A person who only looks at the finger and mistakes it for the moon will never see the real moon." Knowing reality is of very little value if we don't put it to personal use in our lives. Chapter 7. Emotion. Emotions are felt by all human beings as they are quite natural to the spiritual cosmic nature. Not only humans, but all animals possess emotions in different levels. The more intelligent a person becomes, the more intense their emotions become. Emotion can be created through experiences. Some people respond differently than others when encountering the same circumstance because of their past experiences. Therefore, our emotions reflect the past that we have dealt with, and they are distinctive for everyone. How people feel emotions also depends on their conditioning, which is greatly dependent on their culture. In religions such as Buddhism and Hinduism, people react differently than others. People born and raised in such cultures fear karma more than anything. They would refrain from committing sin as they believe karma would come around the corner to screw them over. Many Buddhists would help or do good things for others because they think their action would create merits. They just want to help others, practicing love and compassion. It's very important to see each different emotion take root at a different level in the mind. For instance, one of the best positive emotions is happiness. Everyone wants happiness. However, happiness comes slowly, goes very quickly, and takes root very lightly. On the other hand, other negative emotions like anger and hatred come very quickly and easily, but they also take root so deeply and stay for so long in the mind that it is even hard to remove them. Nonetheless, all kinds of emotions are important in themselves. They are, in fact, beautiful, and their own roles are provided in their right time, right place, and right action. And you just have to be aware of them, because if you are not aware of them, you will certainly become them, and then you will be living in instinct, in a more primitive state. The importance of emotion. Emotions are crucial for living beings. They work to secure the lives of all living beings. Without emotion, there wouldn't be anyone surviving until now, or living beings are just more of a plant state. Scientists have already proved that even plants have emotion, not just humans or animals. I read one of the articles a while ago. It talks about research on plants. They planted several relative seeds on the same piece of land and observed the growth. They found that all of the seeds of the same species root grew in harmony. They didn't compete with each other for food while they competed with the roots of different species. They even assist each other in outgrowing the different species' roots. That's the root of spiritual cosmic nature. When people often say, God got angry when there were storms or some natural disaster coming. See? Even God gets cross with us sometimes. If anyone doesn't have emotions, I would consider it a disability. Then, if anyone doesn't have emotions or is missing some kind of emotion, I would consider them to have a disability. Thus, a normal person must be able to feel emotions. The ability to feel all kinds of emotions is extremely important. It's also a survival mechanism. Even nature can get angry. How come a living being or spiritual entity cannot get angry? It would be very wrong if we assume that some enlightened people don't have emotions. In fact, spiritually enlightened entities even have more sophisticated emotions than those of worldly people. If you think Buddha, Jesus, or Muhammad never got angry, the answer is no, it wasn't as you thought. They could get angry, but they knew how to manage it. They saw emotions through. So, don't you say Buddha or other spiritual enlighteners didn't, or couldn't get angry. Buddha was a perfect man, so Jesus said they had to be able to feel emotions, to be angry and feel anger. They weren't mentally disabled. Thus, they managed their emotions superbly. They didn't merge into it. They treated it like a separate body in their own body. Because emotion is nothing physical, even when you say my eyes, my hands, my mind, everything when you say my, it's already not you. Yet your hands, your ears, you still can touch, but your emotions, how can you touch? You can't touch your emotion. You can't even see it. Emotion may just appear on your face. You can detect it through the actions, but directly, you can't see it. If you can see, how is the color of happiness? What is the color of anger? What is the color of hatred? There is no color to them. There is nothing. They do not exist in any physical form. It's the mental awareness within. Though emotions are very important, we often use them as instinct. If you allow all kinds of emotions to appear in you, you merge into them, you become them, and you are no longer a wise person. If you live by instinct, it's primitive. The difference between primitive animals and humans is how we can see our emotions through and through in our daily lives. All kinds of emotions in life are important, so we live so we can enjoy our emotions actively rather than passively. That's the important objective. Emotions that greatly affect spirituality. Emotion from a different angle is actually a way to defend our lives and express our feelings. Emotions can be positive, neutral, or negative in nature and happen because conditions arise. Emotion on condition. We live throughout our days. Our lives don't always stay the same. Our moods and emotions go up and down because of external factors, and we are always affected by external factors, and those would determine our moods. To survive, we eat food. We even eat 3 times a day when we feel hungry, and that feeling is also an emotion-based condition. Our behavior is based on our emotions. For example, when you smell some good food, your saliva would eject and come out of your mouth. That's a natural reaction. Would we do that by ourselves? We do that by ourselves? Not really. It's in fact a past experience that builds up the behavior in the mind's rerun condition. For another instance, when we talk about lemon, we all know lemon is sour. We talk about the sourness and sweetness of lemon juice. You can feel it in your mouth, and saliva may just run your throat. Or in Asia, we love to eat tamarind, a sour and sweet fruit, and we often joke about eating tamarind in front of people playing saxophone so it would disrupt them as their saliva would run and jam the instrument. It's the same natural reflection of the hand touching something very hot. Then we suddenly take back the hand, and then you learn that the object is very hot. That builds experience. We know everything is conditional and interrelative. Even so, negative emotions like hatred and anger can last when the condition subsides. though they won't last that long at once either, which causes more danger. If you can remove the condition on your own through rationalism, the emotion will remove itself too. For instance, if they are angry at you because of something, if you remove the condition of their triggered emotion, then they will change too. Just like in wars in the past, one country kills another, and now they become friends. After World War II, Germany used to conquer many countries in Europe, and now it's a friend of other European countries, and being a member of the EU, when it removed the condition, it changed. Time will heal everything. We can temporarily categorize emotion into positive, neutral, and negative emotions to make it easier to understand. Positive emotion: happiness, joy, humor, amusement, excitement, trust, admiration, and romance. I will explain few of these emotions. Joy, inspiration. The emotion is evoked by well-being, success, or good fortune, or by the prospect of possessing what one desires, delight. While excitement is something that stirs up feelings of great enthusiasm and interest, admiration is a social emotion felt by observing people of competence, talent, or skill exceeding standards, whereas romance happens because a condition arises that some satisfying interest subject attracts other interactions together, which is more positive, just like happiness. Some other emotions, like triumph, victory, or the joy of winning something, disappear, too. Those emotions are also temporary, just like happiness, joy, interest, and satisfaction. You may be satisfied now, but the next moment you can be dissatisfied. We know all of those emotions are conditional. One happens because another happens at different energy levels and in different relationships. In spirituality, I would emphasize some important emotions that are a great concern for cultivators on their spiritual journey. Happiness. Feelings of happiness are positive emotions. Happiness is the state of experiencing satisfaction of some experience, feeling at ease about something, or having a joyful moment. It is also an emotional state characterized by feelings of satisfaction and fulfillment in life. As humans, we always look for happiness. In spirituality, there are many ways a person can achieve, feel, and express happiness. Sometimes, it is very simple. We just have to recognize happiness. If we don't recognize happiness, we will never be truly happy. So, how can you be happy? In spirituality, to be happy, we must be able to understand cosmic nature and recognize what and how we feel about it. In worldly life, most people think they can be happy only when they are very rich, when they become very successful, when their families are perfect, when they have big houses and very expensive cars, and when they have all kinds of security, so that would define their happiness. But is it real? The answer is not always. Sometimes happiness can be simple, like when you work hard the whole day and you go home, you take a shower, and after that, you lay down on the bed and you feel so relaxed, you feel so good. That's already a very short moment of happiness. That simple act of resting, laying down on the bed while your body just freshens up, is already enough to generate happiness. Though happiness can easily come from a simple moment after a shower, it would just stay there for a short while and then leave. Whenever someone gives you a surprise gift, you feel so excited, and for a short moment, you keep it in your closet. But after a while, the excitement is also gone, and you don't even remember about it later. In our modern world, without spiritual wisdom and purpose in our actions, people are always seeking happiness by trying to eliminate fears, uncertainty, and sadness. But to do that, they often find anger and disappointment, then get mad, upset, and depressed from failing their expectations and purposes for happiness instead. Neutral emotions. Some other emotions can be more moderate: craving, adoration, calmness, surprise, boredom, loneliness, and interest, like something. Adoration. It's a feeling of deep love, a sign of devotion to and worship. Adoration is still used today in a religious context, in phrases like the adoration of God, spiritual master. If you adore or deeply love someone, you can describe that feeling as adoration. Surprise. It's an unexpected or astonishing event, fact, or thing. These emotions can be changed, but they don't cause as many positive or negative consequences as other strong emotions, as if you like something, then you dislike it, or if you find something better, then you change your interest. Boredom. It is an emotional or sometimes psychological state experienced when an individual is left without anything in particular to do, is not interested in their surroundings, or feels that today or period is dull or tedious. It is not simply another name for depression or apathy. It seems to be a specific mental state that people find unpleasant, a lack of stimulation that leaves them craving rest, though it can be a dangerous and disruptive state of mind that damages your mental health. Loneliness is related to the feeling of being alone. When our need for rewarding social contact and relationships is not met, but loneliness is not always the same as being alone. Loneliness can come from anxiety about lacking a genuine connection with others. Confusion is also a kind of emotion, and it's also temporary, because when you are confused, you may ask what happened. And then when you get an answer, confusion is gone and you will be no more confused. It doesn't take long to take root, and once the condition is satisfied, it will be removed. Calmness. It's also one of the most important emotions in spirituality, though not everyone can keep calm at all times. But with experience, wisdom, and emotional intelligence, people can keep calm. To keep calm, spiritual cultivators must see emotion through and through in every situation, then they will be able to keep their emotions under control. Thus, they are more moderate than negative emotions like envy, jealousy, anger, and hatred, which can take root and stay very long in the mind. Craving. Talk about a craving. A craving is an intense desire for something really particular. Craving is also an intense and prolonged desire, yearning, or appetite. As for affection, cravings actually involve a complex interplay of factors, brain messages, behaviors that become habits over time, and having access to knowledge or experience of expectations. As the material world offers only the craving for physical pleasure, a craving for everything we see, and pride in our achievements and possessions, if we only crave for such, we will suffer greatly emotionally and mentally. Nevertheless, we can crave, but we have to spiritually know what and why we crave. In the feeling of craving, you want something so much that you crave for it. That's also a kind of feeling from your experience or other people's experience. You crave for it because, in the past, others have gone through it or you have already gone through it, and you know what satisfaction it can give you for something, so you crave for it more, and you crave for it again and again. However, when you get what you crave, your craving will cease and go away at that moment, as it already satisfies you. However, if it doesn't satisfy you, or in other cases, if you allow the craving to become so great that you can't be satisfied, you will fall into suffering. For instance, sexuality is a normal living activity, but sometimes when people crave sex excessively and can't control themselves, they commit wrongdoing by raping others. In life, rape is not a worthy act to satisfy sexual cravings. You can have sex every day in many different ways, so why do you have to rape someone and end your life? But other cravings are also beneficial, like when you are craving knowledge, learning, or spiritual attainment. Then to achieve those, you will determine to learn and practice spirituality because you know the path to attaining God's mind state, a state of cosmic parenthood in the end. That's your truth of life, though you have to satisfy everything on the path, experience many things, understand them firmly and sturdily on the way, not because you hear or are told, and then every step of your step is a more advanced step. You learn to live in your own mind and control yourself. Then you will experience spiritual sacredness in your practice. Sometimes you do this and that, but you learn by doing many things and cultivating wisdom from them to advance your spiritual wisdom. On the path, you will spend more time practicing meditation to keep your mind steadily calm, to be able to reflect on them, and at last, to grow love and compassion. By then, you will be able to rein in the negative emotions, the anger, the hatred, refuse to act on provocations, and you will try to practice patience. Those things you crave have a good spiritual purpose, and with time, practice, effort, and patience, you will learn slowly improving your healthy mind, experience, and spiritual wisdom to enlightenment. Negative emotion. Sadness, anger, aggression, fear, trauma, jealousy, hatred, disgust, distrust, anxiety, and confusion. Sadness. Its negative emotional pain is associated with, or characterized by, feelings of disadvantage, loss, despair, grief, helplessness, disappointment, and sorrow. An individual experiencing sadness may become quiet or lethargic, and withdraw from others. Sadness can lead to depression. Pain and trauma. You feel pain. Feeling pain is a big factor in psychology. You've gone through something in your past, then it's finished, but in the future, you encounter something similar, and you feel pain again. It's called trauma pain. It's trauma. It comes back to you suddenly, and you can't control it, and you feel bad. In spirituality, we see the cause of people's sadness come from their greed, disappointment, or loss. They expect something, but at the end, the result can't meet their greedy expectations, and they become sad or feel pain. But sadness and pain eventually go away in time. Everything is impermanent. When people realize the emptiness, emotion finishes in itself, but it is important to be able to turn it into wisdom. Otherwise, this can be very dangerous, especially for a meditator who goes to an advanced level. Every step, they will prevent you. You must be very careful with those feelings, the feeling of regret, the feeling of shame. That kind of feeling can kill you. Though a meditator is one who tries to remove ignorance, to see ignorance better than worldly people, they can fall into those emotional traps, dangerous traps. Anger versus spirituality. Along with fear, anger is also a very negative emotion. Anger is often known as a cause leading to losing control, but anger is one of the most basic human emotions, as elemental as happiness, sadness, anxiety, or disgust. These emotions are tied to the basic survival of all sentient beings, inherited from spiritual cosmic nature. Anger is related to the fight, flight, or freeze response of the sympathetic nervous system. It prepares sentient beings to fight for mental and physical defense. In humanity, anger and fighting also means the motivation of one or more individuals or communities to combat injustice by changing laws or enforcing new norms. Anger can often escalate to an intense emotional state involving a strong, uncomfortable, portable, and non-cooperative response to a perceived provocation. It's a reaction to a threat or a strong feeling of annoyance, displeasure, or hostility. Prolonged release of the stress hormones that accompany anger can destroy neurons in areas of the brain associated with judgment and short-term memory, weaken the immune system, or damage physical health in the long term. In social interaction, anger that is too easily or frequently mobilized can undermine relationships. Anger can lead to fear, which can merge into a stronger one and take a very deep root in the mind, leading to worse emotions like hatred, detest, and disgust, even trauma. If you feel angry at someone and you don't and can't remove it at that moment, you can't be satisfied, and if the action keeps continuing, it will contribute to deeper, more ingrained, destructive hatred. In spirituality, when you recognize the feeling, especially anger, suddenly you are in control. As I have told you before, all living beings are just biological robots, and we are biorobots. We hold only a certain amount of control over our bodies. As humans, we have our cognitive ability, the mind to judge things, and we can keep calm, but animals can hardly do so. Though anger may be calming down with someone helps by giving a sense of security, to be wise, don't say, "Oh, I can't feel angry." Of course you can, but it's important that you recognize the anger and what you are truly feeling. Anger and aggression. Anger can also easily lead to aggression and aggressiveness. In anger, sometimes people act very aggressively and violently as they are not in control. Instead, they are controlled by the anger emotion, which hijacks their brain and controls the person completely. That's why they act badly as an instinctive defense mechanism that they don't even know. Sometimes later, when the anger goes away, they become regretful, wondering why we did that or why we did this because they simply didn't have control at the time. Even in an animal like a dog, a barking dog just keeps barking, and only its owner can calm it down. Other times, a smaller angry dog, while barking and attacking, will run away when it sees a bigger dog approaching. Its anger will disappear, replaced by fear, which suppresses the anger and changes it. This morning, one of my friends told me a story. When he and two other friends were walking a little boy back home, suddenly a neighbor dog appeared and attacked the boy specifically in aggression, just as a dog when it was angry would bark, then somehow escalate aggression, and even turn to attack and bite. Though the three adults tried to protect and help the boy, somehow the dog managed to bite him. And what happened to the dog? The parents of the boy were very angry. They wanted to get the dog killed, and the owner wanted to protect his dog. Then they called the police, but when they came, they took the dog away to put it down as it posed danger, and the owner would have to deal with the legal matter, of course, and be fined. Nevertheless, when the aggression of the dog is gone, the dog doesn't know that it will be put down, because it perceived the boy as either a danger, a potential prey, or something we don't really know as it can't control itself, and its life would come to an end. That's the consequence of animals in our U.S. society. Fear. Fear is a negative emotion, an unpleasant, often strong emotion caused by anticipation or awareness of danger. Though it's very dangerous, it helps living beings perceive danger. In humans, fear is more complicated. When you fear losing something, anxiety will come. Fear can grow into anxiety, then disgust, and hatred. Anxiety happens because of past knowledge or experience. You require some fear, knowledge, or experience to feel anxiety. Anxiety doesn't just come right away by itself, it can last and cause more damage to humans' well-being. If too much fear happens and prolongs itself for too long, it will destroy your mind and mentality. Yet fear is a negative emotion, but because of fear, people and other living beings have been surviving since ancient times. For example, if a rabbit sees a fox, an eagle, or a predator close by, it senses the danger and will run away. It wouldn't stand there, and even if you saw it and approached it, it would run away. Running away is also a way to defend. So, you see, if the rabbit had no fear of a predator, it wouldn't run away, and then it would become a meal for them. Or if you see a chicken, a cow, or a pig, if they didn't have fear, when people or predators come to kill them, they would just stay there singing, "Oh, please kill me." In reality, it would never happen. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any rabbit, chicken, cow, or even animal in the world at all now, because they would have been extinct long ago. You see how important fear is. Therefore, they must have fear. It is a very important emotion. Back to humans, fear is becoming more complicated than fear in animals. We have all kinds of fears. The fear of losing something. We fear losing our freedom, our country, our loved ones, and our property. We fear losing jobs, we fear property damage, and we fear that someone will cheat us. We fear all kinds of things. So, if you think we are not afraid of anything, that is not accurate. Fear is the natural reaction of our brain and mind. It's kind of a feeling or emotion we must have. The United Nations exists because of fear. Fear of war and destruction. Let's say if a nation was attacked by another nation, such as Russia attacking Ukraine, if the people of that nation didn't feel fear, anger, or hatred because of the destruction of their country caused by the war brought on them by aggressor Russia, they would just surrender and let it be wiped out without fighting back, and then Ukrainians wouldn't need to suffer revenge. But the reality isn't that. They are fighting back with all their anger and hatred. They fear being attacked, losing freedom, losing life, losing their identity, and losing their own existence. They even look to the world for help. The emotions of fear, anger, and hatred are actually a very strong defensive mechanism in the name of patriotism that leads them to fight for their survival regardless of their unknown future. Disgust. Disgust is a feeling of disapproval and dislike at a situation or person's behavior, and is an emotional response of rejection or revulsion to something potentially contagious or something considered offensive, distasteful, or unpleasant. Disgust and anxiety can become behavioral disorder of fear-related obsessive negative emotion. Disgust is one of the basic emotions. It invokes a characteristic facial expression of emotion. Unlike the emotions of fear, anger, and sadness, disgust will cause harm to health, especially the spiritual mind of cultivators. Sensitivity to disgust is negatively correlated to aggression because feelings of disgust typically bring about a need to withdraw, while aggression results in a need to approach. For those who are especially sensitive to moral disgust, they would want to be less aggressive because they want to avoid hurting others. Those especially sensitive to pathogen disgust might be motivated by a desire to avoid the possibility of an open wound on the victim of the aggression. Those sensitive to sexual disgust must have some sexual object present to be especially avoidant of aggression. Taking a further look at hygiene, disgust was the strongest predictor of negative attitudes toward obese individuals. A disgust reaction toward obese individuals was also connected with views of moral values. Thus, disgust is a very strong negative emotion. If a person holds too much disgust in life, it can take root and stay with them for a long time because it becomes a habit or behavior. He or she would act badly, which would damage and distort even her spiritual conscience. Suffering from emotional denial. The old people say that if you love somebody, you love even the road that person is passing. If you hate someone, you would hate the entire family, relatives, that emotion, and the hatred doesn't go away easily, but the love can. Feeling emotion is a normal natural ability of humans. As humans, we are capable of feeling all kinds of emotions that we experience. And to progress, we shouldn't reject what we feel but instead recognize and observe it. By doing so, we will become aware of our own emotions. We know what to feel, how to talk, and what our emotions state if we are happy, angry, or joyful. But that doesn't mean that if we feel that feeling and we think it's good, then we attach to it. Awareness means that we can enjoy the emotion at a complete level by being aware of it, understanding it, and knowing that it will end, no matter what. Every moment we live, there will be different emotions that rise and go. After this emotion goes away, another emotion will replace it. But being aware of our emotions will make us strong and wise, which will lead us to true happiness in every moment we live. That's already telling us emotions aren't bad, we just need to understand and live with them wisely. All kinds of emotions are important in cosmic nature, they have their own roles. Without those emotions, our lives would just be like rocks. Only rocks don't feel, but animals still can. When you feed a dog, it will be very happy, but when you try to take away food from it, it will bite you. Or any other animal, like birds. If you give food to them, they will come to you. Nevertheless, too often, many people say, I am not angry, I don't feel bad, but in reality, those things just happen to them, and they deny them. The denial will cause the most suffering. The denial of emotion will cause you trouble because it already takes deep root inside your mind, and when it's already deep inside, it will even go deeper and deeper, causing suffering. When you say you are not angry but you are angry, the anger just stays there, and it adds up more. Every emotion is naturally important. It's more important that we understand them, especially negative emotions that naturally take root in your mind and in other people's minds. Thus, don't say, I don't feel this, I don't feel that, but recognize them, as the more you deny them, the more you become ignorant and lose your control. Because you ignore or deny your emotions, it also means you are not really aware of them. They still stay there in your mind, and they will be accumulating until they are big enough to take over your control or kill you. You know yourself, or many others often say, the feeling comes to a peak, and you can't stand it. Then it will explode. If many basic needs are not satisfied and the condition isn't removed in time, it will keep growing stronger and trickier. Even though we are biorobots, we always think we can control our bodies completely, but actually we are not in control as we think, especially our emotions, which are conditional. We now know the body lets us have control of only 12 to 15% of consciousness, which gives us enough ability to recognize our emotions, and the rest, or 85%, is an automatic mechanism. Until now, the more we regain control, the less we live in the instinctive state, and the more wisdom we gain. However, every move in our own body's automatic emotions, such as the breath, we breathe every second, and our heart beats every second, but do we control them? No, we are not controlling them. Just as our digestive system is controlled, are we controlling them too? No, not at all. Our blood flow, our immune system, do we control them? No, we don't. If we could control them, we would never be infected with the COVID-19 virus. Even with our vaccine, we are just trying to help our immune system recognize the virus. Our immunity system is acting as a defense mechanism, or a military county. It's important when the military perceives a threat, so it can act on it to terminate the threat. But what if the military is infested by an enemy inside? If the military has a general commander inside who is a traitor, it would be in serious trouble. So, it must be recognized. The same with emotion. It's also a defense mechanism. Though we can't control their rise and fall, we must recognize our emotions and their reactions, not let the ego take their place. If we understand them, then we can go beyond our survival instinct and head for the spiritual, cosmic sacredness. Spiritual emotional intelligence. Nowadays, people become more aware of their health and more conscious about the environment, spirituality, and religious practice through eating vegetarian. We start to eat healthy food and eat vegetarian more often. However, by doing so, we should understand how to eat clean food that is not contaminated with chemical flavors. We must understand the concept of clean vegetarian versus dirty vegetarian. Many people faithfully eat vegetarian to practice non-killing, especially Asian people. However, they unknowingly start to eat a lot of dangerous food that contains contaminated chemical flavoring, like fake seafood, fake meat, etc. As those kinds of fake stuff give them a general sense of the meat-like taste, but it's a fake. Most of it is chemically made, and that kills them in the long term. It causes cancer. That's not mindful consumption. That's ignorant eating. However, becoming more aware and having better knowledge on eating organic food, cleaner food, less meat, more vegetables, reducing sugar consumption, and reducing salt is a much better and smarter choice. By making the right choice, it will support our lives, and we can help to control our bio-automated system better. When we get older, we get less sickness, which is happiness and wisdom we need to gain more. That's our spiritual emotional intelligence, spiritual wisdom, and living in our own peaceful world. Then we must learn to live as two entities, one spiritual energy body in our own physical body. One is the spiritual child of the cosmic parent, and the other is the physical body of the spiritual cosmic nature. The physical body is the product of the spiritual cosmic nature, but it physically inhabits the passive spiritual energy body to form us, as one is spirituality and one is physicality. The physical body will last, being mortal in nature, because it's affected by the four forces of birth, age, sickness, and death. In cosmic nature, everything that has a beginning will have an end. But in spiritual cosmic nature, the spiritual form, the energy body, will be immortal. Since to take that gift from spiritual nature, we must practice to merge the two bodies actively under our own consciousness, under the energy flow within the spiritual third eye. Once you merge the two bodies, you will be able to live the two bodies in one actively. You will have control of your energy flow, and you will be able to see, feel, and control the energy flow within your physical body right through the third eye. You can easily recognize the world in front of you. You feel emotions clearly, and you easily identify which ones are good and which ones are bad with your sacred spiritual wisdom. All kinds of emotional feelings are non-existent in physical form. Thus, there is no reason to attach emotion to it. You can see that one person is very angry. It is just his body reacting to the emotion in his mind. As humans, we know and are able to recognize our emotions through experience. We are able to see all anger reactions in different ways through our own actions, but emotion itself is a non-physical form. We still have to live every day and every moment with our life emotions, and then we have to train our minds to be selective in receiving and enjoying our emotions. We can avoid living with negative emotions, and we can encourage ourselves to live with more positive emotions instead. And that is why we cultivate every day. Spiritual cultivation can never be finished, done, and no one, no exception, even Buddha, Jesus, Mohammed, or gods, just as spiritual cosmic parents and the whole spiritual cosmic nature still need learning to evolve. Our Earth is a planet in the cosmos. It's just one of the billion planets in the galaxy. There are billions of galaxies in the cosmos. Though, Earth, it's only 4 billion years old compares to countless age of the cosmos, and over 3 billion years ago, Earth was violent. In the last billion years, it has become more peaceful and able to support life. Our civilization right now is an Earth's product, an attainment, a product of 4 billion years of learning and cultivation to perfection. The cosmos never stops learning. Enlightenment doesn't have an end. Enlightenment only has a beginning, though the moment we experience enlightenment, when we are merging with our spiritual life and living in the spiritual energy body at that moment, we will continue experiencing life and live in its expansion. We continue to cultivate ourselves and to evolve better and higher. Don't think someone enlightens and that finishes. We are in the progression to perfection, though we will never achieve perfect enlightenment. What an old human can achieve enlightenment perfection? Humans can only live up to 100 years at most, and the Earth, the spiritual cosmic nature, is billions of years old. There are many other planets even older than Earth. Even our own sun is older than Earth. Human age is nothing to compare. How could any living being such as a human attain enlightenment perfection? Never can it be. Nobody can perfectly enlighten. But we can improve our experience through cultivation, and that is the purpose of the God mind, the cosmic parent mind, and emergent spirit consciousness. So back to the emotion, we can improve our control of our emotions. We can see through all emotions, even anger, happiness, positive, neutral, or negative emotions. They are all beautiful. Though we also know that some negative emotions represent destructive force. If we feel negative emotions like anger, hatred, etc., we must recognize and let them go at that point. The best way to do that is to say to yourself, I see the anger in the mind, I am facing it, now disappear from my mind. Of course, you need to practice many other techniques to control your mind through meditation that I mention in different chapters. But do not lie to yourself. It's nonsense. There's no meaning to lie to yourself just because of the ego itself. Lying does nothing to make you wiser. It actually makes you more ignorant and suffer. As a spiritual cultivator, you are in the process of removing ignorance, and lying is just a cover-up of your true intention, so don't lie to yourself. but face your own emotions. It doesn't mean you have to tell other people everything about you. Remember, you are the only one living your life. No one else lives your life for you. From cultivation, if you attain something, it's yours, nobody else's, so don't lie to yourself in the first place. Emotion can also spread to other people around you. Especially negative energy can spread out very quickly and strongly compared to other positive energy. Happiness is short-lived, and it can't spread out quickly, but negative emotional energy and anger can spread very quickly. Be mindful when being around negative people, it's a very dangerous thing to do. Many years ago, when I was working in restaurants, I saw many people showing their deception, anger, lying, and playing politics. I found it not a healthy environment but rather very toxic to be in. If I allowed myself to continue to live in such environments while trying to live my own way, not taking sides, then I wasn't a part of them, they would just attack me. But if I took sides, thus becoming a part of them, one of them, then I would start to behave like them, to deceive, to lie. Then I decided to leave. That's why it's important to learn about the Eightfold Noble Truths. It is guiding you to live in the right environment and avoid negative people, because if you live in an environment of people who are always angry, mad, lying, or aggressive, it will affect you. Even if you don't know and are aware of it, when you go out, you will act exactly the same because you think that's the normal way to live, and you don't even know the wrong way you are living. The spiritual past is past, leave the past behind. We are trying to remove our ignorance every day. We must recognize our negative emotions wisely. We know that feeling is a normal thing for a sophisticated life form as human, but that doesn't mean when we see people get angry or see their anger, we will hate them. No, it's not that way. Otherwise, we become a part of them and destroy ourselves. But we see it, and we replace it with understanding, love, and compassion. We replace the anger, hatred, and negative emotions with our understanding and sympathy. That's also a path to building and giving compassion to ourselves. Then we can see the danger of our own anger and its destruction, and with time, we can face our own physical mind when anger or negative emotion comes. Negative emotion can also random come from our own physical mind. We see that and deal with it effectively the moment it comes because the emotion will last momentarily and subside later. So, if you are not dealing with it at the very first moment, you may not be aware of it already taking root in your mind, and it will stay there and keep growing until it is too difficult to remove. Some brothers and sisters get angry with each other for life because they keep it up too long until it is too difficult to talk to one another. Even when parents and children don't live together for a long time and their feelings for each other change, love and care are also similar, they change. People who live far away from each other for a long time, and when they meet each other, love won't be the same. Level of emotion changes, everything is impermanent, and because it's impermanent, it doesn't stay the same. If it's staying the same, then it's not impermanent. Nothing is permanent, everything changes, so we don't attach ourselves to the past but aim for future betterment. Thus, we must understand our own emotion when it rises and falls. As we know it's not even physical, it's fragile and impermanent. If we take this wisdom into our core, we can exit negative emotions easier because we know no matter how severe an emotion, even love, sadness, suffering, and sorrow, everything will end by itself. Even when we are very sad, like when a loved one, such as a mother, father, brother, sister, lover, or child passes away, we feel extremely sad. We may cry, but they will all pass, and we move on with our remaining lives. Decades ago, I and one of my cousins, who was about the same age, grew up together from babyhood to adulthood. Then we were away because I moved to Thailand when I went to college. Years later, my uncle called me and told me he passed away at a young age and left his wife and a few-year-old daughter behind. At that moment, I suddenly cried a lot. My tears just came out non-stop. I didn't know why I was crying so much. I could still feel him living in my memory. I enjoyed the beauty of the reunion, but I knew it was temporary. It's an attachment, but nothing lasts forever. So memories. You see, the nature of things is temporary. And then we have to realize the impermanence and the emptiness of it. That's the beauty of life. You learn from it and let go of things as part of their own nature. On other aspects of life, such as sexual desire, it is one of the emotions. It's also a nature ability, and its role in cosmic nature is beautiful. Without sexuality, sentient beings and life wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be here to talk about this. but we should not be emotional, attached, or let emotion control us. But we have to see through the moment when sexual desire rises and not let it become lust, which can bring us misery and even anxiety. Though sexuality is beautiful in itself, the feeling of sexual pleasure is addictive. It brings joy when people come together, no matter if they are women or men. Therefore, sexuality is also different in nature from social definition, perception, norm, and bias. Sexuality can sometimes bring peace to the people living together. Generally, two enemies won't have sex together. Raping is a different case. People become enemies because they don't like each other, they hate each other, and that's why they won't have sex or even kill one another. Sexuality in the insect world is completely different. Some females will even eat the male after intercourse. However, we are in a different world, a spiritual world, and we are more advanced than animals. So, if two human enemies are willing to have sex together, they won't kill each other. They make peace with each other. You see, sexuality can heal anger or hatred. However, once we are in our human physical body, we inherit cosmic nature's survival instinct. Emotion will just come to us based on the conditions we encounter. And, on the other hand, we have the capability to experience all kinds of emotions. Even though we want to experience positive emotions and refrain from experiencing negative emotions, we all still experience them in specific circumstances we encounter. Sometimes it happens for us to be angry. It isn't because we want to be angry, but because something externally causes it. We can't just be angry because we want to get angry, or you just want to be happy, and you can be happy. Everything has its cause, and because it's conditional, you must be wise and careful about the condition. Be mindful about the condition, and don't let it get you easily. Even if it gets you, see it through and through, not to merge into it, and then you can remove it easier. In your past, when you were little and childish and more ignorant, you did something wrong. You have been hiding it since. In deep meditation, you will be surprised when it comes back to you and gives you emotional trouble, guilt, because it's the karma activating, even though you may think it's long ago, your secret past. However, with spiritual wisdom from cultivation, you become more mature. You learn how to let things go, how to sympathize, love others, which then it will also apply to you. You will understand it's impermanent, it's ignorant, because that's already past, and you can see how it was stupid that time you did. It was a mistake. Now you can recognize it. You know to forgive yourself, and you know you will not do it again. You know how to live in spiritual wisdom, and fill yourself with compassion. You liberate yourself from past guilt and enlighten yourself at that moment. You may recall once at a time in the past, your brother, sister, friend, stole things from you, and you got angry and beat him up. Now that you've grown up and you look at that, you say, "Oh, my kitty things, it's funny," and you say, "I'm sorry I beat you that time." Then things will be resolved. It's simple but important to express yourself positively about the past event. When I was little, my neighbor friend who was older than me was often harassing me, and then many decades later we were talking about it, and we were laughing. It was fine, it's just past things, no hatred, you grow enough. Without those past kid things, how could we be kids? Without past experience, how could we grow? A few years ago, when I was just a worldly person, I did commit many unwise things. That's normal, but it's important that we learn from our past, grow from it, and not do it again. We even find emptiness in all kinds of emotions we go through, but it's important we see them through, and now all our actions come from our wisdom, and whatever we do, we commit with our full heart and mind. We do things because we think it's good, though we don't know everything at the end of the action, we do them just because we know it's right to do so. Live your best life in every moment. One of my favorite teachers in high school recently posted on her Facebook page. She was regretting something in her past. If she knew, she wished she would have done better. No, you can never change. That's why I said, everything you do, do at your best, and you won't regret it in the future. Just do the best you can with all your heart and mind. Success or not, it is not important, lesion is. Many times, before in my class, I told my students, don't care about your grade. You may get an A, B, or C. The important thing is to do your best and let me take care of the grade for you. You just need to show me your effort. In your test, you don't have to be right all the time. You just need to show me your effort and what you understand, and I will give you an appropriate grade. There is no multiple choice in my exams. I think multiple choice exams aren't correct in reflecting students' knowledge, so all my exams I gave them all writing exams, and I was willing to read their minds and their understanding. That's fair. And then most students got A grade in my subjects. Even when we had a meeting with the committee, some questioned me, why was Aryan Zach, your student in your class, all getting A's? I just told them because they deserved it. I didn't even know my students' names, so it was impartial or not unfair. Just because I was willing to read their papers, I spent more time on my students' grading. In any moment we live as best as we can. Then we no longer worry, let it be whatever it is. It will be our lesson. If we fail, good, we learn a lesson. If we succeed, good, we can enjoy and continue to advance. Fail or success is just discrimination from our mind. A failure thing could be a winning thing for another time. So all kinds of emotions are normal by their nature, but don't disgust yourself. Whatever you feel, you just need to recognize what you are feeling. That's a beauty you can see and enjoy, especially once you merge with your spiritual body. You still have to practice seeing things as they are, positive or negative, and why they are the way they are. Find the cause of them, why they happen, and try to understand them, even if you are angry at some. What information you miss to understand them is what is missing in your understanding, your picture that you see, and what information you need to complete your full understanding of what made you hate them, and you will see the cause of it because you undrawn it. Many people do things for others without fully understanding. They miss out on information and then misjudge others. But in spirituality, when you do things for others, you just do your best, and that's it. Whatever will be, will be. In spirituality, there are many quality emotions to be cultivated, and sympathy is one of them. When we sympathize with others, we put ourselves at their feet so we can feel, understand, and share their feelings. Then we can develop compassion and unconditional love. That's a spiritual quality emotion a cultivator needs to cultivate in a spiritual journey. Chapter 8. Practice selflessness to salvage our bi-robot body. In practicing spirituality, I have taught you to be selfless. The selfless is a way of a spiritual cultivator's practice that is to always be kept in the core, the mind, and daily practices. Selfless practice is the practice of thinking about other people first in every action we take, being mindful of our surroundings, and being responsible. That's the way a cultivator must always keep it in mind. Because the ego is the ego self, we need to keep it under control. We need to rein it in. The ego self, if not kept in check, if we allow it to rise unchecked, will be our downfall and destruction. Every day we go out, we do this, we do that, and of course there is a purpose for it. But more than that, a lot of times people do things because they think about themselves first. Even in the sentence, I do this, I do that, that's the self, the ego self. But the ego self is nature too. It's the very true nature, it's the identity of everyone, it's survival. But in cultivation, we need to keep it in check, because otherwise we would do everything just fine for ourselves. All about greed and desires, we would only think about ourselves first, we would only do things for ourselves first, we wouldn't do things for others. That's sometimes selfish. A cultivator has to pay very close attention to it. That's also a kind of emotion. Because of ego, we want people to respect us, we want to be accepted, we want money, and we want power. We want to possess other people, we want everything. The more we chase after those, the more we suffer. As cultivators, we must control ourselves, we must control our physical mind. But by doing that, it's not just that we say, I want to control this, I want to control that. I have told you before about us being bi-robots. How many % can we control our bodies? Let's just say again about 12 to 15%, and over 85% we can't control. We are made up of an automatic biomechanism. Let's talk about diabetes. If you think that as humans we can control our body completely, why don't we say, okay, diabetes, go away, kill it now, I don't want it? Can we do that? The answer is no, we can't do that. We can't tell our body, no diabetes. Yes, unless we can avoid it by eating and living healthy. What to eat and live healthy, just like cultivation, we must adopt a new diet, eating a healthy, strict diet by eating less sugar, more vegetables, eating healthy food, exercising, and working out. Those are ways to support the body. It doesn't mean that when you get diabetes, you tell your body to get rid of the sickness after doing those things. Though you can also take medication to help, the body controls itself, not us. When we get it, we get it. and more, just like high blood pressure and cancer. Cancer is even more dangerous. For instance, if you find out about the cancer in an early stage, then probably medical care can help. Or if you find out too late, medicine can only help you prolong your life a bit. After all, can you tell yourself and your body, no, get rid of the cancer, I don't want it, remove it? Would it work? Absolutely not. There are so many more serious illnesses than you can name that our medicine can't cure. But why do we get sick? We get sick because our body is imbalanced, and our body can't control itself for some reason, either internal or external. Our body loses control, which is why it falls ill. That shows we can't control our bodies completely. Since we can't control our bodies completely, why don't we cultivate spirituality? Allow ourselves to learn, understand our own bodies spiritually, gain knowledge spiritually, and develop love and compassion to realize ourselves spiritually before our time comes to an end. Spiritual cultivation is the true salvation. In spirituality, the more we give, the more we actually receive in return in cultivation, not just material accumulation. In a purely materialistic world, things are different. The more we accumulate, the heavier the responsibilities, and then we are afraid of losing them, so we continue to chase more and more. We understand that our greed is huge, and we never feel enough. Human greed never has the word enough. We want to own the whole earth. We even want to own the whole galaxy and the whole cosmos system if we could. Fortunately, there is a limit to human capability to own one. Because of the suffering, the sufferers will reign in greed, they will reign in craving, they will reign in those who do not cultivate, and they will tend to fall into destruction one way or another. The greedier a person is, the more selfish that person is, and that one will end up in destruction. Because at the end of his days, he will get nothing, his spirit will live on, but his physical body won't. Since impermanence is always there, it is a universal truth. As we know, everything has a start and will have an end. Everything is born, will age, and will die, even the earth itself. Human life is very short. The longest living person on earth may just live up to 140 years, or even one day humans will be able to live up to 200 or 250 years old. It's still very short compared to Earth. How many civilizations has Earth had in the past? We can't count, they are all extinct. And thus, our humanity, though now we are still fortunate enough to possess the cognitive abilities, use them to experience. Because sacredness in spirituality is the truth, the reality. Cosmic sacredness is always around us. Gods, angels, spirits, and sacred entities are all around us. We are not alone. And even more intelligent species exist out there, so do not let our mind contain itself in a little box. Though we live in the containment of the ego, limited to the minimal. Living with responsibilities is important because one day, looking back, we won't regret it. As a spiritual meditator, especially as a cosmic child meditator, one day you will be able to access your spiritual sacred energy body, and then you will truly experience the sacredness of yourself and that fact. But as a cosmic spiritual cultivator, you must take it seriously. Everyone can cultivate, and everyone who is a spiritual cultivator must take it seriously. Because that is the sole and universal goal of a spiritual person. Making merit is a good thing, but it's not everything. We must clear our minds and see the truth. The sacred energy there just exists in us. We just need to experience it. We just need to activate it and experience it. Then we will be able to experience the sacredness of ourselves. As a human, you have the potential to become a god or a sacred angel. That is your destiny. Therefore, practice being selfless because we care about other people, and from caring about other people, we will learn to open our hearts and minds, and then we will be able to see the reality, the cosmic reality, and we will be able to do many sacred things for others and ourselves. That is the selfless path, the true salvation. Impermanent nature, reasons to salvage oneself spiritually. We are the impermanent. The impermanent means its end. Our life ends every minute, but it's also made up by every minute. We are destruction. We are destructive. We are destroyed by the destruction of our own selves. But worldly people mistakenly take the self. The ego is the only thing made up of oneself. Consequently, that's why we see people, young people, never care about anything much. From a young age and later in life, if we allow the ego to go unchecked, we will be up and down with delusion and suffer without truly seeing the light of the impermanence. The impermanent nature destroys our bodies. Our physical bodies will one day disappear, caused by the deaths of our own and the destruction of our true nature. Our physical mind is even more complicated than we think in the level of consciousness. Beyond the consciousness of our mind, the consciousness that we have always known as our identity, it goes beyond what we actually know. In the deeper part of the mind, it goes deeper into the subconsciousness. Once you fall into it, you may not be able to think consciously as in the level you can access your own cognitive ability, and you will just remain impartial to your own consciousness, and you will feel and know you are just a little baby listening to its mother. That is when your subconscious mind starts talking, telling, and judging you, but you don't even know about it. By then, you will feel weak, you will feel disadvantaged, you will feel uncontrollable just like a little orphan. You will experience all kinds of shocks. Your mind will lead, control, and dominate you. It even tells you the evil things that you will believe, obey, and do without resistance. It's reflecting your past experience, your trait, and the life you used to live. Since the physical mind has been controlling you as a human for millions of years, it passes on from one life to another, for that is survival for the sake of evolution. As a spiritual cultivator, while you are cultivating spiritual wisdom and living your life, and practicing meditation, going deep in your subconsciousness, seeking back some of the control of your mind to understand your true spirituality, your sacred permanent energy body that passes on from one life to another, you must prove yourself capable enough to do that. Only capable people will be able to take back the sacred control of their own energy body because you are dealing with the spiritual cosmic nature. It's a larger path, a higher level, that normally you won't be able to experience while living physically. Subsequently, in spirituality, that makes the difference between an enlightened, an awakened person, a god, and a divine to ordinary people. By now, you are coming to remove the ignorance to take back the control of your own spirit to just join the sacred world and to merge with your own sacred energy, sacred electricity flow, the flow that you have been told by other spiritual masters as a soul, an angel, a god, and other sacred entities. Then now you would be able to join, experience, and live in it every second, every minute of your life. That is the true life. That life is different from what you know. It's a permanent energy body that now is conjoining with the physical body of impermanence. That is the miracle. It's a beautiful new life, and you will be able to live. Understand that you have become the miracle of yourself. You now are the miracle, the sacredness, a true part of the spiritual cosmic nature, a spiritual cosmic parent. But then we must decide to let the self be destroyed, that destruction of the ego, not the destruction of the body, but the ego self that has controlled you all the time. Remind yourself at times when somebody hits you and you feel anger or hatred. When somebody scolds you for being unreasonable, you feel mad at yourself. That is just very simple. If somebody does something wrong to your family, how do you feel? But everything once it happens is due to karma. So that is a path to practice to see the true nature of everything that happens because of its cause. It's karma, or destiny. That is why, as a spiritual cultivator, a spiritual cosmic cultivator must see sacred reality, because cosmic spirituality is a sacred reality. You are a part of it, and to practice further, not only the selfless but now the path I call no self. The no self is when you can manifest not having a self, even that ego, not even that greed, not even that physical body. The practice in the mind of emptying power to emptiness is when you only remain in the spiritual sacred energy body, nothing else. The thing that is not bound to the ego physically, non-bound to anything, no judgment, but the energy, the sacred, the purity of spirituality. And how to practice it, because, as I said, you are about to come into a deep side of the sacred deep mind, of the physical mind, which has been controlling you, and of all living beings in physical form, which is why we are able to survive until today, and it will survive because of evolution in the collective. But a cultivator is one who is evolving above the collective. And then you dare to go and face it, and you will experience just how destructive the nature of your mind is. When you go deep inside and take back control, the nature of your mind will try everything to prevent you from keeping going. Every reason that you have been thinking about using it as an excuse will give you all kinds of guilt and all kinds of bad feelings. The fire meditation technique. Practicing the no self-power in meditation. When I talk about the ego, the mind, or the self, I mean the inside, not only the physical mind but also the spiritual mind inside. People think and enjoy the physical mind on all kinds of levels, as you can see. Our society develops and evolves, and then we create all kinds of comfort, entertainment and pleasure. And by all time, the physical mind has been telling and talking every minute, but at that time, you listen, join, and do it with all the urges of greed, passion, jealousy, anger, fear, and all other kinds of emotions of the ego self-ordering. You must be strong enough to see your inner true self. Nothing can destroy you from the inside unless you act in the order of the ignorant selves. As I said before, if you strongly practice non-killing, since non-killing practice means nothing that you may kill or harm and absolutely nobody that you may kill or harm. Therefore, it's wrong to kill or harm, remember, because killing or harming others is not right, especially killing or harming a spiritual entity, an entity of an intelligent species, or yourself. As a cultivator, you probably must take this matter to your deep core. A no-self practice is a mind practice of contemplating the death of oneself, contemplating the watching and witnessing of oneself's death, funeral, and cremation in meditation, and contemplating giving up the physical self and physical body to achieve the non-ego self when you are not even having your physical body. We call it no-self. How to practice the no-self? To practice the no-self, it requires you to master the quiet meditation technique, sitting there meditating and contemplating yourself already dead, the death of your own physical body. It doesn't mean that you are going to kill yourself, as because I have taught you about non-killing, there is no such thing as killing. Even if we are not about to harm anyone, how can you kill someone or yourself? Killing yourself is the worst thing to do. It must never happen, and you will never do it. But here is the contemplation, contemplating giving up yourself, contemplating yourself that you are already destroyed, contemplating yourself by seeing your own death. See your own funeral. See your body lying dead, your body lying dead in a coffin, your body is no longer breathing, your body is no longer seeing things, just laying down death, no feeling completely, just a dead body without consciousness or anything at all, just a dead body of yourself. You are watching it from your own soul, as a soul watching your physical death body laying down death in a coffin, and coming to a cremation, in a crematory, and still the death body laying death in the coffin starting to get burned by fire. Think about fire. Strong fire, extremely strong fire, extremely hot. The coffin is burning hard in the crematory, the fire so strong, so hot and burning down everything, burning down the coffin, burning down your death body inside, everything burning down, the skin, the hair, the meat, the fat, the heart, the internal organs and burned to the bone cracking in the heat, everything burned to ash, nothing more to burn, nothing remain but just ash, your body remain as ash, and that's it. Everything is done, all body karma, no friends, nothing remains to the physical body. See that empty space? That's all emptiness. Do you see the beauty in it? Nothing remains, everything has burned already, there is no suffering, no sorrow, no physical pains, no fear, and all now is just freedom, liberation, and enlightenment. The remainder now is no physical body but the energy body, a spiritual body, very shining, like the sun or the moon, very bright. You are out there in the cosmos, so large, that the only thing that remains is the spirit of yourself. You see, that's impermanent. You must learn now to contain yourself, the ego self, and live powerfully as a no-self, going back to the beginning. The final mind battle and the realization of enlightenment, emergence of spirit. Again, to remove oneself from ego, attachment from the ego self, all the negative emotions of the self, all the karma, and then one day you cross all the obstacles and pass all the deceives of the ego mind that is trying to stop you and has been controlling you and humanity since the start. Once you start to get deep into the subconscious mind, the deep core of the physical ego mind, after all that by robot boss is telling you, make you feel horrible, guilty, ugly, nasty, shameful, humiliated, disgraced, and regretful, all turn horrible even for things in the past seemed naive, childish, and innocent mistakes, and the last thing it will tell you is to kill yourself. It will try to terminate you altogether if it is about to lose its supreme control nature. For all time, your true physical ego self-mind is acting as your creator and guardian secretly in the way of its own will and survival. And as it's the ego self, it will only want to rein you in with its supremacy power, and you are a subject to satisfy its desires and commands. It will not let you share its power unless you can prove your own spiritual wisdom, spiritual capability, and spiritual readiness to share the sacred responsibility and the hidden sacred power with you. But first, you must conquer and win the battle, or else you would end in destruction, or it may punish you for your disobedience by letting you live in a mental state of delusion and worse disability. That is wrong when your physical mind tells you to kill yourself, and with all the cultivation power you have achieved through life practices, you can answer it no, at first, because you always practice non-killing and that is the vow that you always uphold. Second, you already gave up yourself, all the suffering and body in your fire meditation practice. From now on, you have become a new self, the sacred self in you, and then the ego self will go away, vanishing by itself. The candle fire meditation. The contemplation of oneself's death. In your spiritual mind, with the power of no self-cultivation practices, everything has gone, and the only thing that remains is the sacred energy body. The physical body has already gone, so on your path from now on, there is never a need to kill because you are practicing the understanding of the selfless and the no-self, and developing compassion for everyone, and you won't kill anything, especially with capacity of love. By practicing candle fire meditation, you just need to find a dark room, light up a candle, sit in meditation posture next to it, open your eyes, and stare at the candle. Try not to blink your eyes as long as possible to generate energy from the within. You must try to withstand the soreness from the eyes, the tear will run, even your nose will also run, but you need to withstand those stressful forces until you no longer can handle. Just blink softly, wipe off your face and continue. How long do I have to stare at the candle? You can start doing it for 30 minutes to an hour until you feel sore or uncomfortable. The more you do it, the stronger your mind will be. Remember, once you do that, the physical mind will slowly vanish. Does the type of candle matter? Any kind will be okay. I suggest getting the candle without a smell so it won't hurt your eyes too much. You now contemplate the death of your own while staring at the candle fire. You have already given up yourself. You can only create an image of the fire burning your body to ashes. Contemplate that you are already dead in this life. If you willingly reach that point, there is no self in it anymore, so nothing personal remains. So now you will be the one in control to tell it, let go or leave go, of existence with a higher degree of self-control with your physical mind. Let it do all the job that it needs to do, but take back some of the control of oneself and the ability to, and you now possess the spiritual power of understanding the spiritual cosmic nature, the great love of compassion. And then you have given up yourself once, by then you retain the image of your body burned down in the fire to ash, nothing else remains, you have already died in this life, and so the self-ego, no fear, and now you are living in a no-self state, a high spiritual state. Now let the physical mind, the physical brain, do its job, the robot job, and you just need to take back some control of your spiritual mind, the ability to access the sacred functions of the mind, and access them to your physical body differently and enhance them to a new level by living also in the spiritual body, the body of energy, beautiful living. You can feel the energy there in your mind, in your head, in your hand, in your leg, and in your body. When you want to feel, it will come. Now you are living that way. Become a god yourself, become a true cosmic child that you will commit to one day, and become a cosmic parent yourself. So now take a candle, burn it, and look into it when you meditate. Look into the candle without closing your eyes, trying your best not to close your eyes or even blink. Look into the candle and contemplate the fire. Think about what I taught you about the cremation of your own body. You will see the discomfort in the eye. Your eyes will hurt like hell. The tears come out of determination to never stop. Just look at it, look at their tears, let the eyes hurt, and let the body burn in the mind to keep that image of destruction of the ego. Living in the free body, so now you see how much interest there is in mind training, and training it with determination never stops. I will guide you more when the time comes, and you will learn more about the sacred world out there that is waiting for you and everyone else to want to be a part of it. I will be waiting for you to join me because you know that I'm a part of it. I'm a cosmic parent, and that is the reality. That's the time you will break the ignorant gate that separates the human physical ego self-mind and the sacred spiritual body, the sacred spiritual world, and attain the true path to new enlightenment and the beginning to merge your true self with the sacred energy body to the fullest cosmic spiritual merger and become a spiritual cosmic parent. Chapter 9. The subconscious and unconscious mind and cosmic spirituality. In the conscious mind, people may be able to think and do what they want to do, but in the subconsciousness, when people's mind become unconscious because some reasons, for instance mind being hijacked, the subconscious mind will kick in and it refuses people to do things as they always do. They may not even know about it. It has a very serious role in humanity as it controls people without their understanding and knowledge. It won't let people have direct access to it, and people in normal circumstances, we will never be able to access or know about it. Subconscious mind will overflow the conscious mind when the conscious mind is suppressed, and/or a person is no longer in control of oneself, or one can't deal with the conscious mind actively. Once the subconscious mind takes over the control, one can no longer use their conscious mind to reason and be rational with it or normal activities. The conscious mind becomes subordinated to the unconscious mind. People don't even know and realize what they are doing. It's very hard to deal and reason with the thoughts, emotions consciously. The subconscious mind controls the mind. Once one gets hijacked, he is reigned by extreme emotions, becomes extremely emotional, fearful, even fearful of the unknown fears, losing consciousness of self and distorting egos, irrational, erroneous, becoming mentally disability, losing self-control. That's why people become traumatized after some shock or regretful and shameful withdrawal, after unexpected events. Those hijacked experiences may resurface even time after recovering from the hijack, as they can't control their mind at those times recalled by seeing or experiencing something similar to the past event. People generally can't actively initiate access to the subconscious mind unless their mind gets hijacked or becomes unconscious at certain levels. Though in a milder fashion, subconsciousness is still interacting in the conscious mind during a lifetime in a more subtle way. In spiritual world, the subconscious mind has a very important role in spirituality and spiritual cosmic nature. The subconscious mind is where it holds all the records, memories of the conscious mind, past consciousness and all the past life experience, lessons, spiritual wisdom and the cosmic nature ability. It also functions as a middle gate to encode those data into the spiritual energy body, or we call soul in many religions, or sometimes karma flow in Buddhism. Once it encodes the data of a person during the lifetime, the life data will be created similar to our computer software programmed in the spiritual energy body or soul that later will act as a spiritual cosmic judgment when a person no longer lives in a physical body. Those encoded data in the spiritual energy body will reflect the person's consciousness, all actions, thoughts, experience, training and all kinds of activities during times living in physical life. Those living can be decades, hundreds, thousands or even millions of years and countless lifetimes. However, a spiritual cultivator with effort and long-time practice can build up spiritual cultivation power that can help to cope with their negative emotions by recognizing those destructive emotions rising in their physical mind and keeping them in control before it explodes and losing control of oneself mind and fallen into mind-hijacked state. A spiritual enlightened person or a spiritually realized person once able to connect to deep subconscious. He can deal with it with more leverage than one who has less spiritual cultivation power. Karma and punishment, meditation discipline. Karma has a very broad meaning. I will curtail karma in some negative consequence definition. Karma and punishment are the same things in the sense of negative consequences. People tend to think that punishment is something bad, so punishment is like karma. For example, in Buddhism, when you have an unlucky accident that happens to you, you would think, oh, I have done something bad and now bad things come to me. But the point is, we must accept it. Accepting it doesn't mean you will not overcome it. Accepting it here means you know that you are encountering some bad event and now you are trying your best to overcome it. Then not to blame everything and those around you, but try to get over it and continue with life. For example, when I lost money and other stuff many times before as somebody stole them. I know who stole my money and other stuff, but I didn't say anything about it. I told myself I'm so lucky I lost the money. Why? Because the money is something I can exchange for some bad event. Probably I owe those people something in the past and those guys will take some bad karma away from me and he will get punished. I screamed, oh my gosh, somebody just took away my bad luck, but I got a lesson. I'm going to be very careful next time. So that is why it is a different point when I talk about having a person to punish you that is different. It's very important in this life when we commit some bad thing, probably like stealing or something out there in the world. Think about it. If you get caught by the police, the situation is not so simple anymore. You are going to get punished by justice and it is going to have a huge effect and impact on your future because nowadays you understand that our society is very digital. Everything can be online. That is a bad thing. Very bad, but it's also a good thing because people would be able to check the background of others, but it's a bad thing because if you commit something wrong, it could completely destroy your life. For example, if you rent an apartment and you paid late or you didn't pay for rent and you escape it, then you would become a bad renter and you can rent another apartment because your record will be shown up for years, even decades. You see that, your karma comes right after you. However, the fortunate part of karma is like if we have some truthful ones along the way with us, for instance, spiritual masters or parents. Spiritual masters and parents are like the gods beside us, they are angels. They may protect and teach us in times of needs. Though not all the parents are the same, most of the time, parents punish their children with anger, but the point is after the parents punish their children, their anger is gone, though it may be replaced with worrisome. Some other cases, when the parents punish their children because they are worried about something, they think their children have committed some bad actions, then it starts the anger from the inside, then they try to teach their children a lesson while the anger arises. Nevertheless, the good thing is the parent wouldn't keep the anger forever and they wouldn't beat their children to death. Though there are some crazy parents who come to the extreme of stupidity and commit homicide, if the parents did that to their children, then the children had big karma with them, but then the karma again repeated its circles of destruction. However, when you are able to find some truthful ones to remind you of your actions, listen to your problems and assist you physically and mentally, your punishment and karma might be lessened. Karma can be inflicted on both physical body and mentality, as our body is composed of two parts, physical body and mentality of the mind. The mentality, let's call it the mind and spiritual part, if you are a spiritual practitioner. You know that at normal circumstance, spirituality can't commit and produce bad things, only the physical actions from physical body can commit and produce bad things, but the physical body can't commit bad things without a bad mind motive, or a no mental mind motivation. Without mind, without thinking, cognitive ability, and motives from your brain, you wouldn't be able to hurt somebody. For example, if you see a dead body or a brain dead body, they won't be able to hurt someone. Or you wouldn't hurt someone on the street for no reason. Back to the spiritual part, for example, if you are a spiritual practitioner and you might unintentionally commit some bad actions, you confess and ask for forgiveness and help to correct the mistakes. By time, though, some truthful ones like your parents will try to teach you, help and remind you about the mistakes committed by hurting your physical body or scolding you. It turns into lessons of compassion and sharing karma nature. You learn through the punishment with compassion of the sponsors. In other circumstances, a non-spiritual practice person who commits a bad thing, and he could hide it, and he could get away with it all the time, he is going to repeat and repeat it, and that is bad. It's very unfortunate. It is also bad, as he has no spiritual teacher or trainer to teach, remind him, so one day he gets caught by the police or the authorities. At that time, it ruins everything. It is the worst thing and the most suffering thing. Comparingly, how much more fortunately if the child got punished by his parents, and then he will remember and learn a lesson, as the parent won't ruin his life, they only remind him to live better and correct his mistakes. Let's look at the punishment and training. The physical body needs to experience and be trained through physical and mental experience. Though, it is not about violence. It's sometimes about physical interaction. As nature, not everyone just sits down and listens to teaching. Though I wouldn't think that beating is good. Sometimes if you think you commit a mistake and deserve to be punished, or need to get punished by your conscience, but of course you don't want to ruin our life or getting punished cruelly by uncompassionate people. Then where and whom you can find to be willing to help positively for you? In some religions like Christian clergy would give confession session times to people who want to confess and be given teaching and forgiveness in their churches with confidence of secrecy. Though some Christian clergy would perform some kind of self-punishment by hurting their own body by some kind of self-discipline. Discipline is the whole thing in our spiritual life. Meditation is our discipline. We discipline our mind, and then once our mind becomes more disciplined, we go further and regain control of our both physically and mentally. Impermanence of karma. Karma is impermanent, though it's repeating and repeating, nothing is forever. Just like everything without the impermanence, thing will be the same. That would be boring. Things must always be evolving and changing. But every time things change, you will learn more, you will learn from the past, and you will be better and better. So, everything in the past, you have to be kind to yourself, and you see it through as a lesson. If you make any mistake, You just have to pay for it. It is just like you are paying for going to a meal, or if you pay for an accident, and if you make a mistake you have to pay for it. That is nature. When it comes to a person's karma, how do they know that they paid enough? You don't have to worry if you paid enough or not enough. You just need to have your whole heart and mind to pay for it. That's it. It will just be like that, don't worry. You must be willing with your heart and mind to pay for it. And if you think that it's not worth it to pay for it, you must have a good enough reason, thus you must use your wisdom. Explain why and justify it. Otherwise, just pay for it with your heart and mind, and finally you will pay for it. You will learn from it. Actually, it is not only the karma, it's also a lesson to learn. Generally, when you learn something you have to pay for it. If you go to school to learn, you have to pay for it. The last thing that you think it's bad, but actually you learn from it, just transform it into wisdom. That's it. And then you will experience the impermanence, because everything, whatever happens, it will end. No matter how it's good, how rich, how wonderful or beautiful, how powerful, it will end. Therefore, for the bad thing, no matter how worse or terrible, it will end. Everything will end. Then you will experience the core thing of the universe, which is impermanence. So, will the universe end? It will end, but in the other sense that it won't end, but transform from one form to another. It changes. The impermanent senses and the greed mind of desires karma and wait to neutralize karma. The senses are impermanent, but it keeps repeating and repeating through time and time. The senses are also very dangerous, like sexual pleasure, good feeling, love, feeling, eating, good smell, everything else of the senses. They raise up, then they go, but then they come back, and they go, and they leave us with cravings for later. Those senses we build up through repeating experiences, and every time we satisfy one, we finish it, we end it, and we think it's ended, but in reality, it's just a temporary end. It will come back. We will build those senses to become habits, and we will desire for more sometimes later, again and again every time after we finish it for some time. These can cause you serious trouble if you don't keep it in check. Like eating, when you eat so much in the past, you created a habit of eating that make you become so fat or even obese later on, that cause your bad health and social distress, all because you just want to satisfy your mouth, stomach desires, that's it. For example, there are many other people who suffer from a sense of smell, people who put excess perfume on their body, then they become smelly from the extreme smell, this destroys their nose senses and then they can't smell anything specific anymore. Or people eat bad smelling food, they can no longer smell it bad at all. For example, you love to eat fermented food, you no longer can smell it as bad. You can see a lot of things like that. For another example, about sexuality, if you have too much sex then you will be addicted to the sensation, and you may just have sexual desires in your mind. And people like Donald Trump, who is so used to with people treating him so friendly, thus when someone is against him it will cause him a lot of frustration, anger and things like that. Because the senses can cause you serious trouble. And like eating sweets, I used to like to eat sweets a lot, and luckily now I recognize it in my early stage of pre-diabetes. I am now reducing it severely before I may become diabetes. Consequently, we will need to balance the sensation. You can enjoy it, but insert limits, keep it in control, not just do whatever you want. If you go with the sensation wildly and when it comes back to you but you can't satisfy it, you will suffer, or else its long-term consequences of the habit will destroy your physical body. Remember, the physical body and the mind are very greedy, but who wants it? The mind wants it. But the body will bear its harm. But who harms the mind? Itself, and it's also the mind that makes you feel duty, it makes you feel bad, guilty. There will be a lot of talking, judging, regretful in your mind later when you feel the consequence impacting your health, and the mind itself will bring you down. Who is it that created you? Who is it that created the plan to lead you into that bad thing? It's your mind and its greed, because simply you cooperate and feed it all the way with your habits. Everything you do, you have to try to control the limit, then you can enjoy a life and the balance. In cultivation it's not about giving up everything, or because you must completely give up everything. If you give up everything then you won't experience anything. What is the point of having the body if you give up everything? It's important you can enjoy things in life, learn lessons and transform them into your own wisdoms. And then one day you must be able to detach from them. To do that, you must keep them in control, limit them, don't let it wildly uncontrollable, as the greed of mind is like that. It will never have limit, and it also doesn't accept its responsibility for your own actions. It's a must in cultivation that you must live with balance, and you have to be in the balance of life, and then everything will be better. Your life will be better, as well as your health. You are healthy because you are in the balance. Or else, you will be sick if you don't live in a balance, because your body loses the balance, it will get sick. That's it. If you go or do anything in the manner of the extreme, either too much or too little to satisfy your greedy mind, then you become in an imbalance and you will certainly fall sick or in distress. You will be healthy when it's in a balance, then your karma is neutralized. Making merit. People versus monks and spiritual cultivators. By making merit, you will practice kindness and start to understand the action you do, that will be transformed into compassion. If you make more merit, you help more people, you will generate more kindness from your care, love and compassion, and so more positive energy when you are on the path to cultivate spiritual wisdom for your mind. Even though not all spiritual cultivators may make direct merit. For instance, Buddhist monks are similar to Buddha in the past. He didn't make materialistic merit, and so they are not generally making direct merit through donation. But in fact, they do something else even more worthwhile than making merit in material donation. As one has overcome his karma through spiritual cultivation, he won't need the kind of merit making through materialism. Instead, he can give people more precious merit by giving teachings to people his wisdom's way to practice spirituality and seeing and witnessing how sufferings of life that people are encountered and suffered every day, and ways to practice the mind to liberate themselves from sufferings. As I mentioned above, Buddha and Jesus themselves didn't make material merit at all before, and Buddhist monks and other religious clerics are not supposed to make direct merits through material donation. While monks, clergies and most spiritual cultivators are not working people, they are not making any money, they are people who are on the path of spiritual cultivation, then they have to do is to cultivate spirituality, to learn and share their cultivation practices, wisdom, and attainment to worldly people and other cultivators. Then the very first thing they need to do is to enlighten themselves spiritually. That's the most important point of spiritual cultivation. Their cultivation path is not only about making material merits and then getting busy with life doing this thing and that things. Since we know everything is impermanent, it doesn't make sense for a monk to just try to produce materialism and become busy his whole life just trying to make things for others while forgetting his spiritual realization or cultivation attainment. Cultivation is not only about helping others, though helping others is a good thing to do, but first, a cultivator needs to help himself to correct and improve himself in cultivation, learn to think right, do right, in every action he does, should be mindful and spiritual correct in his viewpoints. Otherwise, if he doesn't even know what he is doing, he can't lead others. If he leads others while being a complete ignorant, spiritual incompetent, he will spread his own ignorance instead, and it's a disaster. I used to tell a story about the two blind people who were trying to cross a river, and one was trying to lead the other. They both would just fall off to the river and die. As a spiritual blind person, it's dangerous to guide others over while he can't see him spiritually. Even though, as a spiritual cultivator, you can always help others, it should be treated as secondary. It's not about being selfish, it's about your own sacred cultivation path. By living a cultivation life, helping others occasionally in cultivation is a different circumstance on the cultivation path, as you will learn from it too. But again, it doesn't mean your cultivation is only to help others and forgetting your cultivation path of spiritual realization. On my own path, I always try to help others, but it doesn't mean that I put it as my first priority. You need to understand the impermanent nature, and people get to learn their own lessons and pay off their karmas, though helping others is a part on my spiritual path, and it becomes a way of life, and I do learn through and from helping others, and I help others just because I want to help. Then from that point, you will need to realize the spiritual path of helping others, just because you feel the need to help, and it is just in the interest of helping others, not because you want to make merit from helping. That's the way to truly help, and it carries spiritual sacredness in itself. For worldly people, when they offer help to people or something, they will expect something in return, or even helping just to think of making merits in return for luck, or for some kind of expectation. That's still greed and ignorant. That's the difference of a spiritual cultivator. Once you help others because it's just the pure interest of you to help without an expectation of merit or something in return, it's a wisdom of compassion. But it doesn't mean when you don't expect anything in return for help, and you will not generate any kind of merit, You are in fact generating a greater merit, a sacred spiritual blessing of merit, as every action with intention to help without condition carries goodness in itself, and it is merit-making process of yourself and greater mind and spiritual cultivation. Experienced life experience versus spiritual life experience. If you don't see a need to spiritual cultivate anything spiritually purposes, you feel just a need to go into life and work and do something that benefits you more in material sense or something like more materialistic benefit, it will be very difficult for you to truly see the truth of sacred cosmic spirituality. But isn't the experience I'm having right now still ignorance and innocence? Remember, all the experience without spiritual purpose a person has from a young age until when they become old is still spiritual ignorance. They come from the materialistic world and purpose to satisfy greed, desires and craving. In cultivation you still go to experience the ignorant things, but you go to the end of the experience, and you see the impermanence of it. You learn lessons in the aspect of impermanence and emptiness and transform them into spiritual wisdoms. But normal people, they don't see that. People just work to accumulate all materialism, power and pleasure. They may gain a lot of life knowledge which they experience in life for the purpose of greed. In the end they are still delusional of their permanent self and cause so much more suffering to negative emotions and mental pains. They may achieve success in material life, but then they don't see the impermanence in it, because they can't see their success also carries suffering, and they just keep wanting for more and repeating the circles. They suffer when things go to the end of their life, and their own life comes to an end. They fear the impermanent nature. They go after one suffer to another suffer instead realize and appreciate the beauties and the impermanence every step they go. Their spiritual mind is often forgotten. They take the sacred spiritual cosmic nature in place of their spirit guardians instead to understand their own sacredness in the spiritual cosmic nature. And the spiritual cosmic nature becomes a force that naturally controls their life. Their spiritual life becomes an easy delusional road trip to sacred spirituality. So, the difference is once you go to see the impermanence and you learn from it, and once you go to it and you get stuck in it. Yes, if you use that as a material value to judge one thing to compare to other, you will end up only looking for the more beneficial and materialistic things and see those things with physical material value rather than spirituality. Also take the health factor to consideration. The older you become, the harder it's for you to practice deeper meditation to spiritual realization. Even though when you are learning spirituality to understand the mind, the real experience inside you can be difficult to achieve. Because of the meditation harsh condition and difficult requirement of realizing meditation, and then you must even sit for a long period of time. It's very difficult for your body. You know, if your body is weak already, even of sickness or especially at old age, as your brain loses so many nerves, and it becomes incapability to maneuver the enormous building up energy flow, you can't go much intensifying. Another important point is you haven't yet opened the energy portal, which requires intensive strength and lengthy effort in practicing moving meditation. You see, that is a problem, and it is the core, the essential thing in meditation practice. That is the prerequisite. If you don't pass this one, you can't go deep in meditation enough. It will be very difficult to experience the self, the true self inside, even though you understand things. It's all knowledge, even though you considered it wisdom, but the wisdom of others is still others, it's not yours, because you don't see the true core of it, the impermanence of thing on your own experience. In worldly living and physical body experience, even whatever the bodily pleasure you have experienced and achieved from a low satisfaction to an extreme level, its nature is to finish. It won't last forever or once for all in your life, but you see, after it is done, for sometimes you will do it again. It's just repeat and repeating. Let's say that sexuality, and supposedly you are young, energetic, have a good same partner, extremely greedy, and have every good condition to support for your actions, and even you want to do it forever. Let you have it for 24 hours continuously, and you don't want to eat 24 hours a day to place time for your sexual act. Then it will end at the 25th hour, when your body will collapse, falls into a coma because you burned all the energy. Everything will have the limit of your physical body, because you are physical beings. Thus, your sexual act and desire can never stay forever no matter you want it to. It has its own end. It's the impermanent experience. It's temporary. But then you are still seeking for temporary sexuality periodically to satisfy your unfulfilling desires your entire life, because without spiritual purpose, and you haven't never been able to experience the extreme, or even you reach the extreme point, You will keep doing it again as you haven't yet able to understand the impermanent experience, the spiritual impermanent but pure craving and desires temporary. Nevertheless, you will hardly fall into that experience, because you never truly can achieve it, though you know what it will end no matter what I have been telling you. It's wisdom, but not your own. You are stuck in the temporary experience instead of learning from it, the impermanent experience. If you have a spiritual purpose in cultivation, you will be able to transform it into your own wisdom at the very first experience. That's the difference between worldly temporary experience and spiritual wisdom of impermanence. Energy body and impermanent experience. It's different when you live in a simply energy body, which you don't have the limit, but you can't also do what you crave and desire for, because you don't have a physical body to react by chemical reaction. You can eat, drink, you can't carry out physical action. You only have the energy body with full of coding programs, then you are not stuck into those physical conditions, and you can just stay in those non-physical state for a long time until the time you able to judge all your past actions when you were still living in a physical body. Because when existing in the form of energy body you can't experience the thing of the physical body, so you have to cultivate now to improve your spiritual energy body. By time you attain spiritual experience, spiritual impermanence, you experience the higher state of realization. When you understand and experience spirituality, the spiritual experience, that information becomes your own wisdom. You can encode that wisdom into your spiritual energy body, and you can judge yourself in the attained wisdoms you encode. And that is what we call God, the sacred world around us. Since our spiritual energy body has been already cultivating for a long time, for thousands of years previously along with physical body evolution, so you have to make use of your physical body right now to learn, to cultivate, to experience the sacred cosmic spirituality, and your physical body has that ability to attain spiritual realization through training. For example, the belief now. You believe there is a spiritual body within you, then why don't you use this body to experience and understand its inner self and to merge with that spiritual energy body flow, and only then you will be able to see and answer the difference of the impermanent self and the real self one of your own permanent, then you won't stuck to the temporary experience of the physical impermanent, or anything you work or do, and you can do your best in everything with joyful and appreciation because that is your real purpose no matter what the result is, but the thing to do is from your heart and your beautiful mind, and with the best effort that you do. Do it with understanding, kindness and compassion to the best of your ability. Of course you must have the rule of kindness and compassion, because by then you can see the truth in their nature, the truth of your physical selves, theirs are permanent. Because of the impermanence then you will have to treat people with understand, reasonableness, love, compassion so as well as yourself by attaining your wisdom. Now you see and know thing is the impermanent, then you live that way, you know your path. You know external thing is temporary and a repeat circle over and over. You learn those repeating in the way of its ignorant nature and thus you know the impermanent working mechanism, and you are a part of it. Then you will not be stuck in it. By realizing yourself spiritually, you are not suffered further ignorantly. You become a spiritual cosmic watcher. Chapter 10 Desire and Attachment. Conditional desires and attachment. For sometimes, you may have been questioning desire and attachment. These two things are relative to one another. They have some similar characteristics, and they are both conditional. In Buddhism, especially, they describe it as suffering. Desire and attachment carry similar characteristics of suffering. Whenever someone tries to chase something or falls victim to a temptation, something negative happens. Desire and attachment are contingent on their causes. You don't desire things you don't know, and you don't get attached to someone you don't have. There is a similarity, but there is also a significant difference. These are highly dependent on the individual. One person who may desire one thing may not desire what you want. We are all made differently. We have separate views on our lives and different opinions. Everyone is conditioned in a divergent way. We just lack knowledge about some things. Moreover, our cultural experiences and societal pressures also mold our perceptions of life. Attachment is something that they must have already experienced. For instance, an attachment that has come from our family. The desire and attachment of each person are different. One person desires this, another person desires that, and one person desires this but another person doesn't desire that. One person attaches to this thing, but another person doesn't. Children attach to their parents, parents attach to children, brothers, sisters, and siblings attach to one another. People attach some form of possession, Or often people talk about love because they possess something and they don't want to lose it. That is an attachment, but the desire is inevitable. Someone doesn't have to possess something, but they desire to have it because they see something about it or are told something about it throughout their lives. Also, because of the need, they want the environment they live in, so it creates the desire. Of course, if someone desires something and it isn't satisfied, they will chase it throughout their life, and their suffering will never end. People chase after something because they badly want it. The desire for money, family, career, perfection in their life, satisfaction, and happiness. Some people desire everything. For some time, they might have it, but after a while, they might lose everything. For instance, people also crave happiness, so they just keep running after it. However, their happiness, according to their terms, is limited. The happiness they desire is not true happiness, it's merely a misconception. For instance, in possession, people think they possess as much as possible, which is happiness, but it's not. That is why misperception is just like attachment, when people possess something and then don't want to lose it. But sometimes they lose it, and then they again desire more. Those two things are very relative. People often get attached to their spouses and children and don't care about anything else. They attach themselves to their lovers, but they don't understand that everything is impermanent, so if they lose what they are attached to, they will suffer. Those two emotions all carry characteristics of suffering. In Buddhism and some other religions, they specially train and teach people not to desire or attach to anything. The relationship between desire and attachment. Desire and attachment, two of them seem to always go together. Someone attaches themselves to something, and their desire for it grows. If they don't get it, their desire for it will eat them alive. When feeling attachment is not enough, that behavior becomes a habit of desire. The habit gives people a desire for more, and the habit causes people to attach themselves to things. For instance, if you have the habit of being with someone and seeing something every day, especially if you are a parent, you see your young children every day because you take care of them as they grow up, but someday you don't see the same thing and you start to suffer. Love is also similar. We don't know if there is always true happiness in love or not. But when we look at lovers, couples who are in love, they build some habit of seeing each other all the time and seem never to leave one another anywhere. Even some are just on a routine basis, but they start to possess each other as a whole. They think one belongs to another forever, as we all know that everything is impermanent. And then if something goes differently, if one dies, or sometimes because one turns down another at some point, this will create suffering. People are attached to a lot of things in life. However, it turns out that it's mostly about possession and pleasure. In general, when one possesses another in their mind or desires more, we know that in their physical mind, desire is unlimited or even temporarily suspended until it's satisfied, but again, it's still temporary. For instance, about sexual pleasure, when a person desires sex, that person is actually not suffering sexually but rather showing good physical health. A sick person won't have strength and be able to feel such, but when the sexual desire arises, he or she is suffering in the condition of their sexual means of desired attachment and habits, which can be anything prior from a person, partner, or whatever they experienced. And once the person achieves it because of certain conditions, they may be satisfied, and seemingly it is done, right? In reality, it's just temporarily done at that moment. And it's not truly finished because it's his or her biomechanism. It will repeat, and the person will again desire the attachments, and the suffering will start to enrage the person. When the desire for our attachment is a repeating circle, it becomes a habit, though in reality, our desire to satisfy our attachment cannot always be satisfied or all the time. By not being satisfied, people become crazy and enraged, and their cravings burn from the inside. For others, money is the same thing. People never have enough of it because we know the mind has unlimited greed, desire, and attachment. People attach themselves to being comfortable the way they want to be or used to be. They get used to everyday life. They feel comfortable with it, so they desire that as they attach to those experiences. We know all those causes of suffering. That is the truth. The more we desire, the more we will suffer. The bigger the desire, the more intense the suffering will be. One person desires to be a leader, but that job is not easy to get to, and when he gets into it, he will know that the job is extremely hard as it demands extremes. He will find it a huge burden on him, exhausting and burning him alive with the extensive tasks of a leader. He will eventually suffer mentally. but it depends on whether he learns or not as he builds the habit of attachment to suffering. Though people desire everything good to them, they want everything that benefits them, and people don't truly have a limit. It's not easy to change their mind. When people reach a limit, they give up or secession, but later they fall victim to their desire again. People are biorobotic, delusional, and stubborn in nature. They wouldn't learn an easy way. They want more, and even in suffering and sorrow, as they don't see such suffering and learn from such world behaviors, they are much like that. People don't want to alter their nature until they are hit hard by the consequences of their own beliefs. Change is difficult for people to accept, especially if they believe in certain concepts and are comfortable accepting them. There was a time I organized my grandma's funeral, as she was an active Buddhist practitioner as well as a strong financial sponsor for many temples and religious organizations. Many temples came with large groups to perform the final prayer and ritual for her. I had a chance to sit at a table with a female temple abbot whom I had known for years. She was talking to me about inviting many meditative monks to her temple to teach meditation and about opening many meditation courses at her temple for people who wish to practice meditation. Then I asked her if she ever wished to practice meditation to realize her own energy and spirit body. She was quick to answer in her frightened response, as it was too dangerous because of her mental condition. I was a bit surprised to see such a response. I am pretty sure she doesn't even truly understand what the practice is, but her mind already went into defensive mode. I could understand how, after 4 decades of being a Buddhist nun, she has built a very safe shell at her temple as an abbot, no longer wishing to jump the box or attain anything such as a high spiritual awakening. That's why changing an object is easy, but changing a person's mind is difficult, because people attach to the way they want to be in their comfortable shells. But the interesting thing is that if you don't desire things or build an emotional connection to them, there won't be much happening in your life. In spirituality, it doesn't mean we don't desire anything, because in the end, every desire and attachment is an accomplishment or failure, a lesson to learn, and a gain in spiritual wisdom as well. If we don't desire or attach to something, how do we experience impermanence in the end? Moreover, people learn from listening, but often just to a certain limit, even though they are taught everything from listening. Then people have to learn the hard way by doing it, which is suffering. Then they would just desire and suffer for their attachments. Once you tell people to do certain things or teach them, they will not listen to you wholly, at best. Even if they listen to you, it will be just some part of it. Besides, when people listen, they want some special, important, or famous ones to speak or teach them. In reality, they don't even know if the person they want to listen to is the right person to tell or teach them, or if those people even exist or have an interest in them, and they would just take that popularity for granted. People often become beggars or borrowers of knowledge as it's not their own experience from just listening. So desire and attachment are interesting ways to teach and help people realize hard lessons through their own experience. For instance, if you desire something, and then you get it, the thing is to end there. The reality is just yet, after the time of experience, you desire more, but sometimes you don't get it, and you will suffer, and to some degree of dissatisfaction, you can't stand it anymore and you stop. And then you know it's not everything. Those old good days will not come back throughout the rest of your life. But sometimes people don't learn. They may still just cling to the memory and experience and be unable to detach from them. They may no longer desire them but remain attached to them, which is suffering. Desire and spirituality. It's the difference between a normal person's desire and attachment and a spiritual person's desire and attachment. A worldly person desires simply materialistic attachment, while a cosmic spiritual cultivator desires materialism for spiritual wisdom as a purpose. If cosmic spiritual cultivation is learning the natural reality of life, the inner self, and the world surrounding us, then we must also have the desire to experience, learn, and evolve. If we don't have the desire to evolve, we won't progress. In spiritual learning and progression, sometimes at first, people may learn to control their desire and attachment, especially in Buddhism. The teaching is very clear about how to avoid falling victim to these desires and temptations. Sexuality, wrongdoings, and seeing worldly pleasures are all included in these desires. If they exclude sexuality and everything else of pleasures, then they will attain and stay in a state of emptiness, a state of nothingness that can affect them. However, talking is easy. That is why, looking back over 2,000 years until now, not many people have attained and lived in such a state. They all fall into these and those circumstances of life. Giving up oneself to live in the forest doesn't mean bringing them enlightenment. Long ago, Gautama, the future Buddha of the time, could break everything from his royal life and look for something else spiritually because his desire was much bigger than materialism. He had everything in his hands, the throne, even he had so much of everything from the beginning when he was born until the day that he left the palace. But he looked for something else bigger than that, as he desired something larger than the physical known and the spiritual unknown, and that life almost killed him until he realized it wasn't the way to bring him enlightenment, and he gave up that cynical practice. However, if we look at most people nowadays, they are not like the Buddha, a crown prince, or a future king. As common and worldly people, they always desire materials, pleasure, and comfort. They sink deep into materialism. However, this is also the reason why society improves its quality of life, progresses, and evolves. Yet people learn the hard way, then repeat the circle of life. That is the way to improve and evolve. In cosmic spiritual cultivation, we can experience, learn, and remove ignorance to transform it into our wisdom throughout our lives. But to learn all the world's knowledge, we can never learn it all in one lifetime. This one life is not enough to learn everything in the vast cosmic spiritual nature. Our lives alone are not long enough to learn everything in this world, so we must limit our desire and limit our attachment to the spiritual journey to avoid being stuck and sunk too deeply in this physical world, which may consume our precious time. Meditation is extremely important to practice, along with spiritual wisdom cultivation. We must balance both living and practicing throughout our spiritual life and cultivation. Our physical mind only truly learns through experience. Though we learn through lecture and lecture, we may learn some, but we don't experience it until we do it. In spirituality, progressiveness must also go through experience to work its cause, but we must understand what we desire and the spiritual purpose behind it. We may attach to something to some degree, and then it vanishes, and we come to the conclusion that our life is over. We learn that this is the real impermanent nature of our attachment. The whole thing in spirituality is learning about impermanence. That's the path to God. Apart from that, spiritual enlightenment and our spiritual self-actualization are forever, the true self's eternity that will go on, in contrast to impermanence, which is finally the end of our physical life. Everything in life is a lesson, but we must always have the desire to learn. If we don't have the desire to learn, we won't learn. And if we don't attach to something, then we will never lose or gain anything. But how we know and experience what impermanence is and what its cessation is. A person who never knows anything won't desire anything. A person who grows up in the forest won't desire much as a city person, and he won't know much either. In spirituality, emptiness doesn't mean that you don't know things. You must know things better. It's not only knowing things because your spiritual masters tell you what to know or because you go to school to learn, though such knowledge is essential but not enough. Education is important, but it's not enough. We just use it as a vessel to learn more, to bridge the physical world and spirituality. That's spiritual desire. We must let information flow through this channel and create means for it to reach us quickly. In spiritual cultivation, sometimes when we desire something and then follow and let it happen, we may even attach to something to experience reality, and when the time comes, we know it breaks and dissolves, and we know that is the time to finish. However, we have to be very careful during those times. We have to go by the roads of understanding, love, and compassion. Be mindful of the desire for development, evolution, attainment, enlightenment, and wisdom in all walks of life, because spiritual wisdom means that throughout that road, we will not stop learning. However, we don't chase things for anything or simply for pleasure and comfort. We don't chase after things to satisfy our desire for attachment, but we purposely experience them for spiritual experimentation and wisdom. As biophysical intelligent beings, there are always some physical desires that need to be satisfied in us, but we are satisfied through the ways of understanding, love, and compassion. We are not burned in ignorance and sorrow as worldly people, or else if we seek only satisfaction from the pure desires of physical chemistry, it will burn us from the inside out and consume us alive. Worldly people are burned by the craving fire. Without understanding and spiritual purpose in compassion and love, without spiritual purpose in actions, the desire for things to be satisfied in life will never end and cause delusion and sorrow. Spiritual cultivation is the accumulation of everything, wisdom. Spiritual mindfulness and wisdom accumulation are must subjects to practice, and within such practice is an accumulation of wealth. It is a good way to help cultivators experience another side of life on the spiritual path. Since the experience of the physical world gives us a different level of understanding of the real world on our path to accumulation and enlarging spiritual wisdom, an enlarging of the enlightenment, nonetheless we must be ready to detach anything. Everything falls apart when the time arrives, or else with only the pure accumulation of wealth to satisfy the ego, the crave and the pure greed, will bring that person to destruction. That is the thought-provoking part of spirituality. Desire is nature. Everything has its beauty, and desire is extravagant, but we have to learn to use it wisely. Basically, as human beings, everyone has an intense desire for all worldly things. In our nature, we desire food, and we desire to drink and eat. Looking back to the previous things I mentioned for desire, we know everyone desires something at the basic needs level, but over time, our needs tend to grow. For instance, we know that we desire not only food to eat but also healthy food. Sometimes we eat different foods, and we change our diets. In life, it's the same thing, we change. Sometimes we allow ourselves to experience more things than usual. We travel further away, to different countries, and experience new cultures, cuisines, technologies, and cosmic nature. In our society, many people even use drugs to treat sickness, but substance abuse can give them the experience of a lifetime without even realizing that it can be harmful to their health. As they don't use it for spirituality, rather than they use it to please the desire for pleasures, for greed, for craving, and such desire for pleasure will build a habit that becomes an addiction to it. That is the way to destruction, that will bring no good. More often, many spiritual and religious cultivators merely want to build their bankrolls, temples and churches on their supposed spiritual cultivation journey, though that's an important way to spread out and develop their religious infrastructure. By only doing that to enrich their materialism of success, it's the endless road to spiritual attainment. It will bring them to destruction too, because they don't have a true spiritual purpose to experience the impermanent rather than painting their egos in a more sophisticated way. Spiritual cultivators must put a priority on spiritual purpose in their actions to learn and experience impermanence and to enlarge spiritual wisdom and enlightenment. As God sends with intellectual capabilities, we can go beyond this earth. We need to learn beyond this physical earth, but before that, we must go beyond our physical possessions, our ego, and the successful limitations set up in our society. The hard fact of being a cultivator in the physical world. The harsh reality is that a poor person won't be able to learn as much as a rich person due to a lack of opportunities. However, that doesn't mean you don't seek learning opportunities. There is no need to remain stagnant in growth. You must take advantage of every opportunity that comes your way. Also, you need to be careful not to want to be materialistic and rich purely. This way, you will get nothing but sorrow and regret. Try gaining enriching experiences rather than chasing materialistic possessions. True spiritually attuned people can be extremely rich in every way. If they are already one of the true richest spiritual people in the spiritual world, then they can be living in comfort or not. They can be in love or celibacy, which may not affect their lives much. As cosmic spiritual cultivators, we can in fact enjoy everything, which is the way that we are cultivating spiritual wisdom on our path. Even if suffering comes, we see it in different ways. We see it as a lesson to learn and transform it into our spiritual wisdom. Cosmic spiritual cultivation doesn't mean living in harsh conditions. It's all about collecting experiences to end suffering. We should always attain balance. But we can also experience ourselves in happiness, pleasure, and comfort, so we can see and understand how they are. We can walk that path, but be ready to detach from it. Understanding that our bodies will perish one day, and remembering that every day, don't forget that. Our health will go down and deteriorate every day, so we must make use of it to advance our spirituality as a priority, not just to advance materialism, emotion, and ego. As I said, everything has its beauty and usefulness. Why not live better ways in kindness to ourselves and others? Why not cultivate in a better way not only suffering, even though if suffering comes, we accept it and learn from it. We walk through the paths either comfortably or ready to learn from them. That is a good way to cultivate, but we must watch out and be mindful of everything on the path. We take control. We learn how to control the thoroughgoing, which is the motivating body and desire. We desire something with the spiritual purpose to learn, to help us advance ourselves. Detachment is final. If there is time, we get attached to something, and after realizing it's not good for us, we finally decide to detach from it. However, detaching from something may be extremely tough, but in the end, it's worth it. Things that aren't fruitful for us must be kept at a distance. That is the importance. We rein the mind in. We allow the mind to experience, but we rein it in, not only watching but controlling the mind too. You can control your mind in every possible way. Throughout the daily practice of meditation and some methods I have taught you previously, take and practice the teaching in the mind and heart to the core. Just practice them all, master the practices, control the mind, and experience it fearlessly with continuous enlarging wisdom. It doesn't mean we put ourselves in danger. We know the limit, and we know what we should do and what we shouldn't do. Not just crazily, foolishly, or spiritually. People are not doing so. Therefore, desire is beautiful but must be under control and with the spiritual purpose. Chapter 11: Spiritual Journey to Success and the Pathway. Note: Triangle nature of success: right thing, right time, right place. It's quite hard to understand how there is too much sunlight on some parts of the earth while the north or south poles are freezing. There is no life that even exists in some other parts of earth. Cosmic spiritual cultivation is a work that requires an understanding of reality and practical conduct that will bring results in attainment. Commonly, the success pattern happens in everyday life, in every creation, in nature, and in every walk of life. For instance, when you start to form life, even before becoming a little baby, it's already the start of a success. When you were tiny cells conceived in your mother's womb with the purpose of life and happiness, everything had to satisfy those conditions for your mother to conceive you. When you are born, you will need time to grow and be cared for by your parents or caretakers, and those are the right conditions for you to grow until you can take care of yourself. When you take a greater look at our own Earth, which is able to harbor life today because it has been through all the right conditions and life purposes of the cosmic spiritual nature. As I mentioned before, Earth is just in its alright and perfect conditions, stable in the cosmic life zone that enables life to create itself through time until our very own civilization today. It's the Earth's cultivation and evolution in cosmic spiritual nature. In life, when you grow up, in every walk of life, from growth, study, and work to spiritual cultivation, all actions are needed to fulfill those success conditions, one way or another, for them to happen in your life. Those are the basic drives and foundations for success. Reincarnation concept of endless life circle belief. In such circumstances, whatever comes, it will just come, and we just have to accept it. Even though this is true, life is not always like that. For the larger picture, we need to plan things in a frame of time in our lives to have a better vision of work and results. As a matter of fact, timing is the answer to everything in our lives. Just a simple example of the importance of time: when we talk about loan interest, you would understand how serious the interest payment is if a loan is ever taken by you. You would be in trouble if you were not able to pay an interest due on time, or over time. Your interest would be added to your principal, multiply from time to time, and become a bigger debt. Everything has its time. Time is always changing. But to succeed, we need to plan well ahead for the changes so we will be more appropriately prepared for everything that might come. Time has become extremely important in our society. Time changes, and people change. Even lovers who love each other live for life. They promise each other to meet one life after another, but after sometimes living together, everything changes. They will no longer care about each other anymore. They will fight each other, they will curse each other, they will even beat each other, and finally, they may just separate. In some worst cases, they may even kill one another. Everything is impermanent, and so time is also impermanent. However, time is an evolutionary force that brought us from a very simple life cell to an advanced and intelligent species as we are now. As time passes, our society is also advancing, as is spirituality. Today, spiritual religion is advancing to cosmic spirituality, the ability to understand reality and our larger surroundings as sacred in their spiritual nature. Your cosmic spiritual cultivation is where and what you are taking refuge from and in. Hence, understanding the right time is important in everyday action. In whatever you do, the right time is an important factor in your success. To be successful in cosmic spiritual cultivation, cultivators must take serious consideration into their daily actions in the most mindful fashion to maximize their efforts. Every action must be considered to fulfill the four basic fundamentals, which are right time, right place, right subject, and right spiritual purpose. Right time. Righteous time that assembles the most appropriate and precious opportunity for an action to get done with the best result and wisely. In the cosmos, there is no real time that may be right or wrong, but if anything moves in the vast cosmos, there will be times for it. Here on Earth and where we live, there will always be time that counts for each specific value frame that gives the time concept to determine duration for our every action with or without our will in the participations. Time and place have very different definitions in our cultures. Timelines and destinations are interconnected to support an action. Though timing values in Western and Eastern societies are often different in each culture's perceptions, in the West, timing value is based on a straight timeline, while often in the East, timing is a circle of life and death interconnected and repeating itself. For instance, in Thailand, time is considered a circle, non-stop. Years ago, I had thought about the Thai circle time, even though people said that it may reflect an indiscipline of timing, while in the West, people think time is a straight line. Though you may believe that time is uniform, it is not. Even though we all live on the same planet, we all have different timelines. The time in the US, Asia, and Europe are all different at the same moment. Even in the US, we all have different times. Eastern time is 2 hours behind Central Time, and Western time is 1 hour ahead of Central Time. Thus, to conduct a successful business and contact your loved ones over a large distance, you need to be mindful of this factor. For instance, while living in Houston, the Central Time Zone, I have friends and relatives in the Western US who are 2 hours behind. Sometimes they call me around midnight here, which is usually my bedtime, while it is still early for them. I would be too tired and in no mood to talk at that time, as it would disturb my sleep. Unless it is an emergency or urgent matter, it would be different. In our modern time, time seems to be the most valuable asset that determines everything, everyone, who or which is different from one another from different perspectives in our society, like beauty, ugliness, happiness, suffering, emptiness, success, failure, rich, poor, healthy, sick, young, old, even death, of all differences that exist on Earth from time to time. In society, business at the right time not only associates with opportunities but also destruction and, at last, evolution. The timing mechanism of our world determines its operation, progression, and development. For instance, as the Russian-Ukraine war has ravaged the global economy, inflation becomes another war that many central banks have been fighting with through interest rate hiking, which is also the path to self-inflict the economies. Both the physical and inflation wars will be short-lived in a few years, but they wiped out trillions of dollars in capital and physical assets built for centuries, leaving millions of people in danger and even dying, and soon the world will have a new order. Time often seems endless, and it's sometimes too limited that one can never feel having enough for joyful time while for others too much while in sorrow. There is a verse that says, "The early bird will get the worm." It's to say that the first person who takes the opportunity will be successful. In business, when you have a business idea, you must understand the market opportunity in time and capture it before it becomes mature and full of competition. A right business mind gets to see and take the earliest opportunity when the market competition is still empty or weak, so it can enjoy the potential growth easier and more profitable than when the competition is harsher. It's also true for a cosmic spiritual cultivator who starts his own spiritual cultivation journey as early as possible, where he will have more time, health, and opportunities to succeed and attain spiritual realization and enlightenment than those who turn to spiritual journeys at a late age when their time, health, and opportunities are severely limited based on their nature. Hence, it can be hard to tell when it's the right time and when it's not when we don't have all the control. However, as cosmic spiritual cultivators, we always try our best to be mindful in every action that will bring the best results to ourselves, others, and our surroundings. To be mindful, we must understand all realities in our environment, and time is an important factor of the minute, the moment that will land us into an action that we wish to carry out at any specific time that we think it's best in our own knowledge and planning upon, so it will be consistent to a larger time frame of actions and as a whole to give us the most healthy and harmonious life to prosperity and success. For instance, As a serious cultivator, you must always try your best in your own study and practice so you can learn in a modest fashion with the best effort, and the very simple thing in life that you do every day is sleep. For me, meditation is best done in the early morning when I get up. Hence, you must know when you must sleep at night and when you must get up early in the morning without trouble, so you can meditate enough before you start anything else in your working day. You must maintain a good sleep schedule so that your body can rest enough at night and maintain good health throughout the day. Let's say you want to meditate for 2 to 3 hours in the morning and sleep for 6 hours at night. So, it's best that you try to arrange and finish all you need to do during the day until midnight, when you need to be in bed no later than 12:30, and you must get up around 6 to 6:30 a.m. at the latest and start your meditation immediately. You should not drag your sleep schedule, or else you can't get up early in the morning as you don't have enough sleep at night. In both cases, if you sleep late and get up late, which will affect your physical health, you will have a bad day of sleepiness and tiredness. You won't be able to complete your routine meditation, and its quality can turn bad, which also affects other activities throughout the day. Your day instead turns ineffective or even a failure. Though you would always wish to have more time to read, learn, and practice, we all only have 24 hours a day, and it's no exception. Then, you must arrange your time and schedule in the most appropriate and scientific mode of living so as to maintain your well-being and a healthy lifestyle that is sustainable, which you can cultivate more efficiently and effectively. Timing is an important factor that can determine the success or failure of an action, but it's not the only factor that will bear the brunt. Other factors are also extremely important and are interconnected and interdependent with one another for the final fruit. They are the place and subject associated with the action and its spiritual purpose to happen in the very first place. In business, it is the same. When you have a business idea, you must understand the market opportunity in time and capture it before it becomes mature and full of competition. In spirituality, time is very important. You must start cultivating early, when you are younger and full of energy, since you will need to go through harsher practices that require the strength of a youth. However, at all times, mindfulness is a core practice in every moment that you become aware of. As I always say, in living a spiritual life, you won't live in any future or past but in the very moment, and so cultivating can be done in every moment that you live. Right place. A righteous place that assembles the most appropriate and precious opportunity for an action to get done with the best result and wisely. The right place, location, or setting is another important factor interdependent with an action time, when and where it appears or happens that appropriates and leads to its success. In the business world, the right location will determine a successful business where it can have access to a central area where people and other businesses can easily contact it and create opportunities. Even for religious organizations, let's not talk about the spiritual cultivation attainment, just the physical business of the operation and the more convenient location in the community, business area, or downtown. Those will allow easier access for more people to come into its worship places, which in turn will bring in more donation revenue to generate better operation and development of the services themselves. Even at the right location, the services or physical products offered should also target those who have the most potential, such as through segmentation of target markets, in which you may decide who are most appropriate, most appealing, and most compatible with your own service or offering. All services and products wouldn't make much sense until they reached targeted consumers in a quantity that could satisfy all investment costs to produce and maintain them and successfully deliver them. However, not all people are suitable and match your own offering, so it's better to stream some specific targets so that you can better allocate services and not waste your resources, which are better spent elsewhere more appropriately and can bring more accomplishment. Customer segmentation will save time and resources, which will lead to success. For instance, a few months ago, I went on a shopping trip for groceries at an Asian supermarket near my house. My family and I went to a food court close by to have lunch, and then a lady walked over to my table and introduced her new insurance business office nearby to me. It was just a minute walk from our table, and as I had some thoughts about purchasing a new policy, we just dropped by her small office, which was just renovated and looked neatly. Then, soon after, I purchased a new policy from her. That sounds so simple. I met her at just the right time, in the right place where her office was located in the shopping mall where many potential customers as I was. If her office wasn't just right where we met, it would be a lower opportunity or even none for such our dealing, and there she was, right where I was passing by, and she offered me just the right thing, and with my own spiritual purpose, to purchase a policy to minimize the impairment and uncertainty of life for our future. And all just happened successfully and smoothly when all conditions were met. Then, a few days later, the insurance lady dropped by my house to deliver an insurance policy for me. I was asking her what her insurance actually does for me. She said there were more benefits to the policy conditions that I gave than at other companies. But she didn't give me the answer that I asked. Then I took her to see the triangle and explained to her the best success conditions that she should take into account and apply to her business. She just opened her insurance office in a nearby Asian supermarket, where I met her on a shopping trip. I told her that I already had an idea to buy a second insurance policy a while back. That was the right time and the reason that she got business from me faster and easier without explaining and luring me into buying a policy like she had been doing to potential customers. It happened because her shop was in a good location where many shoppers were passing in the supermarket, and I was just passing by after doing the shopping. In management, putting people in the right place according to their abilities is extremely important for success, as it gives people the opportunity to grow, be creative, be happy at work, and contribute to the organization. As a cosmic spiritual cultivator, however, you must also be mindful of where and when you would act, perform, or execute an action that is appropriate and can create the best result, bring the best benefit to all sides, and not create bad karma. Back to the spiritual world, for instance, Buddhist monks and nuns should never sleep over a stranger's private place alone. They should seek out a temple to stay over in their best efforts so they can maintain their practices in the utmost manner. A woman or a spiritual cultivator should never walk at night alone unnecessarily. They should know where the best place is to be at an appropriate time. There was a story back to the Buddha's time when a nun on her begging trip was walking alone in the early morning to a nearby community, and on her new way that morning, she encountered a man who found her too attractive to him, and he offered her to be his wife and a good life that he would take care of her. He told her that she had a very sexy face and two beautiful eyes that looked just like two shining diamonds. She would be his perfect wife, and he would take care of her body with pleasure. Then the nun responded calmly and politely that she was a nun and had made her own vow of celibacy for her spiritual journey, so she couldn't accept his offer. However, if he insisted, she would just take her one eyeball to give him, so he just let her continue her spiritual journey. The man heard that he felt frightened and let her go. This story shows us how committed a spiritual cultivator the nun was, who was willing to sacrifice her own body part just to be able to keep her vow and cultivation path solid, and she won the ignorant and greedy man. However, as a nun, she had entered the wrong place on her begging trip. She might have taken some shortcut when she encountered a man alone who almost endangered her life. She should choose carefully where she could come and how to get there safely. For instance, she should choose the main road where there are more people around and be accompanied by someone on her trip. Since learning and experimenting in life is important for a cosmic spiritual cultivator, he must always know where his stand is, as the nun above says, where he is seeking refuge from, and so where he is taking refuge. Our society is advancing, and with time, there are so many religions that have grown into many huge organizations, as well as their psychosocial and teachings, which are also advancing. Many teaching books and teaching media are adding up with multiple explanations and ideologies, which are easily found in either paid or free content in the market, social media, and religious distribution outlets. One who still has not grown strong enough in cultivation power needs to be careful and selective when reading content that may not brainwash oneself into delusional promises of fast spiritual attainment, delusional salvation, and an unrealistically fast cultivation path to some spiritual greedy benefits, which could cause damage to one's mind's long-term future perception, which may just delay his own true cosmic spiritual journey. That is to say, cosmic spiritual cultivation is a way to find out the truth to understand the reality of life, and on the journey, a spiritual cultivator will encounter so much more experience, delusional promises, many desires, and choices, of which he will understand the essence within and their true impermanent nature at the end. Nevertheless, one ought not to fall into such delusional greed, crave, and get stuck on the path, but rather take those experiences as a lesson to learn spiritual purposes and transform them into one's own wisdom, enlarging spiritual enlightenment. Right thing. Righteous subject. Work that assembles the most appropriate and precious opportunity for an action to get done with the best result and wisely. The right thing, the right subject, the right product, or the right action are important interdependent factors that lead to success. Hence, this right measurement can facilitate and provide the opportunity for one to carry out action with the best results. In everyday communal interaction, you all need to make your own choices to think right, act right, and be right, at least in your own understanding. Then, you have to exercise the utmost mindfulness through freedom to choose your right attitudes and your right actions by effectively controlling your emotions. You must choose love over hate and forgiveness over seeking revenge. You can choose to learn and grow from your mistakes in order to improve and perfect yourself. Keep in mind that even a crisis can bring out the best opportunity in the worst scenario, which you can learn from and evolve from. This means that in all that we do, we strive for competency, develop our conscience by focusing on and considering ethics, and nurture our compassion for others, trying to make the world a better place, especially for those in great need. Which ethics are taken to be well-founded standards of right and wrong that prescribe what humans ought to do, usually in terms of rights, obligations, benefits to society, fairness, or specific virtues. Henceforward, we always want to do the right thing at all times in our lives, but things never seem to go in the direction we expect. That doesn't mean you should give up or abandon. Instead, you should always keep in mind the impermanent nature of things that will never stay in the same place or in the same condition. Things always change, and so you must pay your best effort to learn and improve whatever you are doing, your business, your products, or your skills, that will help you have the right and suitable business, work, or experience according to the current environment and requirements. Continuously evolving will help you keep any subject that you pursue successful. The mindfulness of right emotion, empathy, and compassion. Mindfulness is an important and distinctive instrument to transform knowledge into wisdom and enlarge your spiritual path. Practicing mindfulness involves living in the moment and observing your own human experience through all 5 of your senses and emotions. As we know, emotion is always a part of human mentality. Emotion is relatively interdependent on conditions that arise, and understanding your reality is an essential practice to help render right and mindful emotion in our actions. Without truly understanding your own emotions, you can easily leave your spirit under the control of your ego. For instance, hate is a very strong negative emotion born out of fear. When you feel unsafe, you either go into defensive or fight, flight, or freeze mode. You may develop the mindset that resources are lacking during a time of turmoil, so you hoard things and isolate yourself from people. You join with others who are afraid, so you're not confronted with information that conflicts with your point of view. This is not the right spiritual mindfulness and may eventually lead you into drama. However, on the other hand, if you can practice patience and try to understand your true self in the circumstances that you encounter, you will be able to develop the right mind, which will enable you to spread love. Differences in mindful judgment become motivating instead of threatening. When you are able to build your own compassion based on wisdom, you will be able to look outward for new resources, information, and problem-solving strategies. This wisdom transformation will help you to correctly resolve problems with yourself, others, and the environment that you encounter. After all, you will be more confident in coping and responding with the right mindset if you have developed skills in your life with wisdom and a strong spiritual sense of empathy, which means being able to consciously relate to others with your own life experiences. This creates a new level of patience and compassion toward other people that may lead to more helping behaviors to relieve other people's suffering and to right response actions in everyday interaction. Being right and good. Between right and good are the 2 basic terms of moral evaluation. In general, something is right if it is morally obligatory, whereas it is good if it is worth having or doing and enhances the life of the conscientious. If you are conscientious, you will strive to do what's right and to carry out your sense of duty, and you will find your great willingness to do so responsibly spiritually. Then, you will realize that spirituality and action are not just compatible, they are and must be consistent. As under spiritual purpose and graced guidance, even if you will have to go through a difficult and challenging life, from the cultivation of your actions, you will evolve and become a sacred part of the very much Mother Earth and the larger spiritual karmic nature. By doing the right thing, it will lead you to peace in your judgment. Doing the right thing generally means making decisions that are not only based on your own personal needs, expand your popularity, or enforce your personal beliefs. It means doing what is best for the greater or common good. If others perceive you in a certain way, you want to keep in mind what others will say about you. Before carrying out the decision, try researching, consulting, asking around, and trusting people to see if what you think is truly the right thing to do. Don't ignore advice, expand your knowledge on the matter. We are all happier when we do the right thing, which helps us overcome difficulties. Doing the right thing will always bring more positive energy into our lives. With the same mindset, wrongdoing will only attract problems into your life. It's the spiritual cosmic law of karma. The person who chooses to do the wrong thing doesn't realize that he'll be paying the price for his action one way or another. It always comes back. Being able to trust our own intuition is the best guide for knowing if we are doing the right thing. It can be hard to admit it or access that quiet but steady inner voice, but it is there. The choice is yours. It is never too late. You can choose and re-choose. Spiritual purpose. The core essence inside the triangle of rights is the spiritual purpose. Spiritual purpose is often construed as the meaning of life, and how a person lives his life with some meaningful purpose is more than just that. Encountering a spiritual purpose is not so much about finding the meaning of life. It is not only about becoming the best thing about yourself but also about going beyond the worldly mind to attain cosmic spiritual wisdom and enlightenment as you go through spiritual life cultivation. A spiritual purpose at a very basic level is to establish a foundation of values, principles, and beliefs that give meaning to life and then use them to guide the decisions and actions you take. After all, a spiritual mindset will help you recognize that your role in life has greater value than what you do every day. It can free you from dependence on material things and help you understand the greater purpose of your life. At the same time, the spiritual resolve of your own action can bring much confidence and benefit your cultivation path in coping with change and uncertainty. Societal norms and perception. Naturally, we live in an advanced society, no matter who we are. A societal norm of success in the very beginning for an individual starting to enter life as an independent adult is financial stability. Seeking safety from the world and its trials is our lifetime pursuit. We try to save enough money. Thus, a respectable, stable job often becomes our aim in life. Thereafter, we go on to seek security such as housing, car acquisition, societal acceptance, and recognition, then start a family, and then shift more priority to other higher desires and comforts. Marrying into a good family, choosing a partner with substantial income, amassing power, and/or joining clubs, communities, gangs, or other groups to protect us in an uncertain world. All these wants and needs keep shifting instantaneously in life. All along, we try to accomplish our lives so as to become happy through having security and recognition. Nonetheless, driven by such ego, ambition, and greed, individuals amass wealth and goods that are much more than their needs without spiritual involvement every so often. After living in the materialistic world for too long, worldly people often argue that success is the creation of empires for their children and earning big names in society. This thinking never lets the desires, attachments, and lust for money and power diminish their entire lives. Such individuals are hardly at peace. As they do not have a spiritual view, their happiness will be short-lived and will surely get lost in this world of materialism and power addiction. Money will not last forever, high posts will be lost, egos will clash and break up relationships, health will deteriorate, and death will take them away in a miserable and unsatisfied state. Most of the time, their desires would not be fulfilled, bringing them back to the miseries of the cycle of birth and death again and again. They will surely get tired of this miserable situation. Then, they keep hankering for more and more, eventually causing greater damage to themselves and the world surrounding them. In all these, only worldly aims and material and power aims are visible. Such individuals have their own worldly agenda, as if confined to this level of essential acquisition of goods and services for a livelihood only, it would not be spiritually beneficial. They are leading an aimless life without realizing its true spiritual purpose. Cosmic spiritual ingenuity. On the cosmic spiritual path, every cosmic spiritual cultivator has an aim in spiritual life according to his needs and circumstances at any specific time that arises. On the path, there is always actual higher and more valuable energy to actions will come than one originally aimed for. Spiritual purpose in success goes beyond and is more specific than just physical materialism. It's more about a meaningful, worthwhile experience that a cultivator commits to for the purpose of enlarging his spiritual wisdom from the action. Experiment and experience from the physical world will eventually benefit in the spiritual sense. It is also much about looking for and creating a meaningful connection environment with something greater than oneself, which can habituate positive results to enhance success and wisdom, such as peace, wonder, satisfaction, gratitude, and acceptance. As I mentioned above, success in the triangle requires the basic trifactors of right time, right thing, and right place. Then the fourth force needed to be satisfied as an umbrella of the whole three factors of such success, which, lastly and most importantly, is the spiritual purpose. It carries out the work that can satisfy his action in the utmost sacred cultivation way to improve oneself and spiritual wisdom that brings no harm to others or themselves. By means of spiritual experience, it is extremely important for a cosmic spiritual cultivator who is on a spiritual journey to learn and experience life to gain true wisdom from his own experience after time and time learning from teaching from his master. However, one ought to build his own inner quality, competency, and persistent practices to truly see his own spiritual purpose and bear fruit from his own actions. At the same time, to be a cosmic spiritual cultivator, you will certainly have to live in a world of people where you can learn, experience, and transform that knowledge into spiritual wisdom. Consistently with this, you have learned that every action that you encounter or plan requires all those factors to fulfill the triangle aspects of the right place, right time, and right thing to be successful. For instance, I am writing this book with the spiritual purpose of passing down knowledge, experience, and courage to all potential spiritual cultivators of all times and to future reincarnations of myself who will have fewer obstacles to finding the pathway and to bring more practicality and ease in practice for realization attainment. The higher factor that powers the right action should be seen and determined in advance through its purpose and your decision-making for your spiritual evolution. Hence, you must understand what you truly want to explore, understand, experience, and learn from time to time. The action that you may carry out, which should benefit your spiritual wisdom and spiritual enlightenment and may also bring benefit to other people in general, may not pose any damages or sufferings to anyone or yourself at greater cost. Even though spiritual purpose also requires your spiritual mindfulness competency, which can give you a clear vision and show you a clearer goal and objective that you wish to experience, you will still achieve a result. Strengthening spiritual purpose for success through practice. Determine your spiritual purpose. Practice open-mindedness. Another part of having empathy is practicing tolerance for others. To be more tolerant, put yourself in their shoes to try to understand another point of view. You can also practice tolerance by asking another person to explain their beliefs or perspective. Try to look at your similarities with others rather than your differences. Chances are, you have more in common than not. At the end of the day, your spiritual purposes are up to you to determine. Spiritual purposes are any intentions that you have related to discovering your purpose and living a meaningful life. It doesn't matter if you follow the teachings of Christ, Buddha, or are not religious at all. Setting a spiritual purpose helps you connect to your spiritual side and gain clarity on the actions of your life journey. Back to the business world, a more materialistic world that people are more interested in as it's everyone's life. So, we are talking about what you actually believe in your business or what you are doing for your job would benefit people in particular. It's more than what your family believes or what most of your community believes. It's all about what you believe in and what you are producing. What collection of truths, guides, and observances leads you to feeling a sense of peace in what you do, which encourages you to live a kind and welcoming life that fills you with wonder and joy. Let's talk about the insurance lady I met a few months ago in the supermarket, where I purchased an insurance policy from her. As I mentioned about the benefits, though she was able to give me more benefits in the insurance policy, instead of just answering how better conditions inside the policy were more favorable, she could have told me how peace of mind would be assured to me in the future, that I could be well prepared in case I fell ill and was not able to work, as life is impermanent and so is our health. We never know when we will get sick or die. Her spiritual purpose in selling insurance policies to people is actually a high-merit way to leverage our bad karma, which would always be ready to come to anyone in time when it comes. No one can eventually predict its due time. It's always acceptable to reevaluate your spiritual goals every so often to see your progress and determine how far you are from reaching them. Your spiritual journey may last a lifetime, as it may continue to evolve with new life experiences. Even though change won't happen overnight, but by making small better changes in daily life for the improvement, you can work up to reaching the spiritual goals that you establish. Practice selflessness. Practicing selflessness is an important roadmap to enabling your clear spiritual view and mind, as it is critical to your success in any endeavor to help control the ego self. But without a selfless mind and focusing specifically on your spiritual purpose, with worldly action, you can't expect your actions to be automatically spiritually fulfilled once your other needs are met. Being grateful. You may go through periods of time in your life when you're oblivious to all of the positive things that you have or fail to proactively consider them. There are so many ways that you can practice gratitude, and being grateful is quite possibly the topmost spiritual practice. Having gratitude helps us recognize value, dignity, and worthiness in everything, so you may actually consider it a remedy for many forms of suffering. Because of this, by simply practicing gratitude can be its own form of spirituality. Strengthening faith. Spiritual growth requires building strength and faith every once in a while, regardless of what faith means to you. For instance, rather than putting pressure on your cultivation by staying up late worrying about whether your lessons must be learned as much as possible, you just need to relax a bit, ensure your learning effort is always straightforward, and then just let your plan of execution evolve on its own. Take a leap of faith and believe that you will be provided for. This might be a harder question to answer than you think, even if you're devoted to a specific faith. And, if you follow an organized religion, there are certainly going to be some lessons that resonate with you more than others. It's important to have clarity on the principles that you're basing your daily life on, because the truth is, you can't practice your beliefs if you aren't sure what those beliefs are. Such as karma belief, Buddhism and Hinduism often teach people such beliefs, but others, like Christianity and Islam, are not their general concepts in preaching. Then, to be able to understand and take the belief into your own spiritual practice, you need to learn, read, research, talk, and share your understanding with other people to fuel your mind with as much information as you can acquire and develop, until you're confident in your true beliefs. That is when they will fully power your own true spiritual purpose. The spiritual purpose of bearing fruitful physical benefit. In an earlier part of this book, I mentioned that the world was about to enter trouble. I was cautious, but COVID-19 came and affected the whole world. I wasn't an exception in our human collective to this planetary karma. However, with my own spiritual purpose for respecting life and my own good health, without good health, life is actually becoming a living hell. Then, with an understanding of love and compassion for our human beings, I decided right away to join a vaccine trial after seeing an advertisement on Facebook about it looking for potential volunteers on the COVID-19 vaccine trial. I called the center, and we worked out some arrangements. After a few months, fortunately, I became the first of a few thousand people in the world who received the real Moderna vaccines in the trial before they came into use over a year later, when over 1 million Americans and many millions of others around the world had died because of the virus attack. At these times, people were fueling anti-vaccine propaganda that caused more deaths in the general population among those who did not believe in the vaccines as well as the dangerous virus itself. I was happy that I joined the success vaccine as well as upset with those anti-vaccine for their own ignorance that is still bringing deaths, and I still continued to take more vaccines on a regular basis to protect myself. Nonetheless, on a trip to San Diego in March 2023 to pay a last visit to one of my cousins who passed away quickly within a month in her early age of 43, without prior knowledge about her lymphoma cancer, until a few days later after she was admitted to a hospital for a sinus treatment, a different unrelated surgery caused her death. She has a 20-year-old daughter who is in her second year of college. She didn't leave much valuable inheritance to the daughter. Even a life insurance policy whose benefits would have gone to her daughter would have been a great help for the young orphan girl of both parents. When she was alive, she thought she was healthy and young, and buying life insurance was such a curse for her early death. It's a common belief among many Asians about buying life insurance. We can see clearly that she didn't have a spiritual purpose in her impermanent self, and her health and life as a human were fragile and unpredictable even at a young age. Probably, her health and immunity had deteriorated for some time since she told me a few years before that she was infected with COVID-19 around 2-3 times prior to her death. We would never know, but COVID-19 is a really troublesome virus for humanity. It has killed 10 million people around the world up to the time of this writing. On the 4th day of my 9-day trip, I developed a flu-like symptom, and that ruined all the joy and peace of the rest of the trip. I got back to Houston, as I was on another new flu vaccine trial for a new combo COVID-19 flu vaccine for Pfizer. and I needed to inform them about any symptom if it developed. Then I was told that my test was positive for COVID a few days after the visit, during which they drew my blood and took a nose swab. Then I and the trial office staff continued to monitor my symptoms days later until I retested negative. I recalled the time when I was sick in my hotel in San Diego. I felt like I was in hell when my temperature and fever didn't leave me alone, then headache, body soreness, fatigue, loss of appetite and taste, phlegm production that stuck my nose, and the worst part was that I lost sleep for 2 nights, which made me even weaker. Then 2 weeks later, I still have so much fatigue, my body shaking sometimes for hours. Though I had 4 prior COVID vaccine doses over a 2-year period, and the last booster dose was just over 4 months before, I could still get infected. But probably my symptoms were much milder compared to those of many millions who were killed by the virus, as well as those of infected people who survived the virus without receiving any COVID-19 vaccine. It took me over a week to recover and another week just to get back to a normal state. After all, I am happy that my spiritual purpose for the vaccine worked out and saved billions of people. I was also able to save myself after a real infection with the virus, though I went through a hard time during my outstate trip in my hotel, and the infection ruined all my fun. My own spiritual purpose and belief in vaccination have brought me a beautiful result in the natural fight of the infection. Without it, I would have landed in really bad shape or eventually died like other unfortunate millions. Still, in early practice, you may establish a set of values, principles, and beliefs that give life meaning to you, in which the evolution principle is taken as an important factor in the path for growth. In spiritual cultivation, that will help the cultivator learn, experience, and grow to transform those experiences into wisdom and enlightenment. Captivating a spiritual purpose is not so much about finding the meaning of life as it is about becoming your best self as you move through cultivation in life. That includes behaving in a gracious and compassionate manner and striving towards self-actualization. Though it may take time to savor life and flourish in areas such as personal competency, relationships, mindfulness, and spiritual awakening, if you paragon yourself for spiritual purpose, you can travel many different pathways. The first step to finding your higher purpose in life is to understand what it is you seek. Spiritual purpose essence. Understanding and having the ability to control the ego. The entire living spiritual life of cultivation is simply getting to understand our true selves, the physical selves, and the self-egos. That call to action is a need to confront our egoic view of the world, and to be able to have a clear view, we need an inner revolution of cosmic spiritual mind to overcome egoic consciousness. We will be hardly seeing our true spiritual self while we aren't able to see ourselves as separate between the physical body and the sacred spiritual energy body. That is called spiritualization. Spiritualization is the essence of spirituality, which enables us to see and confront the collective experience that is real and to dedicate our lives to transforming ourselves and our world so that we can truly understand impermanent nature and reality, develop compassion for one another, and open ourselves to new learning and new ways of being. The ego self naturally shapes personality through experience and collective transformation, which creates different ego level, and may be an obstacle to spiritual cultivation. Every human being's upbringing, socialization, and life events can be overwhelming and sabotage our most cherished beliefs and spiritual realization and sacred cosmic spiritual nature. Since you cannot experience the level of subconsciousness and energy body until you realize your own spirit body, the ego self takes on the great job of acting itself as your own. When you're anxious, defensive, and afraid of being dominated, you are trapped in nonsensical, life-destroying traditions that squelch your cultivation and even your ability to spiritual experiment. Often, humans are trained to be prejudiced or just self-protective, and when we promote and repeat ideas and beliefs that are obviously destructive, they hang out in our heads because we are afraid of not knowing and because dropping those familiar ideas would threaten our security and our acceptance by society. The spiritual transformation toward realization is a revolution against egoic thinking and control to build leverage on the neutral view between the spiritual mind and ego self-control. It's the practice that requires that we rethink everything, from the way we dress to the way we treat our mates, to the spiritual purpose of all works and the production of all possessions, to the way we relate to other genders, religions, sexual orientations, races, and species. Such spiritual view transformation will help us in a deep process of self-examination, culling through the debris of our fractured thinking and ignorance. You can no longer pretend that spirituality is just an inner experience. It is our sacred reality to be go-betweens of higher consciousness and the world and the spiritual cosmic nature. Spirituality is the call to care, to connect with the resources you need to succeed, whether that's from any sacred entity, another state of higher consciousness, or through your spiritual master that defines your spiritual purpose. Your spiritual purpose will eventually evolve over time as you go through life experiences, acquiring more wisdom and becoming more competent in thinking and seeing the world from a higher level of spiritual mind. Chapter 12: The Pathway Note. Time to succeed. Question: I wanted to ask you to talk about the tree today, the root so deep like ignorance in someone's mind that sometimes it can't be rooted in one lifetime. But isn't it possible for a person to root out any ignorance from their mind if they work hard enough in one lifetime? I don't know exactly how long it may take for a person to unroot his deep ignorance and attain his own spiritual realization, but why not in this lifetime? Who knows? If you are diligent and have strong and persistent effort enough to practice spirituality, and with your concentration power through practices and an open mind, you may just succeed in rooting out your own ignorance and attaining spiritual realization. But if you still hold tightly to your old worldly knowledge, your old delusional experience, past things, etc., and you are not looking for your true realization, you will never find it no matter how many lives you live. It's important to have a strong will, the wish to find your own spiritual realization path, and the determination to look for it. You may find something. Otherwise, if you don't look for it, how do you find anything? A lot of people seek spirituality through monkhood, priesthood, or clerical life. But sometimes while living such a life, they start to hold tight to their routines and old habits of living instead of discovering their inner selves, and they won't get deep spiritually. They borrow all external knowledge, and they become beggars, as they only borrow knowledge and things from others. Nowadays, if you want to talk about spirituality, you will think of speaking to monks and nuns. They can just tell you from books, be superstitious, or just have ignorant worldly desires. They won't even consider spiritualization as a true path for them to pursue, as it's only for their religion's founders to do, and they already did for them. As a result, even though they may have learned and known many things, they have no chance to realize themselves spiritually. They even build a wall, and it's so thick to protect them from going further into discovering their true spiritual selves. They are already satisfied with what they learn externally. If you are already satisfied with the only external things that religion gives you, there is no way that you can go further because that is enough for you already. Spirituality is all about individual attainment, but of course religion is important for everybody as a collective, because if you don't have the urge, you don't have the need, you don't have the want of spiritual realization of yourself, you will never go deep into it, you just stay there with your religious collective. Spiritual realization is only for people who can't be satisfied with their own answers to their religions and their belief systems. They have a strong need to go further to challenge their impermanent reality and to find their true inner self, the permanent. Timing becomes inessential, not important, and it's no longer a matter of how long it takes. The time frame is just a burden because the further you go spiritually, the stronger you will become with deeper experience in attaining spiritual realization. You will just know and enjoy your true living in every moment with whoever passes through your lives, watching the impermanent life in its own beauties. But does that mean the spiritual cosmic system treats people differently? Not at all, but that depends on how diligently you practice cosmic spirituality. If you are willing to change, to learn, to improve, and to live your life spiritually filled with understanding, love and compassion, you must be willing to seek the wisdom of enlightenment. This way, you will be better at every aspect you encounter. However, if you don't have such willingness, you are lazy and you commit wrongdoing. And if you don't take the step to bring about change in yourself, then you will suffer your entire life. You are a part of Earth, and it's in the cosmos. The Earth belongs to its solar system, and because of that, everyone is in the cosmos, in the right place on Earth. There is no position where the Earth should be different than where it is and at the appropriate times of its movement. It is in a position of its own where it has been evolving in its spiritual and cosmic nature since its existence. When you go into outer space, you are basically taking a trip in the cosmos. If the Earth moves further or closer from the cosmic distance of the Sun, it will either become too cold or too hot. No life can exist on such a planet as Earth anymore if it doesn't stay on its sacred course. Have you ever wondered why Venus or Jupiter aren't able to support life while Earth can? It's because their positions in the solar system make their surfaces hostile to support biological life, but it doesn't mean they are dead for the reason that they aren't able to support life. They carry different roles, like they hold sacred spiritual cosmic nature roles in supporting the entire solar system and many different life forms of energy. Hell, a burning fireplace for bad karma. Our bodies are composed of energy, which is living in a physical body, and that defines us as a physical living being. We are all bound by the integration of the energy body and physical body that give us life. We always talk about hell. That's a place where all sinners go. People who bring harm to others will be burned in the deepest pits of hell. There are fires erupting inside the earth's mantle, which will suck us in once we die. But then nothing can really destroy our energy body. No, after death, your energy body will be transformed into the very basic form, purely energy and full of energy pre-programmed, which means you lose all your physical consciousness, but your consciousness will be revived once again after reborn. Maybe you will then become a plant spirit, and you will slowly be back generating the beginning. So that is why they said that some plants are very sacred, and some plants, they said, have the spirits, and they may still keep some personal consciousness, but in the form of the plant, the stone. So, being able to have a human body, intelligence is actually something people have cultivated for a long time. You must have the same karma frequency as the human body, otherwise, you can reincarnate into the human body. Then, you can't be reborn as a human, you would be born into lower form as an animal, and as an animal, you will be starting to learn again. Is the wisdom of enlightenment greater than the wisdom of the evil mind? Wisdom from enlightenment is universal truth and often carries benefit to the whole, while intelligent people with evil minds commit delusional and bad karmas with different degrees of damage to others. Though many people are not spiritually enlightened, they very much possess worldly wisdom in many aspects of the impermanent world. If you talk to an old person, he will tell you about his experience, his long life knowledge of his own wisdom, and how his way of life contributes to his success. For example, an old story of a son's journey through a desert with his aging father. When they became thirsty and he asked his aging father how to find water, his aging father told him to drink clean water. He should drink water from the water hole where the horse drinks because the horse will recognize whether it's clean water or contaminated water. The horse never drinks contaminated water. Other examples could be where to find water. His aging father told him to follow the cow when he looks for water because the cow can smell and detect where water is hidden. That is wisdom, but that doesn't mean that a person with that worldly wisdom is spiritually enlightened. It's just the wisdom from living, just the knowledge, just the understanding. They understand the world surrounding what they call wisdom. Everybody has their own wisdom from their lives. Evil people also possess so much knowledge, they know many things, so that is why they use that to commit evil and bad things in their own ways to achieve their bad purposes that cause harm to others. The wisdom of enlightenment is neither delusional nor has its evil deeds within. It's full of understanding of spiritual cosmic nature, love, and compassion. Killing humans and intelligent beings in spirituality. There is no black and white in the universe, there is only black and white because of our mind's perception of the actions. Actions are the same in nature, but only the purpose for which you do them is different. For instance, capital punishment is execution. Killing is a crime and a sin. No matter if you kill someone, a murderer kills you, a kid accidentally shoots his mother, or an inmate is executed with the state's mechanism. You consider it legal or illegal based on what nature of the killing, where you live, stay, or whether it's in a city or forest. Let's have another example about euthanasia. It's a different part of killing. It's sometimes called mercy killing of a suffering person while living in a bad health state. It's still killing. Or even if you kill yourself, being suicidal is still killing. It creates karma by killing a person, or it's another karma repayment circle. It's all karma and debt repayment. As a spiritual cultivator, you should never consider killing an intelligent being in your own spiritual world. Vegetarianism. Will it help my spiritual path to become vegetarian? Will it help me develop a heart of compassion? No, not really. If you think eating vegetarian is purely for spirituality, it's not all or even the opposite. It just makes things more complicated when you have to associate with others who are not vegetarians. It also makes you choosier, makes you more prejudiced about other people's eating habits, and makes your mind narrower and ignorant as you only care about your own eating reference while you are supposed to be adaptable and not to find trouble. However, if you live in an environment of vegetarianism, then you should. If you live in a temple where everybody is vegetarian, you should. Still, vegetarianism has its own health benefits. You should eat vegetarian when it's possible or make it part of your meal routine more often. You taught that we shouldn't kill animals ourselves to eat meat. If we eat meat in the supermarket even though we didn't kill them, aren't we indirectly contributing to the death of the cows? The wind can blow this way or that way, but as a spiritual cosmic cultivator, you know which way you are going, and that is what is important. You shouldn't kill any intelligent living beings, for the reason that you are practicing the path of non-killing. However, even if you are vegetarian, if you must eat vegetables to survive, then you are killing the plants too. It's the same thing about killing living things. Vegetables and plants are living beings as well. If you don't give the plant water, they will die, and if you don't give them nutrition, they won't grow as well. The vegetables live as well, though in a more primitive form. They are still alive, they are just living differently. These plants can reincarnate into a more advanced form of life, but it is very slow. Just like humans, you started as a cell billions of years ago and grew up into different forms through time. As a spiritual cultivator, you don't kill because you are practicing selflessness, respect, and care for other living beings, especially animals that can have emotions like love, fear, and pain. Besides, you are not going to develop your negative emotions from killing, but spiritual cosmic cultivation is also about seeing the truth and the reality. Human consumption of food is a reality. Humans need to consume food to survive. And human food is mostly made from live vegetables and animals. If nobody kills other animals or leaves vegetables for food, then how can you have food to eat? It is the animals, livestock, that are fed to be killed for food, which is normal in our current society nowadays. Living in our society means living in cities where food is always available for purchase. Then, when you have a need for food, you should go to the supermarket and buy it. If the rabbit or animal in the backyard that you take care of dies, then you can eat it. Unless you live in a rural area where purchase isn't available, but you need to eat fish or meat. The nature of life is killing animals for food, so if you have to kill for food, you have to kill. That is the nature of life. It is not always sinful because human life is based on other lives. But you should reduce the minimum amount of killing, and if you kill the animals, you should kill in the most humane way, in a way that the animals do not suffer too much. While you are a spiritual cultivator, you should avoid killing because it will bring harm to your cultivation one way or another. The wisdom from enlightenment at a distance. The wisdom from enlightenment is different from worldly wisdom because it has a good spiritual purpose. It is an individual attainment for each person to experience spiritually. In cosmic spirituality, nothing wins or loses, it is just one's own perception, so that is why he or she may see reality or suffer from it. The wisdom of enlightenment has nothing to lose, but all are lessons to be learned, enlarging the wisdom of enlightenment. With wisdom of enlightenment, when you witness things, you are seeing things just like you are going to a zoo, just like you see the monkey, the animals, and the lions may be dangerous, but you are not going to touch them, you are just watching them beautifully from a distance. Remember, you see them in the zoo, you are not going to the forest to touch them. That is a different point. You are no longer a poacher or hunter, you are a watcher and an explorer, exploring at a safe distance. There is no winner or loser from that spiritual perspective. If you are not fighting, why should you have a winner or a loser? What are you fighting for? Winner or loser for what? In spiritual cultivation, you observe worldly events, actions, and your own mind. You are looking at them, you are not involved with them at the beginning, you are not merging to them, and you are not encountering the fight. But you are learning through observation, you don't take sides, so there is nothing to worry about as you are not taking part. If you can learn a lesson from a neutral point of view, it will help to improve your experience with clearer vision on any matter. You will be able to keep your emotions in control, you will be calmer in seeing things, and that will transform into your own wisdom. The enlightenment is always expanding through time and new experiences. Things are impermanent in nature, so you need to improve your own wisdom. Everything in life can be a lesson to learn. Turn ignorance into wisdom. Remember, don't ever say that I am totally enlightened. No, it is not. Enlightenment only has a beginning, it doesn't have an end. The more wisdom you gain, the greater your enlightenment. The only end is ignorance, at its end, there is enlightenment. Reincarnation. Can you be born as an enlightened person? No, you can't be born as an enlightened person. because the physical body can't inherit all the knowledge, wisdom and experience of the spiritual realization, and of the spiritual energy body. There is a firewall inside the brain that essentially blocks the conscious mind from accessing energy-recorded information in the subconscious. Though you can be born a new person with more exceptional talent and memories from your previous spiritual mindfulness and skills, with much clarity. As such, now you see more children born with more intellect, more mindful skills, and more thoughtfulness than children of the past. Because our society is becoming more advanced and people are living their potential longer with their own successes, people die of old age. They carry on some of their past skills and attainments through experience, so they behave more and more like that at very young ages, sometimes with exceptional skillfulness without present training. Those children just need a little time in training to regain or develop their talents. They progress very fast, sometimes extremely fast. Yet, in some cultures and spiritual practices, like in Tibet, a lot of little monks or novices who have been born as recognized reincarnations can remember some basic information about their previous lives. And those reincarnated children are trained to regain their past memories and skills from a very young age, and they mostly will develop their own spiritual path quickly and carry high spiritual qualities and the capability to potentially attain spiritual realization later in life. But if you merge with the realized spiritual energy flow one time, next time you will attain spiritual realization, and merge with the spiritual energy flow again. Yes, you will. You can be reborn into a different life form more developed on another planet. Nonetheless, for ordinary people, when the time comes, it will come. Though born on Earth, you will be born as an ordinary child in a new life, but with a high probability with more special talents, emotional intelligence, less jealousy, more mental stability, a higher IQ, sensitivity to love, compassion, and rationality than other children, and some past life memories. If you are recognized and trained at an early age, you will be able to follow the spiritual path easier, have more potential to grow in spirituality, and gain more respect quickly in the spiritual or religious community where you are taken in. Yet if you are not born into any spiritual or religious community that can recognize you, the inscription of your past attainments will still stay in your deep subconscious like a volcano waiting to explode sometime later in life. By some potential spiritual activator or spiritual circumstances, you will be involved in the future, which will activate the spiritual urges of your subconscious. On your conscious level, you will be hardly satisfied with what you hear, see, teach, witness, and learn. You won't find religion alone enough to satisfy your deep, unknown thirst for spiritual realization within. The spiritual urge will just push you to find your inner self again, because you had already attained it in your past life, and you will just do it again no matter what. In addition, it's easy for you to walk that path, even without any direction. You will just research, need some relevant teaching, information, training, or anything related to the spiritual practices that you think is reasonable and rational to you. Take it and test it, prove it right or wrong, and you will find your own spiritual realization on your own way. To illustrate, if we look at Tibetan Buddhism, there is an old tradition that has been carried out for many hundreds of years. If a high-ranking monk, or it's called Rinpoche, passes away and reincarnates a few years later, the monastery would be looking for some potential young children in the community with some strange and exceptional behavior who could be a reincarnation of their previous leader. For this reason, they think that when you train children at a young age, they can still retain stronger past life memories and the determination to follow their spiritual path and continue their previous life responsibilities in their monastery. With extensive training, they have strong potential to get enlightened quickly later in life. They can learn much more quickly and faster if they find the right one. If they don't find the right one, then it will take much more time. Nevertheless, they train those children very well. Yet you never know since each person is different. That's Tibetan culture and practice. How many monks have enlightened there, we don't really know, but the tradition seems like logic in their karma and reincarnation nature. The connection of past life. In fact, when I was a child, I had some strange memories and unexplained beliefs. My senses were much stronger too. I had a thought or a feeling of waiting for some Buddhist monks or someone to come to my house to pick me up, and I would leave with them for my spiritual path. Though none showed up, I never had someone come for me. I used to talk about this with my family, but they didn't find it serious but rather funny and laughed at me. That made me keep quiet about my retained memory for years later. But later, after a time of spiritual realization of myself, I understand that I was born into a different country where there is no such tradition as Tibet, and perhaps I tried to get away from Tibet's tradition, but nonetheless, the Tibetan tradition of one of my past lives was still strong in my subconscious. I still remember that thought, that feeling, waiting for so many years. I always had and kept the feeling that I wished to continue my spiritual path, my cultivation, somewhere. I had the wish to be able to go somewhere to cultivate, and it was a strong feeling when I was little. However, I would say that feeling, that wish, and that memory were fading as I grew up, and the older I got, the more I started losing those strong thoughts and feelings. But I always had a strong wish to cultivate. If there was a chance to come, I would never give up. Sometime later in my mid-20s, as soon as a chance came, I met a monk who told me I could be ordained as a monk in his temple for making merit to the Nine Kings Jubilee on his 50 years of reign. As soon as I knew the opportunity to be a Buddhist monk, I didn't give up but took it seriously, and I stayed in monkhood relatively much longer than first planned. It became an imprinted experience that later led me to search for further practices. Years later, I decided to visit India, Nepal, and Buddha's places for the first time. By the time I arrived at Bodhgaya, especially where the Buddha enlightened himself under a Bodhi tree, I developed an unexplained, extremely strong, sensitive, and emotional feeling. I felt like I had been there before. I felt like I was a person there. I was crying. I felt extremely emotional. I didn't know why. I wasn't supposed to have that feeling, but it was so strong, like I came home. I came back where I used to live after a long time away. The emotion ran strong in my mind. My eyes couldn't hold a tear. Tear was just flowing out of my eyes uncontrollably, though I was also thinking in my mind. I questioned my emotion. What was going on? What happened to me? Why did I become so sensitive and emotional and cry so hard? I didn't plan for that. And it just happened. Then it wasn't all there. I had it again when I visited Kushinagar, where the Buddha passed away. I had a different feeling. It was a very sad feeling, like I was experiencing the funeral of someone I knew very well. The sad feeling was so deep, like a cut into my flesh and bones. I just stayed numb there and looked around quietly with those sorrows. While ago I also had many fond feelings when I went to Synosure, the place where the Buddha first gave a sermon. I had the lightest feeling there, with joy and relaxation to explore the area. Thank you. 371